Song Yunxiang, the final warrior general of the Star Soul, seeks answers to profound existential questions. His words resonate powerfully, hinting at greatness and a determined will to triumph over his foes. However, he faces an overwhelming number of enemies, so numerous they darken the sky like fallen electric angel monsters from ancient times, awaiting a decisive future battle. People tremble but also cheer in support when they see Song Yunxiang, their beacon of hope and protection. Life has been hard for the residents for decades, but Song Yunxiang has always strived to save as many as possible, despite the relentless attacks. The year arcs the beginning of a final battle that will decide the fate of humanity. During this pivotal battle, Song Yunxiang lost too many portals. Swarms of monsters invaded the world, their presence instilling fear in everyone. The city streets were overrun with monsters emerging from portals. For every monster killed, 2 more appeared. The warrior decided to sacrifice himself to eliminate all the monsters. Light starts to pierce through the darkness. A hero is being called, but it's difficult to see clearly after being in complete darkness. To his surprise, Song Yunxiang finds himself alive once again. Sitting on the edge of a bed, he looks in a mirror and is shocked to see a much younger version of himself, dressed in a student uniform. He realizes he is now in the Academy of Military Technology in Yuanding City. Is this truly his past? Has he traveled back years? The academy was always vibrant, with stadiums and arenas packed with enthusiastic crowds. The young man observes an arena where a battle among majestic titans is taking place. The fierce cries of warriors and the charged atmosphere are familiar to him. This academy is on the brink of destruction. A wave of monsters is approaching. Song Yunxiang is shaken by memories of the monster attack on the academy, knowing that all these people will perish. Classmates and instructors bravely defend the academy, fighting to the death, embodying the will to win and a thirst for freedom. Many warriors fall in battle, their sacrifices leaving a deep impact. But their bravery demonstrates an indomitable will to resist the monsters. It's unimaginable what Song Yunxiang endured during those years without the proper experience and strength, witnessing those deserving long, happy lives perish. At that time, he was a failure with damaged soul veins, trembling from a sense of powerlessness. The young man could only watch helplessly as everything fell apart. Now, things will be different. Fate has given him a chance to change the course of history. With the knowledge and experience he now possesses, the monsters will stand no chance. 60 years ago, he was weak, enduring reproaches and suggestions that he should leave the city entirely. Back then, fear and hopelessness were his constant companions. Others deemed him incapable of anything but procreation. Everyone advised against his return, claiming Tanda could not be saved and was doomed to fall under the monster's onslaught. He was considered weak and helpless, unfit for battle, and treated as trash. Even the girl he loved could not marry him due to her family's disapproval. Everyone he knew, loved, or hated died in that battle, but now he has the chance to change everything. A bewildered look and a cry from the crowd snapped him back to the present. Now he is ready. Song Yunxiang, the Star Soul General, has returned, filled with confidence to defeat all enemies and alter the course of history. The hero's soul glows with hope, and his enemies should tremble before his determination. The city of Swanhu, humanity's last bastion, is under siege by monsters, with cries for help echoing everywhere. Monsters seize and devour people, spreading terror and chaos throughout the city streets. Among the most vile monsters, the glutton devours people whole. Having settled in the city, it lets no one pass in its insatiable hunger. The glutton continues to consume more and more victims without pause. People run frantically through the streets, desperately trying to find shelter or help. There are no safe places left in the city, making it seem as though certain death awaits everyone. A young boy, fleeing from the glutton, trips and falls, his life hanging by a thread. His mother, running nearby, turns around in horror, realizing this might be their end. She rushes to protect him, knowing it means certain death but unable to abandon her child. The glutton sees them, indifferent to its victims, just seeking its next meal. It reaches out with its giant claws, ready to grab and devour them. The monster gets closer, its foul breath already palpable. Tears stream down faces paralyzed by terror. Is there any hope? The monster grabs them with its massive, vile paw. Their hearts beat in unison, sensing the end. Suddenly, a beam of light cuts through the air, so swift it's hard to follow, piercing the darkness and offering a glimmer of hope. A sword, brighter than the sun, pierces the monster, making it writhe in pain and roar. The mother hugs her son tightly, her face filled with bewilderment, not yet realizing they have survived. The other monsters, hearing the glutton's screams and sensing a common threat, move to assist it. The general's sword seemed to multiply, striking other monsters and flashing rapidly amidst their screams of pain. Finally, bright sword flashes hit the ground with great force, illuminating everything around them. It was a symbol of victory and protection. The glow was mesmerizing, instilling peace and tranquility. The swords flew up sharply, leaving trails of sparkling sparks that slowly dissolved in the dark sky. It was General Song Yunxiang's swords, creating a trail of light in the skies above the city, conquering the darkness both visibly and symbolically. The mother and son thanked the warrior, tears streaming down their faces, their hearts filled with gratitude and happiness for their salvation. People gathered around to see their savior, their enthusiastic glances and whispers filling the air. The general's sword rose into the sky, leaving the battlefield. His shining sword slowly dissolved into the dark heavenly expanse, like a trail, as if it were a magnificent performance rather than a battle. The warrior transformed back into an ordinary person, his bright armor slowly evaporating, leaving behind a noble and strong man. Having saved the city and feeling his strength waning, the warrior took out the Star Soul pills from his pocket. Exhausted from the battle, he didn't waste time. He popped a pill into his mouth as if it were ordinary candy. Stellar energy immediately filled his body, bringing vitality, determination, and the will to win. For decades, Song Yunxiang alone protected people from terrible monsters, and now was no exception. The monsters had returned. Song Yunxiang stands guard over his city, repeatedly destroying hordes of enemies. The warrior relentlessly strikes down every monster attempting to attack the city with his sword. Though the people in the city are frightened, they remain confident that their steadfast star warrior, Song Yunxiang, will always come to their aid. Song Yunxiang rushed to the city center, where a large number of monsters were attacking people. His sword moved like lightning, and his combat skills were flawless. Night after night, he battled the dark forces, protecting his city and its inhabitants, demonstrating unwavering loyalty and courage. The warrior set up a protective barrier against the monsters to shield the civilians. People looked at the barrier and shouted words of gratitude to their protector. Groups of monsters began attacking Song Yunxiang's barrier with death rays, attempting to break through and defeat the hero. When monsters attacked, houses were damaged, but in war, losses are inevitable. Fortunately, no lives were lost. Amidst the dust and confusion, people asked each other if the attacks were over, if all threats were blocked, and if they were safe. Maintaining the barrier drained the general's strength, leaving visible signs of fatigue on his body. Realizing his strength had limits, Song Yunxiang turned back into an ordinary person. Despite his exhaustion, he decided to lead the monsters away from the people, taking responsibility for their safety. Regaining his powerful form, he transformed once again into the Star Soul General Do Yuan, his shining armor and sparkling sword signaling the return of the Great Protector. People watched in awe as the brilliant transformation of General Star Soul unfolded in the sky, leaving them ecstatic and amazed. Focusing on his task, the hero gathered strength for the final battle. He cast a powerful spell, filling the space around him with unimaginable energy. His words carried magic intended to protect the city and repel the threat. The star's iron capsule began to close around Song Yunxiang, forming a magical barrier of energy, ready to protect him in his new feat. The capsule slowly closed, glowing brighter, as the general's magical defenses strengthened in preparation for the next act of protecting the city. Song Yunxiang's capsule sealed shut, emitting a tension-filled light that spread all around. The light intensified until an explosion followed, spreading an aura around the warrior. This explosion felt powerful and determined, constantly forming a protective shield for the general. Song Yunxiang began his great transformation, becoming especially strong at this moment. New strength and immense energy flowed from the general's body as he prepared for the next stage of his destiny. Armor formed around him as if the light itself was taking on a dense, beautiful form. The general's transformation gained momentum, giving him the appearance of star power incarnate. He transformed into the greatest warrior, a servant of the people, gaining the strength and wisdom to serve them in the fight for a bright future. He decided to change the color of his soul, strengthen his armor, and become a new protector. This new appearance inspired awe and respect. The little boy's eyes lit up with delight. Song Yungxiang was almost ready to fight. His majestic appearance was flooded with light, and his armor shone brilliantly. His powerful legs stood on the heavenly surface as if on solid ground. The warrior changed the color of his star and became Cao Ren's Star Soul General. The process of changing the armor into something new had begun. The armor continued to transform, revealing the outlines of powerful claws, wings, and a sharp gaze. A phoenix with flaming wings, sword in hand, soared above the city, its incomparable beauty inspiring both awe and terror. Phoenix General Cao Ren rushed toward the enemies, incinerating them with his fiery form. The fire struck the enemies, leaving them no chance. Their forces disintegrated under the mighty fiery blow, leaving behind only ashes and peace. The phoenix's body was engulfed in flames, and the magic accelerated its movements so that the enemies could hardly see the blows, much less respond to them. From the shadows, a monster attacked the warrior, trying to strike, darkness pouring from its wide-open mouth. Thanks to his supernatural connection with the star, Cao Ren noticed the sneaky attack and evaded it effectively. Many dark, sinister paws rushed to capture the phoenix. Cao Ren spun in a whirlwind of flames, rising into the air and avoiding the clutches of his enemies. He maneuvered expertly, dodging every blow with virtuosic movements that put him out of reach. However, there were still too many monsters, and the clutches of death grabbed the general. This annoying situation only angered the warrior. Heating his body with a spell, Cao Ren literally burned the dark clutches of death, freeing himself from their grip. The warrior decided to use teleportation, disappearing from the clutches of death and leaving burns on their vile paws. The monsters were perplexed by this, and could not understand where the general had gone, causing confusion and fear among them. The warrior reappeared on the other side of the city, taking on his more familiar appearance as the Star Soul General Qi. Qi changed the color of his star, becoming the new embodiment of power as the general of the Star Soul. His magic shone brighter and stronger, with the light of rage burning in his eyes. Cloaked in blue light, he soared on blue wings in the bottomless sky. The monsters noticed the general. They prepared for a long-range attack, with magic balls ready to fly. Numerous creatures combined their forces to deliver powerful blows. The general deftly avoided the blows, his movements like a dance, highlighting his incredible skill and superiority over his enemies. The general's hands flashed with a big spear, its tip enveloped in glowing stellar energy, giving it incredible power. A powerful wave from the spear's impact swept through the enemies like an asteroid, erasing everything in its path. Without giving the enemies a chance to recover, the hero again took on a different appearance. The glowing lines of his figure began to change shape, but the enemies were not so simple. At this moment of changing appearance, the general was vulnerable. The monsters took advantage, grabbing the general and trapping him in their clutches. A powerful blow full of terrifying energy was being prepared against the hero. The creature unleashed its full power, cloaking its victim in a light of energy. The impact created a cloud of smoke in the sky, rising darkly and powerfully into the air. Its darkness covered the skies, creating an atmosphere of tension and menace. The monsters continued striking the same area, raising new clouds of smoke. But General Star Soul unexpectedly responded to the merciless attacks, piercing the monsters with his recoil and spears. His figure became visible in the dissipating smoke, confidently holding his spear and surveying the scene below. The general changed the color of his star again, shining with inexplicable magic as his armor rebuilt itself. This new form was under the dragon's influence. Ancient magic bestowed a powerful form, imbuing the wearer with the power of a dragon while giving him a strange, terrifying appearance. Emerging from his back, the dragon's head and powerful limbs gripped targets, preparing to strike with destruction. The power and magic of the dragon were felt in the air. The attack thundered, blooming in bright light and scattering around with a whirlwind of green magic and the power of nature. The light of magic spread, and energy permeated every corner. The enemies stand no chance. The green strike completely eliminates the darkness that was trying to engulf the city. This appearance and attack required too much energy. The starlights around the general flicker and become unstable. He descends like a shooting star, approaching the earth gracefully and quickly. The general begins to cast an ancient spell, in free fall. He raises his hand and utters magical words in silence, calling upon all that exists. An explosion occurs as the general, shrouded in star magic, reaches the surface. Amidst the clouds of dust and smoke, a mysterious silhouette of a hero emerges. As the dust settles, the silhouette becomes partially visible. The spear is still pointed downward, but the warrior keeps it ready. He stands up, prepared for battle. The new form is Star Soul General Liu Bu, with armor shimmering majestically in different colors. The general takes out another tablet and bites it, needing more strength and magic to fight. Changing the color of his soul, even through the helmet, his eyes light up from the energy overwhelming his body. Star-colored Liu Bu is now ready to rush into battle again, which he does with a powerful jerk, charging toward his enemies. The monsters are already waiting for him, thinking they can withstand his blow if they attack in a crowd. From unprecedented power, the bodies of monsters soar upward and crumble in flight. The warrior speeds through the city, cutting down enemies in his path. Without stopping for a moment, he defeats his enemies with eyes full of energy that never wane. And the monsters keep coming, filling the city and crowding the alleys, closing in to meet the hero together. Gathered together, the monsters prepare a joint attack, creating a massive ball of cosmic energy. They fuel their weapon of death without fear of harming themselves, knowing it can cause significant damage and casualties. Seeing the spell being prepared, the warrior realizes it must be stopped at all costs. Without hesitation, he rushes at great speed into the center of the energy death ball. His armor scatters with the energy destroyed by the force containing the enemy's spell. It seems that no one could survive such an explosion, and the outlines of the hero are barely visible in the light of the explosion. Satisfied, the enemies turn to continue their destruction of the city, not seeing any stellar energy in the former epicenter. The warrior takes on a new form. Behind them, the Emerald Golden Star Soldier General Guan Yu is ready to strike down enemies. This form requires a different color, so the magic and skills blend perfectly with it. With one powerful swing, he sends out an airwave, exploding many opponents at once. The general's stance and the swing of his spear express beauty, pure strength, confidence, and grace. He hears enemies again. Powerful sounds behind him signal the appearance of another dangerous foe. A terrible black figure rushes toward the ground at great speed. The collision is loud and strong, leaving no trace of the buildings behind. The general must prepare and change his appearance again to a more suitable one. These transformations demand immense strength and energy. Sweat pours down the face hidden behind the helmet. It looks like he'll need another pill, but the soul restoration pills have run out. The battle has lasted so long that the general didn't realize he had used them all. Another powerful spell from the enemies is already hurtling towards the hero. The general begins to spin his spear with incredible speed. Spinning it so fast that it becomes barely visible, he launches it towards the spell. When the spear collides with the spell, it causes a powerful explosion that ripples throughout the area. But it was a distraction. Too late, the general notices fetters flying towards him, piercing his armor. The fetters cause damage, and the hero sways in confusion. Clutching his shoulder, he sighs in pain and fatigue. His vision begins to darken. 5 monsters hold the body of the exhausted general with fetters like a puppet. The general tries to muster his courage. He dispels his current form. Everything around fills with scarlet light. The construction of the Star Soul King Dong Yuan. Will the new uniform help the general in battle? Countless blades, scarlet as blood, rush from the general to his enemies. They fly to tear the enemies apart, hitting their targets precisely. They destroy the enemies and allow the general to escape from their bonds. The general lands on the ground, falling to his knees and leaning on his sword. He breathes heavily. His strength is fading. He lacks the energy to sustain the armor. Soon, he will disappear. It turns out the energy is only enough for a few seconds. The general is in a panic. And on the horizon, the sky is covered with new rifts. The city expects another wave of attacks. Monsters are breaking into this world. Their razor-sharp claws are already visible, widening the cracks for their bodies. They are already trying to squeeze through their terrible forms, and powerful jaws can be seen in the sky. There is no end to the monsters. Ugly creatures flying across the sky inspire horror with their mere appearance. Once again, spells are being prepared to unleash them on the city, the innocent inhabitants, and the tired, wounded general. The army of darkness begins its offensive. Even the sky is obscured by the number of their figures. People are panicking and trying to leave the city, running to evacuation ships. There is panic all around. Already the fifth ship is full of people. Exhausted faces await takeoff. A worried child looks at the sky. He worries about the general. Can one warrior defeat such a crowd of monsters? One against an entire army of monsters? Things took a bad turn, but a true warrior never backs down. The star armor system offers escape routes. The general frantically thinks about what to do. The evacuation ships taking off come into view of the armor. The system advises the user to direct enemies towards them. Powerful, slow ships would be easy targets for monsters. The system shows a close-up of a mother and son recently rescued from the glutton. They are on one of these ships. The hero is shocked by the system's suggestion and offer. A clear, unconditional refusal comes from the lips of the general, who put so much effort into protecting such people. He is disgusted by the very idea of hiding behind a weak population just to save his life. He announces his refusal to the system as a man, a hero of this world. He cannot do such a thing. No escape, only a battle for the future of humanity, for people who are capable of surprising and rebuilding the world. The general remembers everyone who entrusted him with their lives, the future of humanity, and the lives of these fragile people. Instead of a tablet to charge the armor, the general uses his own soul. His body is once again covered with armor. Powerful armor illuminates everything around with light. The general feels his soul being absorbed into the armor, and the system tries to overrule his decision to save his life. By an effort of will, the general creates a powerful explosion around himself, from which bright rays scatter across the area. These rays illuminate everything around and reach out to monsters in an attempt to touch them. When one of the beams touches a monster, it immediately explodes, leaving no trace. The entire sky around is filled with explosions, a roar, and bright light echoes in the sky. Smoke pours out from where the rays were flying, so much that it is impossible to make out anything. The dim light with clouds of smoke is getting weaker. In a veil of oblivion, the general hears a voice. Someone is calling his name. Who could it be? An ordinary room with a table, bed, cabinets, and shelves. Patterned windows. This is where the general opened his eyes, with still clouded eyes. He looked indifferently at the ceiling. What happened? Scratching the back of his head, he sat down on the edge of the bed. Suddenly, he stared in astonishment at something incredible. His eyes widened in shock. He couldn't comprehend what kind of magic could transform him from an old man into a young man. Clad in the Military Technology Academy uniform, this body reminded him of days long past. Yet it was unmistakably him. This was how the general looked at, could this really be happening? Leaping out of bed, he frantically scanned his surroundings, trying to make sense of where he was and what was happening. The young man's gaze landed on the calendar. It seemed like a prank, but the year displayed was. This revelation hit the general like a thunderbolt out of the blue. He glanced out the window. This was Tiandu, on the eastern continent. Piecing together the clues, the hero concluded he had traveled back years. Before his eyes stood a grand city with towering spires, blending ancient architecture with majestic skyscrapers, inviting him to wander its streets. A striking example of this fusion was the stadium at the Academy of Military Technologies, where two titans clashed in a fierce arena battle, swords ringing through the air. Confidently facing off, the combatants echoed the crowd's cheers and roars. Shouts of encouragement filled the air as spectators fervently supported their favorites. Among them, a boy named Lujin edged closer to the arena's edge for the first time, cheering for the academy. Students lived, engrossed in the battle of the titans, unlikely to hear his voice. A dual sword-wielding warrior launched an attack. A red-green paladin with a shield struggled to defend. Despite their formidable appearance, the titans deftly wielded their swords, evading attacks. One of the combatants decides to employ a ranged attack, causing unrest among the spectators who anticipated a fair sword duel. The warrior in blue charges towards the opponent, wielding two swords alternately. A wave of enthusiastic cheers erupts. Most of the audience is familiar with this technique. The devastating whirlwind leaves the enemy no chance to retaliate, Lujin shouts. He has deciphered this move. The opponent deliberately baited the whirlwind attack. The crowd seems displeased with this tactic from the unknown young man. Events unfold rapidly in the arena. It's hard to follow what transpired. Armor fragments scatter across the battlefield with great speed. Confusion grips the crowd. The crucial details escape the inattentive. The victorious figure stands tall. No one expected the red-green warrior to triumph. Amidst the chaos, Lujin departs. He foresaw the outcome and avoids lingering to prevent aggression from the crowd. Had he stayed, he would have undoubtedly drawn the crowd's ire. He hurries down the stairs and turns into an alleyway. However, the young man soon realizes he's unfamiliar with the area, winding through the labyrinthine city and realizing he's headed in the wrong direction. Lujin begins to feel frustrated, not with himself, but with the ease of getting lost in the city. Once again, he finds himself at a dead end, muttering under his breath about the city's layout and how easy it is to lose one's way. Uncertain of where to go next, ideas elude him. He can't afford to linger aimlessly. An odd idea crosses his mind, using his strength to leap over the obstacle straight toward his destination. He stands up, channeling stellar energy into his legs. He effortlessly leaps over the obstacle. He lands epically on the other side of the wall, looking rather pleased with himself. To his surprise, a captivating scene awaits him. Through the open window of the women's locker room behind the wall, he glimpses beautiful young women. At the sound, one of the girls turns towards the window. The stunning Hei Yan notices the young man amidst the unexpected sight. Lujin is taken aback. Blood starts to trickle from his nose. Hei Yan is shocked, her face flushing scarlet with anger and embarrassment. Other girls also turn their attention to the window. In a fury, they grab swords and charge at the intruder. The young man flees as fast as he can, his apologies falling on deaf ears. Trying to evade the furious girls, Lujin once again finds himself trapped in a dead end. He's cornered. The girls seek retribution against the young man who unintentionally intruded on their privacy. It seems apologies alone won't resolve this matter. Ultimately, the girls drag Lujin to the top floor of the administrative building where the director's office is located. Director Gu waits, though clearly not expecting to see him in such a state. Bruised and tied up, Lujin looks nothing like himself. He explains he was trying to enroll in the academy, not spy on girls. The director and his secretary review Lujin's case, noting his commendable skills development, improved grades, and good family background. The director delivers his decision. Lujin will be enrolled in the 10th grade, where problematic students study. The young man reflects that he has made a rather poor first impression. Despite objections from Hei Yan, the director orders Lujin to be untied, much to her dismay, as she insists he deserves punishment. Her displeasure at the offender's release is evident across her entire face, displaying indignation and disgust toward the young man. Furthermore, as a prefect, she would be responsible for giving him a tour and monitoring him during his training. Despite her irritation, Hei Yan shows respect for authority and complies with the director's order. As head girl, she must personally receive Lu Yan's file and hand it over to the senior teacher. Using magic, the secretary transfers data from a paper source onto a small card. This card now contains all of Lu Yan's information, which the secretary passes to Hei Yan with an annoyed expression. Hei Yan instructs Lujin to follow her. Her eyes burn with animosity. Sensing the girl's dissatisfaction, the young man realizes the tour will be awkward and challenging. He makes the academy's customary bow, showing respect to those present. Upon bidding farewell, Lujin echoes the gesture. He also bows. Hei Yan, visibly irritated, strides towards the exit. Lujin hurries to catch up with her. The director and secretary briefly remain in an uncomfortable silence as the two leave the office. The secretary breaks the silence, returning to the pressing matters of the academy interrupted by this incident. She mentions a missing student and retrieves a folder from the card containing a note from the China instructor. The note states that a student has been absent from classes and unresponsive for 3 days. The question arises whether this should be reported to the Public Safety Department, given the sudden disappearance. The director lights his pipe, recalling the individual mentioned in the note as someone who entered the academy through connections, described as a man of questionable character with a troubled soul. According to the report, upon learning today's date, the student mentioned that there were 3 days remaining before he disappeared without a trace. As the secretary reads aloud from the report, smoke from the director's pipe wafts toward her, causing her to cough and grow irritated. The director glances at his subordinate and simply smiles sweetly, continuing to smoke as if nothing happened. The secretary lets out a large puff of smoke, which immediately fills the air like a dense fog, further agitating her. Once again annoyed, the director instructs that the missing student's family should be contacted. Meanwhile, He-Yan and Lu-Jan continue their tour of the academy. They are now making their way toward the arena where practical training in Star Soul battles is set to begin. He-Yan also reminds Lu-Jan that he will need to change into his uniform. However, the young man appears distracted, gazing off into the distance. The girl stops abruptly, becoming frustrated that he's falling behind and not paying attention to her. She demands to know what's wrong, why he's not focused. Lu-Jan freezes in place, his gaze directed upward, showing pure delight and awe. Before them stands a majestic statue, towering over everyone else. People have grown accustomed to its presence and no longer give it much notice. Erected in honor of a legendary hero who lived years ago, the statue evokes both wonder and reverence with its intricate detail and beauty. According to legend, thousands of years ago, the earth was besieged by monstrous creatures. Defenseless, people faced destruction and death. Suddenly, immortals descended from heaven, wielding unique abilities and armor crafted from stars and souls. These abilities, known as Star Soul Generals, turned the tide of battle. With their incredible power, they vanquished the monsters, saving the planet and its inhabitants. The immortals also bestowed upon humans jade stones that could empower worthy individuals with the abilities of the Star Soul Generals. The chosen individuals came to be known as Masters. Under the protection of generals and masters, humanity thrived. Since then, a relentless battle has ensued between masters and monsters, each vying for dominion over the planet, for the right to exist. The founder and inaugural director of the academy was a Star Soul General. In his honor, a monument stands at the center, depicting him in armor gripping the sword's hilt. The headman reveals that a jade is sealed within the statue, awaiting a new general when a worthy candidate emerges. Lu-Jan's eyes sparkle with inspiration. This tale deeply moves him. He aspires to emulate the Academy's founder. Taking a solemn oath, the young man vows to become a formidable and deserving hero, much like the Academy's revered founder. As he speaks, palpable vibrations resonate through the statue, impossible to ignore. He-Yan gazes at the statue with bated breath, wondering if these tremors could be caused by the soul jade. The young man looks to the girl, seeking an explanation. What exactly just happened? He-Yan hesitates to entertain the notion that Lu-Jan could potentially be the successor to the general. She cautiously touches and inspects the statue. Trying to convince herself, He-Yan dismisses it as a trick of the light or illusion, unwilling to believe that someone seemingly foolish could wield such great power. In a misguided attempt to provoke the statue again, the young man considers smearing it with his saliva as an experiment. His foolish idea earns him a reprimand and a stern scolding from the headman. He-Yan is visibly indignant. With a sizable bump on his head, Lu-Jan is dragged away forcefully by the girl to meet with the teacher. Nearby, amidst sparks of divine magic, stands a man who unintentionally overhears a conversation about the legend and the statue's reaction. He smirks at the continued belief in such myths and legends. Leaning against the pillar, he surveys the academy. Our hero, summoned from the future, stands before us now. This time he won't falter. Meanwhile, another epic clash of titans unfolds in the academy arena. Swords cut through the air at incredible speed, desperate to strike their opponent. One of the players stumbles, their sword embedding itself into the ground. Victory goes to the blue team. At the podium, the teacher's assistant, recording the battle results, praises the victorious student from the blue team. The 10th grade homeroom teacher, along with teacher ALP, a kind woman, ponders his words. He-Yan and Lu-Jan respectfully interrupt her thoughts, bowing as they introduce themselves to the teacher. Intrigued, the teacher expresses interest in meeting the student who passed the special entrance test. Lujan enthusiastically starts to share everything about himself. The teacher promptly interrupts him. He looks at her puzzled. She doesn't need a detailed report. Actions speak louder than words. She challenges him to demonstrate his abilities in the arena's next match against Heian. Lujan is taken aback and tries to object. After all, it's his first day. Heian eagerly prepares for battle, eager to discipline the newcomer once more. Nearby students warn Lujan. Heian is a formidable opponent. The secretary worries that Lujan lacks an amulet to summon armor. In a noble gesture, he borrows the amulet from an absent student for the upcoming challenge. The young man beams with happiness, holding the simple student's amulet that seems like a beautiful masterpiece to him. The secretary's mouth twists into a puzzled grin. He didn't expect such a strong reaction. Meanwhile, Heian prepares for battle, invoking the power of her amulet. Sparks of magical energy envelop her. The young man snaps back to awareness and activates his own amulet. Sparks crackle around him, emitting a bright blue light. Magic fills the air, coalescing into the forms of two titans ready for combat in the arena. Now, instead of mere individuals, titans stand poised for battle. Heian is determined to avenge the earlier incident. In the locker room, the crowd roars, rallying behind the headman. Everyone hopes for her victory over the newcomer. Stepping onto the arena floor, she plants her foot, causing the ground to crack and sending sparks of lightning from her armor. With lightning speed, she leaps forward, swinging one of her swords. Lujan reacts swiftly, jumping away from where he stood moments ago. His amulet shatters from the force of the blow. The headman relentlessly presses the young man, forcing him into a defensive stance. Blows rain down one after another in an unrelenting onslaught. A peculiar scene unfolds in the arena. One titan seems to be evading the other. Even the secretary remarks on the strangeness of the battle. The young man focuses on defense and evasion rather than launching counterattacks. The teacher observes Lujan's adept dodging skills, prompting a bewildered glance from the secretary. Sparks fly as the shield intercepts blows from two swords, the air crackling around the combatants. Despite his efforts, the young man struggles to maintain his defense against an opponent who clearly outmatches him in skill and experience. Students in the stands are clamoring for a brawl, asserting that a novice stands no chance. To initiate an attack, one must first create distance. Lujan dashes once more to the far end of the arena. In an attempt to close the gap, the opponent launches long-range assaults from their hands, indicating their formidable strength. In close-quarters combat, the young man effortlessly deflects these attacks with a shield he had earlier mentioned. Heian is seething with anger, nearly consumed by it. She appears poised to take Lujan's life. Brimming with resolve, she ignites her swords. The blades are engulfed in brilliant blue flames. The spectators in the stands are astonished. They recognize the ploy. The leader is preparing to employ a severe tactic. Even the secretary starts to worry for the young man. The teacher remains impassive, observing as the titan charges forward with dual swords. With tremendous force, the blue blade overtakes its target, and a deafening roar reverberates. Some students avert their eyes, finding such a method against a newcomer excessively brutal. The instructor declares Lujan the victor. Those present are baffled as to how an unknown defeated the experienced Heian. As observers scrutinize the battleground, they begin to grasp that the young man's sword rests at the elder's throat. By the rules, Lujan wins for exploiting his opponent's weakness due to exhaustion. He smiles. Conversely, Heian is in shock, unable to comprehend her defeat. The onlookers in the stands are equally stunned. No one could have anticipated such an outcome. The teacher prompts Lujan to share his reflections on the battle and thoughts on its progression. Everyone gathers around, eagerly awaiting his response. The young man eagerly began to speak, praising his opponent for her powerful attacks and sturdy armor. However, he also noted that she seldom used long-range attacks, suggesting she prioritizes defense in battles. The teacher listened attentively, acknowledging the young man's insights as interesting and thoughtful. As he recounted everything, the girl, her face hidden in indignation, grew increasingly irritated. Unable to contain herself, she erupted, shouting that his victory was merely luck. Lujan started to panic, fearing he had violated the rules during the battle, but he chose to ignore her outburst. Others began to reassure him. "What is crafted from the energy of the soul cannot be broken," he reassured himself, thinking of the amulet that once belonged to someone known as 3 Minutes. Curious, he inquired about the nickname's origin, which sparked laughter among those nearby. They chuckled, revealing that it referred to a student who couldn't maintain his armor for more than 3 minutes. The teacher intervened, redirecting everyone to the cafeteria to restore order. Suddenly, a bloody stone appeared in the sky, casting a shadow over everything and turning the sky pitch black. The leader shivered involuntarily. Darkness descended far too swiftly, creating an ominous atmosphere. Above, the sky began to fracture like glass, and monstrous creatures emerged from the rifts. A siren blared across the stadium, alarming everyone who looked around bewildered. Some students started to regain their senses, pointing to the sky and screaming about the rifts and the monsters. Horror-struck, the students were disoriented, unsure of what to do next. Some stumbled back in fear, urgently seeking shelter. Hovering in the air, some monsters unleashed magical lightning attacks, escalating the dire situation. Others unleashed powerful energy beams from their mouths, terrifying the students as they scrambled to escape. The deadly beams struck with lightning speed, instantly obliterating their targets, leaving no trace behind. One such beam sliced through the air towards the arena, but the teachers were already poised to intercept it. Acting swiftly, the teacher positioned herself with the Star Soul formation and steadfastly absorbed the beam into her shield. The forceful impact between the beam and the shield generated a gusty wind that knocked students off their feet, including Lujin. Helpless, the students could only watch, shielding their eyes from the billowing clouds of dust. Assistant teacher Chung Yi, who absorbed the attack, was stunned by the monstrous strength. The armor's durability plummeted to 6% with just one blow. Ravenous creatures like the gluttons closed in on the arena, a horde of them advancing steadily. Assessing the situation, the teachers acknowledged that 10 gluttons posed a formidable threat even for themselves, let alone the students. He Yan and Lujan, brimming with determination, wished to remain and assist in any way they could, despite their limited experience in real combat. However, the teacher was already charging towards the monsters, her voice carrying orders for the students to retreat echoing in the distance. Without hesitation, she armored up, revealing the majestic platinum titanium to onlookers' awe. He Yan marveled at the teacher's appearance, realizing this was what a true leader looked like in battle. The students watched in astonishment. Meanwhile, monsters closed in from behind, their sharp claws extended towards the teacher. Together, teacher and assistant found themselves confronting a swarm of enemies closing in from all sides, their numbers growing by the moment. Lujin felt overwhelmed, unsure of how to handle such a daunting situation. Facing so many enemies seemed like certain death. He Yan, prepared to obey the order, understood the urgency of the moment. Every second counted. They needed to flee. The young man's gaze drifted towards the distant buzzing sounds and strange flashes of light. These flashes, resembling shooting stars, approached the arena from the direction of the main building. Principal Secretary Xiaohua urgently contacted Teacher ALP. Reinforcements were dispatched from the Academy's command center. The director's command was clear. Hold the arena and prevent the monsters from spreading further. Teacher ALP acknowledged receipt of the order. Assistant Chung Yi stood by her, ready to face the next wave of monsters. All capable adults from the Academy converged at the arena, unleashing their powers against the advancing enemies. Teacher ALP was relieved that they had held on until reinforcements arrived. She issued orders without hesitation. Now, the warriors formed into formations, standing firm to defend the arena and protect both the students and the city. Led by Teacher ALP, the warriors positioned themselves in a wedge formation, resolute in defending the Academy at any cost. The wave of monsters crashed against them. Back at the command center, the director and secretary observed that the formation had been strategically chosen. They expected nothing less from the renowned White Fox. With reinforcements now arrived across all teams, everyone awaited further instructions. The director's directive was unequivocal. Hold the line and contain the enemy within the perimeter. The warriors of the academy vowed not to retreat, committed to fulfilling their duty at any expense. Teacher ALP remained steadfast until the onslaught of monsters subsided. United in solidarity, everyone stood firm, ready to fight as long as necessary. The sounds of explosions, clashes of blades, and battle cries echoed everywhere. He-Yan and Lu-Jan attempted to flee the battlefield, but a massive glutton was in hot pursuit. Despite their efforts, the monster closed the gap swiftly. Debris from demolished buildings rained down as the glutton swiped at them. Taking charge, He-Yan became the target to divert the monster's attention, allowing Lu-Jan a chance to escape. Lu-Jan knew he had to reach the statue. The 9th underground passage offered a potential hiding place from the onslaught. Adorning her body in magical star armor, He-Yan bravely confronted the monster head-on. Lu-Jan sprinted with all his might. Glancing back, he saw He-Yan narrowly evade a powerful strike aimed at her head. Though concerned, Lu-Jan knew he had to obey He-Yan's command to reach safety swiftly. Clenching his fists in frustration, Lu-Jan gritted his teeth, feeling powerless to aid He-Yan in her perilous stand. With a determined cry, Lu-Jan resumed his desperate flight. Thoughts raced through his mind, questioning his worth and lamenting his inability to protect others. Suddenly, a memory dawned on him. The statue, and the events that had transpired hours earlier. With a surge of hope, Lu-Jan prayed that in this critical moment, his pure intentions might make him worthy of being chosen as a Jade, granting him the power of the Star Soul General. Struggling with his waning strength, Lu-Jan pressed on toward the statue of the legendary warrior. With every ounce of remaining energy, he continued running towards the statue of Jo-Oki, its stone form leaning on its sword, awaiting its successor. As he neared the statue, Lu-Jan cried out, beseeching for strength and purpose in this dire moment. However, his voice faltered as he froze in place, noticing above the statue's shadow the outline of a combat vehicle and glowing eyes. Someone stood atop the statue's damaged head. Lu-Jan's heart raced with uncertainty and anticipation, unsure of what awaited him at the statue of the founder. The stranger held Jade in his hands, stunning Lu-Jan, who demanded to know the identity of this mysterious man. With a grin, the man introduced himself as Song Yunxiang. In the glow of Jade, Lu-Jan recognized him as a young man who had traveled from the future to this time. Song Yunxiang, now a hero, explained how, 60 years into the future, he had been unable to save their teacher and fellow students. Feeling helpless, all he could do was flee. He lamented not being able to save his beloved, forbidden from being together. He grieved for all those who had perished. During the attack on Yunxiang City, his family had fought valiantly, but Song Yunxiang himself, deemed weak, had been forbidden from joining the fight. His comrades and friends from the academy had bravely covered their retreating allies. Song Yunxiang deeply regretted losing them all, their bodies broken, their lives lost in steadfast combat. They had fought courageously, but all the people who were important to him had died. Even those who had loved and tried to protect Song Yunxiang had perished. His parents had forbade him from fighting. He even remembered his enemies, those who had bullied and degraded him daily. Song Yunxiang didn't fully understand how or when he had activated the Star-Lord system for the first time. Haunted by inner demons, the memories of the dead lingered in the depths of his consciousness, reminding him daily of his weaknesses. Yet, with their hands metaphorically heavy on his shoulders like a burden, he had awakened the power within himself that would eventually save many lives in the future. This same burden had spurred him to awaken this power. Now, having returned to the past. However, his current body was young and unprepared, and his soul's veins were damaged. Therefore, advancing in classes and ranks would require considerable time. Despite his condition, in just 3 days, he had managed to ascend 4 steps despite his sickly body. It was progress, but time was short, and more was needed. Memories rushed through Song Yunxiang's mind of his death in the final battle, a grim event destined to happen 60 years later, where he would be surrounded by countless enemies. He remembered how he had sacrificed himself, triggering an explosion that took the monsters down with him, his hand adorned with sacred symbols of magical energy. With determination, he grabbed his jacket. Still reeling in shock, Song Yunxiang couldn't believe that after dying, he had awakened young again, given a chance to correct his mistakes and save those he cherished. He draped his jacket over his body, which now radiated with magical glow. Once an outcast in his family, his father had sent him to the academy for protection. In the mirror, he saw the reflection of an elderly man, driven by memories. Yet due to his youthful appearance, he couldn't fathom the fate awaiting him. This ignorance had led him to a life of shame. Amidst the ruins of an ancient civilization, he had stumbled upon the Star-Lord system, a magical computer that had journeyed back in time with him, appearing at his beckoning. Relieved to find it intact, the system possessed the power of Jade and could replicate the Star Soul generals of others. Song Yunxiang accessed the system, only to find bleak data. It had reset, with a low rank and no generals. His soul veins were damaged. Facing a daunting challenge, Song Yunxiang realized the system was reborn with him, essentially a blank slate. Undeterred, Song Yunxiang refused to despair. He was resolved to do whatever it took to save humanity. On the calendar, the number is circled. 3 days had passed since his awakening. Tonight would be decisive. The monsters would attack. Song Yunxiang began to prepare himself. Through alchemical breakthroughs, he had made significant progress, but his soul veins remained in poor condition. Earlier attempts to restore them had fallen short. He needed to craft another tablet in this form to fully heal his soul veins. Only then could he harness the system's power to its fullest extent. Leaving the academy, he made his way to a pharmacy in the Southern District's shopping area, determined to acquire what he needed for his mission. At the pharmacy, Song Yunxiang had placed an order for the Sky Dragon stem, but the seller regretfully informed him that the stock had not yet arrived and wouldn't be available until closer to noon. Disappointed by the delay and aware of the ticking clock, Song Yunxiang sighed inwardly. There was no choice but to wait patiently. As he wandered through the vibrant shopping district, his mind raced with thoughts. The Sky Dragon stem was the final ingredient needed for the pill that would heal his damaged soul veins. Knowing the stock wouldn't arrive for a couple of hours, Song Yunxiang decided to make good use of his time. He headed back to the academy with a resolve to prepare traps for the impending monster attack. Along the bustling streets of the city, Song Yunxiang made his way towards the academy, hoping to minimize casualties with his preparations. Once back at the academy, he swiftly completed the installation of array traps. Though advanced in technology, the traps were limited in effectiveness due to his current low level. Placing his hand on the wall, Song Yunxiang activated the slowing arrays he had set up, hoping they would buy crucial time during the impending battle. While engaged in his tasks, Song Yunxiang overheard a conversation on the street about the Star Titans, legendary beings who bestowed people with the power of star generals. Curious, Song Yunxiang turned towards the discussion, listening intently with a thoughtful expression on his face. Yan was engaged in the conversation, speaking of the first director of the academy and pointing towards the statue located in the central passage not far from the arena. Song Yunxiang grinned wryly as he glanced at the statue. In the past, it had never answered his pleas. Leaning casually against the pillar, Song Yunxiang observed the stone warrior, Zhou Oki. It hadn't been the statue that had granted him the strength to fight. With a determined grin, Song Yunxiang activated the star system embedded within the statue and ordered it to undergo a thorough scan. The system quickly processed the scan and confirmed that the statue indeed contained jade. With its owner absent, the system was able to extract the jade. As the scan progressed, vibrations emanated from the statue. These vibrations were felt by Lujin and Yan, stirring curiosity and anticipation within them. The guys stared at the stone figure in bewilderment. Lujin, feeling a bit uneasy, asked what had just happened. From his vantage point above, Song Yunxiang continued to hold the star system, realizing that without the owner present, the system couldn't utilize the jade. Understanding that the stone was currently useless to him, Song Yunxiang stowed away the system and planned to return for the jade later that night. Just then, a message arrived. It was from the pharmacy. They had delivered the Sky Dragon stem. Now fully equipped and prepared, Song Yunxiang left the rooftop, determined not to let anyone perish needlessly. The hero made his way through the bustling shopping district towards the pharmacy. People hurried around him, and neon signs blazed above. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye in the crowd. A masked and hooded individual passed by him swiftly. Though uncertain, Song Yunxiang trusted his instincts. He discreetly kept an eye on the figure as it moved through the crowd. Pausing briefly, Song Yunxiang commanded the system to scan the retreating person. The scan revealed a tense body, with concentrated mental energy glowing at the center of the figure's chest. It resembled small galaxies interconnected by electrical discharges. Song Yunxiang observed thoughtfully. This method of concentration was unique, likely originating from the northern lands. His eyes gleaming with curiosity, Song Yunxiang speculated that the person departing must be a native of Marin. Marin's cultural influence wasn't as pronounced in current history. What would this mean for the future? The country had adopted the culture of the Eastern continent. This historical divergence eventually led to Marin upsetting the global balance 3 years later. They amassed a formidable army, sparking full-scale wars with neighboring nations. The conflict resulted in widespread devastation and loss of life, dragging other countries into the turmoil. Across the eastern continent, countless lives were lost as war ravaged the lands. Song Yunxiang stands contemplatively in the middle of the street. This stranger from Mirin has arrived with a purpose, marking a significant historical moment. Finally reaching the pharmacy, he notices the owner has chosen a beautiful name for the place, the Great Medicine. A charming girl holding a poster approaches him at the stairs. She smiles warmly and begins promoting pills, elixirs, and powders. Discovering that this visitor has a special order, she welcomes him and leads him to a designated waiting area. In a stylish, empty room, he settles onto one of the sofas. A young woman approaches, informing him of additional fees for urgent service. The cost is higher. As a student of the academy, he can hardly afford such rare materials. Digging into his pocket, he reluctantly admits he doesn't have that kind of money. Retrieving a card, Song Yun-young lays out alchemical potions on the table, proposing the pharmacy buy them back from him. The employee apologizes, explaining that the pharmacy sells rather than buys goods. However, upon closer inspection of the jars, she gasps in amazement. They contain premium-quality tablets, small energy balls sparkling inside. With delight, the girl examines each jar in turn, attempting to identify their contents. Meanwhile, Song Yun-young sits contentedly on the sofa, waiting patiently. She wonders if she can consult the store owner about the pills, timidly clutching several jars. Agreeing, the young man takes the dragon stem and asks to be shown to the alchemy room. The girl is once again astonished. The alchemy room hasn't been used in ages, but for him it doesn't matter. With that settled, she leaves the hall and beckons for him to follow, leading the way. Upon entering the correct room, Song Yun-jiang is both fascinated by the vintage stove and disappointed that it's broken down. Everything is in disrepair. He lets out a heavy sigh. There's nothing usable in the room, but fortunately, he has a backup plan. From his inner pocket, the young man retrieves a fire amulet. Using alchemical arrays, he sets about creating the desired tablet. The room transforms into an unusual forge. Multiple rings of the array hover in the center, adorned with intricate inscriptions and patterns. Focused, he extracts ingredients one by one from his storage card, suspending them in the air above him. Carefully infusing them with energy, he passes each herb and root through the alchemical rings of the array. Light radiates from the room, visible even through small holes in the locked door. The preparations are in full swing. Meanwhile, in the owner's office, the pharmacy employee showcases the goods received in exchange for the dragon stem. A gray-haired man examines the pills, astonished by their exceptional quality. Among them are extremely rare items. He is incredulous that someone wishes to sell him such high-caliber products. The owner leaps from his chair, eager to meet the young man capable of offering such remarkable items for sale. Upon learning that the young man is in the alchemy room, the employee suddenly feels uneasy. She recalls the broken equipment and hopes it won't be an issue. Song Yun-young completes his preparations at the center of the array. The assembly of the much-needed tablet commences. Finally, he holds the long-awaited top-class efficacy pill in his hand. It resembles a miniature sun, emitting delicate threads of energy. Closing his eyes, Song Yun-young ingests the pill. It marks a moment eagerly awaited as energy disperses around him like a haze. Seated on the floor, blue magical circles envelop his figure, signaling the commencement of the restoration process. His body seems to burn amidst magical flames. With a tense expression, he awaits the completion of the treatment. Magical threads spread throughout his body, realigning themselves. Outside, the pharmacy owner and an employee wait for Song Yun-young, staring at the door in awkward silence. They stand there for a whole hour, unable to enter the alchemy room due to the blocking array set up by the young man. Suddenly, a noise breaks the silence as the door begins to open, interrupting their discussion. Song Yun-young peers through the doorway, a grin spreading across his face upon seeing the pharmacy owner. The employee, representing the owner, greets with a gesture of clasped hands and a slight bow, eyeing Song Yun-young critically. Hong Fan concludes that he's dealing with just a student, puzzled about where he acquired such valuable items. Song Yun-young returns the bow, learning that the owner is genuinely pleased with his product. Both parties appear satisfied. Hong Fan retrieves the blood-igniting pill, wanting to confirm his identification of the fiery sphere within the glass container. The young man praises him, while Hong Fan is surprised that someone would want to sell such a valuable item in his store. Song Yunxiang awkwardly scratches his head, admitting financial constraints force him to agree to the store's offered price. Hong Fan, an honest merchant, suggests the item could fetch more at auction. However, Song Yun-young interrupts, raising his palm in a gesture to halt the discussion. Time is pressing, and money is needed. He accepts a lower amount than he could potentially get. Hong Fan begins counting aloud, factoring in the price of the pill and other included goods. With a shrewd smile, he proposes a price slightly below market value, but adds a small margin to maintain goodwill with the young man. Song Yun-young, with a slight smile, acknowledges that the offered price is lower than expected, appreciating Hong Fan's adept negotiation skills. He appears deep in thought, resting his chin on his hand for some time. Mr. Hong starts to feel anxious. Seeing the young man lost in thought for so long, he begins to explain nervously that he can't offer any more. Song Yun-young smiles knowingly, as this isn't what he had in mind at all. He retrieves his storage cards. Pulling out 2 more blood-igniting pills into his palm, he hopes this will help reach the desired sum. The owner and employee are stunned. Holding the pills, they ponder whether they know the young man's family. Song Yun-young is satisfied. His plan has worked perfectly. He waits, observing Hong Fan's delighted reaction. Knowing well what the future holds, Hong Fan is pleased. Song Yunxiang has devised a plan that involves forming an alliance with the Hong family, renowned traders across a vast region. His face reflects determination and pride. To overcome the challenges ahead, one person's strength won't suffice. He needs to gather an army, which requires money and connections. Mr. Hong warmly suggests they continue their discussion over tea in his office, indicating the direction they should head with a gesture. In the cozy office ambiance, they settle into soft sofas. Hong Fan arranges payment for the pills, shifting the focus to Song Yunxiang's payment for the stem. With the pharmacy owner in high spirits, he generously offers the young man a discount on the product, smiling warmly. Teacups clink in the pleasant atmosphere. The young man graciously accepts the discount, pleased with how the conversation is progressing. The tea is delightful. Hong Fan turns to the employee, asking her to fetch the gold card from his desk drawer. The girl returns with a box containing a map, opening it in front of Song Yun-young, who gazes at it with a puzzled expression. Mr. Hong explains that this is a special card, a jade talisman representing the Hong family trade union, with a satisfied smile on his face. The man presents it to Song Yunxiang as a token of gratitude, granting privileges and trading opportunities to its bearer. Song Yunxiang holds the card with a genuine smile. As dusk descends, Song Yunxiang leaves the pharmacy and heads back towards the academy. Mr. Hong, conversing with his employee, speculates that the young man might hail from a powerful and influential family. Establishing this alliance could prove mutually beneficial. Walking along a bustling street, Song Yunxiang consults the map given to him by the pharmacy owner. Something familiar catches his eye in passing. Suddenly recognizing a figure from behind, He realizes it's someone dear to him. The girl with red hair walks past without noticing him. Memories of tender nights together, filled with love and passion, flood Song Yunqiang's mind. Impulsively, he shouts her name and swiftly turns around, reaching out to grab the girl's hand. Such an outburst surprises even himself. The girl Hassan turns around, confused and uncertain about who has seized her hand. Her hair flies with the sharp movement, and her emerald eyes meet his with bewilderment. He recalls her strength, how she fought fiercely and rose swiftly in rank. Her armor was majestic, yet she always sought to avoid unnecessary battles. Song Yunyang had encountered Asan on the battlefield and shared intimate moments with her more than once. One morning, while lighting a cigarette, he had asked her about her real name. At that time, their bodies bore scars from numerous battles. Rising with a faint smile, she revealed her nickname, Sin, as she was destined to be a protector. Holding the girl's hand amid the rushing crowd, Song Yunqiang gazes at Asan, feeling a mix of emotions. At this juncture in time, they have not yet formally met, making this encounter feel strangely poignant. As she retrieves her hand, she steps back slightly, a spirit sword beginning to form within her robes. She lunges sharply towards Song Yunqiang, the blade moving at incredible speed. Dodging swiftly, he intercepts her wrist with the blade. With a quick motion, he immobilizes her hand, rendering her unable to move. Assuring her not to worry, Song Yunqiang notices that the girl was being followed. Several hooded figures approach them while his attention is diverted. In a moment of distraction, the girl strikes him between the legs. Song Yunyang screams in pain, doubling over and looking as if he might faint. Collapsing to his knees, he presses his face into the ground. The girl takes off running, trying to escape both him and her pursuers. He writhes in agony until the hooded men draw closer. Seizing the opportunity, Song Yunqiang trips one of his pursuers. The man crashes to the ground, blood streaming from his nose as he curses. The hooded figures, however, cannot afford to be distracted by a civilian. Rising to his feet, Song Yunyang, still wincing in pain, accuses the man of pushing him without cause. The pursuers now glare menacingly at him, particularly their mustached leader. Approaching Song Yunqiang, the leader quietly shows him a badge. It turns out the man is from the investigation department and was tailing Hassan, Song Yunqiang's beloved. Showing a corner of some card from his pocket, Song Yunqiang utters a cryptic phrase that convinces the men he is somehow connected to their organization. The tension eases slightly as they exchange looks. The leader continues the phrase and makes a conciliatory gesture, but it's a ruse. Song Yunqiang introduces himself as an investigator, smoothly bluffing his way into the situation. Behind his back, the leader signals to his companions to let the young man go. Meanwhile, he continues the conversation, both parties playing their parts. Song Yunqiang wears a disappointed expression, implying that their interference cost him the capture of a long-sought criminal. The standoff resolves with a fragile truce, each side departing in their own direction, leaving Song Yunqiang to ponder the missed opportunity. The pursuer, with a serious expression, discusses a covert operation to apprehend the girl and suggests teaming up. They both start running down the street in the direction where Hassan fled. Their aim is to catch up with the others and join in capturing the supposed criminal. Keeping a close eye on the man, Song Yunqiang seizes the opportunity to observe him discreetly. His suspicions about this individual from Mirin resurface. Suddenly, he realizes that the presence of so many spies from a hostile nation might be linked to the upcoming disappearance of jade from a nearby statue. Dodging through crowds and stalls selling sweets, he hears tempting offers. One stall catches his eye, selling strawberry sticks, a favorite of Hassan's. Pausing briefly, he purchases all the strawberry sticks, intending to store them safely for his beloved on a special storage card to ensure they don't spoil. Continuing to run, he nibbles on a strawberry stick, ensuring it's not too sour and contemplating whether Hassan will enjoy it. They leave the city and enter a grove. Song Yunqiang wonders what name his temporary ally goes by. They introduce themselves with pseudonyms. A loud sneeze reverberates through the grove. It emanates from Xiao Chen, the assistant teacher whom Song Yunqiang is posing as. The sneeze is so forceful that tears well up in Xiao Chen's eyes and he wipes his nose with his finger. In the grove outside the city, the sounds of pursuit echo through the trees, each sound bouncing from one tree to the next. Asan attempts to evade her pursuers by darting between the trees, but they are not far behind and attempt to encircle her. With a powerful leap, Asan finds herself in the center of a forest clearing. Her pursuers close in, leaping after her. Landing gracefully, Asan spots a figure standing among the trees ahead. Initially obscured, the figure gradually steps into the light. She regards him with anger, but the man smiles contentedly. He had anticipated her fleeing into the grove, waiting patiently for her arrival. He plans to capture General Cao Jin, but San realizes it's a trap with hooded figures and visible enemy titans. Reading from the tablet, the man lists the dossier of a highly ranked killer, General Liu Bu, grinning at his valuable catch. He's pleased his trap caught such a valuable prey, and his men advance towards the girl with anger on their faces. The men not only want to capture the girl, but also face an energy blade striking one in the face, showing San's resolve. San shows the villain she's not easily defeated, and they attack in horror and anger. At that moment, our hero and his companion break through a barrier, chewing candy with one stick left. He quickly assesses the situation, noting a spatial array creating a barrier above and around the trees. Titans are seen from the side, battling in a clearing filled with thick dust and the patterns of cutting blades. Song Yongxiang, accompanying them, bows to the bandit leader, trying to get his attention while continuing to chew his candy. Asan notices the newcomers and recognizes the young man. Her blade sends enemies flying. The young man waves and smiles at her, happy to meet her again. Song Yongxiang has traveled years into the past, towering over the world with the power to change the future. With advanced technology, he can copy and use other soul generals, displaying his cunning. At the academy, Song Yunxiang takes away the power of the statue Lu Yan coveted, now his own toy. He easily takes away this beauty with sparkling eyes. He effortlessly takes possession of General Kai from San, who remains unaware of the mischievous boy's actions. Despite owning all the toys, a voice interrupts his dreamlike state, urging him to awaken. The source of the voice eludes him. Song Yunxiang's true form emerges, a gray-haired man with a scar, awakening from deep sleep. It suddenly dawns on him that in his dream he became a villain, shocking him to the core. Song Yunxiang watches San battling bandits, finishing his candy. Suddenly, a blade speeds toward him. Using a robber as a shield, he narrowly avoids the blade striking another man, confusing everyone involved. San eyes him suspiciously, blocking attacks and wondering about his identity. The gang leader notices the commotion and sees the young man with a bleeding subordinate in his arms. The pursuer whispers everything to the leader, who decides the young man must be eliminated after dealing with San. The 4 titans surrounding the clearing receive orders from their leader to engage. One titan attacks, aiming at San, who evades the blade just in time. Her agility outmatches the slow titan, dodging effortlessly. She activates her soul's star general, causing energy to swirl around her. Her determined expression shows she's ready to fight seriously, emitting energy that ascends into the sky. A blue glow spreads as energy encircles her body like a capsule. Armor materializes around the girl, crowned with powerful tusks resembling a crown. Completing her armored formation, the warrior takes a stance, the scales of her armor shimmering with spiritual energy. Swiftly, she rushes at one of the titans, her sword piercing through the enemy's armor and bringing them down. The titans are surprised by the strength of the seemingly fragile girl, initially confused. One charges at her with a scream. With a powerful strike, the girl cuts the enemy in half, leaving a bright trail of her sword in the air as the armor crumbles. The remaining 2 titans decide to attack together, drawing their swords as San prepares to strike. Her powerful blow sends the enemies flying, now retreating into the distance. Above the trees, strong air currents uproot everything in their path. Men who fought San before she donned her armor regroup, realizing they must match the appearance of the Star Soul General to defeat her. New enemy titans emerge from between the trees, surrounding the girl. Though surrounded, San focuses on what's happening below between Song Yunxiang and the bandit leader. The young man interrogates the bandits confidently, questioning them about the barrier. He learns that everything inside the magical dome is isolated, even sounds. Continuing the conversation, the bandit prepares to attack with a weapon materializing in his hand, but Song Yunxiang dodges effortlessly. He counterattacks swiftly with a candy stick, striking the enemy in the back. The man falls. With satisfaction, Song Yunxiang stands over the fallen bandit, having extracted all possible information. The bandits are now no longer a threat. The gang leader panics, cursing and calling for help upon seeing the situation unfold. 3 reinforcements rush towards them, but Song Yunxiang prepares to attack, retrieving a weapon card. Swiftly wielding a sword, Song Yunxiang moves between enemies with almost imperceptible speed, dealing fatal blows. With a satisfied expression, he pauses briefly as the bandits fall dead, but more enemies converge to aid their leader. He starts running, pursued by the bandits. While running, Song Yunxiang activates the system needed to hack the array, swiftly getting to work. After performing calculations, the system provides an analysis of the array's quality, initiating a countdown to capture the area. Meanwhile, Asan battles the next wave of Titans, attacked from all sides. Though strong, she shows signs of fatigue as the unrelenting enemies continue their assault, her endurance wearing thin. The leader observes the Titan battle, noticing their movements slowing. It's time to deploy the Star Soul Shackle Array. He gives the order. Complex magic circles appear around Asan, and despite her armor, she can't evade the array's area of effect. Energy chains spring from the circles with a roar, flying towards their target. They ensnare Asan's wrists and coil around her neck, immobilizing her. The entire body of the assassin is shackled, from hands to feet, constricting tightly around her head, shoulders, and waist. Asan struggles against the chains, but they drain her energy, rendering her movements futile. Exhausted, she has no choice but to disperse her armor, needing to change tactics and summon it elsewhere. Horrified, she realizes that the Star Soul General is immobilized and not following commands. The armor remains steadfastly in place. The bandit leader grins knowingly. He anticipated the girl's actions, confident that she couldn't escape these chains so easily. This setup was designed specifically to ensnare generals. The smirk never leaves his face as he savors the moment, ordering preparations for the extraction of Liu Bu's soul stone from the desktop. Enemy Titans, using magical power, approach the chained assassin and drag the oblong device towards the back of her armor. Closing in on their victim, they activate the device, sending the girl into a panic as it resembles a predatory mechanical flower. It begins to gather energy. Poisonous green light flickers around the device's petals, collecting and concentrating energy at its center. The enemy Titans gloat behind their warrior, eager to witness Orson's armor disable her, leaving her utterly defenseless. Before them, a hum sounds. The Titans watch as light bursts from the forest, rising like a pillar into the sky, emanating from where the battle commenced. Suddenly, like lightning, the light streaks between the Titans with incredible speed, knocking them down and shattering their armor. In the blink of an eye, the chains that bound her fall away, but she barely has time to register who saved her and how. She whirls around to see her savior and is stunned by what she sees. "General, in your enhanced star armor," she stammers, staring at her own armor adorned with emerald accents, yet unmistakably him. She hears a male voice from within. "I am General Song Yunxiang," he addresses Asan again, urging to swiftly end the battle as time grows short. But the girl disregards his plea, shocked and unable to comprehend how a second Liu Bu has appeared on the battlefield. Suddenly, she sees Song Yunxiang assume an attack stance and, thrusting his spear forward, makes a sharp advance towards her direction. Exhausted and disoriented, Azen is unable to evade the blow. She screams in surprise and fear. The spear flies from her grasp and strikes the enemy, a Titan who had been poised to deliver a fatal blow from behind. The spear gleams with energy as Song Yunxiang strikes the enemy's armor dead center, splitting it open. The halberd's tip, piercing through the armor, strikes the man controlling the Titan, leaving him stunned. Withdrawing his weapon, Song Yunxiang sees drops of blood glistening on the blade, a sign that the enemy inside the armor is mortally wounded. Realizing he pulled his strike to avoid harming his beloved, Song Yunxiang notes the error in his attack. His intention had been a swift and painless kill. Meanwhile, Aizen regains her senses and aims her weapon at the self-proclaimed Liu Bu. She desires to know the name of this general who resembles her own. Catching sight of lingering enemies, Song Yunxiang decides to postpone answering until after the battle. He understands the necessity of focus. Aizen sighs with frustration, but acknowledges the wisdom in delaying questions for another time. Battle demands their full attention. The generals stand back to back, simultaneously lunging forward to strike their adversaries with their spears. Amidst the chaos of battle, Aizen can't tear her eyes away from Song Yunxiang, marveling at his techniques and precision strikes. The red emerald halberd spins and flies, piercing the next Titan's armor squarely in the center. The armor disintegrates instantly, creating a dazzling display of energy scattering around the enemy's body, lingering on the tip of the weapon. Song Yunxiang looks satisfied. The force of the blow was precisely what was needed. Everything has gone perfectly. Bandits collapse one after another, their chests pierced and armorless. It seems impossible for enemies to sneak up on him from behind now. Swiftly turning, he drives the halberd into the Titan's armor, squarely hitting the center. Instantly, the enemy meets his end. Enemies attack from multiple sides simultaneously. Song Yunxiang executes a sharp circular strike, cleaving through opponents effortlessly. Aizen begins to feel the strain of battling the bandits. The prolonged fight and the mechanical flower have taken their toll. She struggles for breath after each strike. Another enemy falls under the assault of the red emerald weapon. The strike hits its mark with deadly speed, swiftly dispatching the opponent. As she catches her breath, Aizen continues to watch the second Liu Bu from the corner of her eye. His skill, evident from his cultivation level at the yellow rank, impresses her. Two generals stand tall amidst the trees. Remnants of energy from shattered armor float around them. With precise movements, the emerald red general eliminates one enemy after another. The energy dances beautifully on his armor. Among the trees, the bodies of immobilized opponents lie still. Aizen gazes at the back of the second Liu Bu, who hasn't moved from his position throughout the battle. Song Yunxiang locks eyes with the last enemy, a Titan warrior. His gaze is cold and indifferent as he waits for the enemy's attack. Facing the general stands a warrior wielding two swords, visibly confused and realizing his chances are slim. Inside the armor of the final enemy stands the bandit leader, panicked as he tries to comprehend the existence of two Liu Bu and how his trap led to the demise of his comrades. Seeing the bandit leader unwilling to attack, Song Yunxiang suggests surrendering to save his own life. Awkward glances are exchanged among the remaining combatants, but the man ignores him, seemingly driven mad by the impossibility of two Liu Bu's existence. His face contorts into a twisted smile, laughter echoing around him. He raises his swords and charges towards the generals, driven by a frenzied determination to uncover secrets and explore this unusual phenomenon. In a split second, the swords fly out of the bandits' hands, veering off to the sides. The attack is so swift that only the faint glow in the air and reflections on tree leaves betray its occurrence. The bandit leader collapses, his helmet scraping against the ground. As he lifts his head, he addresses Song Yunxiang, his voice trembling. The armor around his wrists begins to crumble away. Close to the generals, his insignificance is starkly apparent. Towering over him like divine statues, the majestic warriors exude an aura of overwhelming power. Song Yunxiang opts against killing the bandit, choosing instead to interrogate him. He seeks to uncover what business these individuals from the kingdom of Mirene have in this place. Aizen is taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. She never imagined her pursuers would hail from the north. She gazes at the bandit in surprise. Song Yunxiang looks at her with a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped Aizen, in her youth, would show more wisdom and less naivety in assessing the situation the investigative department was hunting her for. Aizen grumbles in dissatisfaction and looks away, feeling embarrassed under their scrutiny and ashamed of her oversight. The bandit leader glares defiantly at Song Yunxiang, unable to comprehend how his plans were uncovered. Yet now it seems inconsequential. He laughs malevolently. Madness consumes his face as he screams curses at the young warriors, spittle flying in his fury. Lightning begins to flicker across the bandit's armor, enveloping it in a shell of yellow light. The generals recognize the signs. The bandit is preparing to detonate in a suicidal explosion. The second Liu Bu raises his hand, emitting a blue light that ripples with waves of energy, resembling the surface of water. Aizen watches in surprise as the second Liu Bu suppresses the impending self-destruction, utilizing the same soul resonance frequency. Song Yunxiang is resolute. He extends his powerful hand towards the enemy, intent on extracting the criminal from his dangerous armor. With a hand emitting rippling waves of energy, he strikes with all his might, sending the enemy flying. The enemy's armor is engulfed in the general's energy. The Titan explodes, scattering soul energy around the generals. The man's body falls like a shooting star from the sky. Losing consciousness, he descends slowly into the embrace of the forest, energy and droplets of blood swirling around him. Song Yunxiang dismisses his armor with a stern expression, watching as the man descends to the ground. The leader collapses, causing the ground beneath him to sink. His face is covered in cuts and bruises, with blood trickling from his nose. Approaching him, the young man grabs his jaw, prying it open. Drops of blood splatter from the battered face as Song Yunxiang lifts the man's head. He inspects the bandit's teeth, noting a highly toxic poison hidden near the second tooth on the left cheek. From experience, he recognizes the work of Yel Wang's subordinates. The bandit's eyes widen in terror as he looks at the young man, bewildered by how much he knows about their commander. Aizen scatters her armor and approaches the men. She too cannot fathom Yel Wang's involvement in this attack. Yel Wang's reputation precedes him. Tales of his terrifying armor and formidable strength are widespread. Like a demon, he looms in the sky above his opponents, his armor transforming into wings of sorts. A handsome figure with a prosthetic arm, he exudes a commanding presence with long silver hair flowing and a black kimono that accentuates his decisive nature. According to history, when his homeland sank, he led surviving compatriots and rose to become a leader among mercenaries in the marine realm. Time has hardened him, and he actively participates in battles, furthering the will of Marine by laying waste to more and more adversaries. In the ensuing battles, Sun Cheng frequently encountered him on the battlefield. Their swords clashed in fierce combat amidst the raging fires. Eventually, he had to bow and retreat before this formidable adversary, hindered by damaged veins that prevented him from prevailing against Wang. Song Yunxiang touches his forehead and the eyelid of his right eye. Memories stir phantom pains from his past encounters. A scar inflicted by Yel Wang serves as a reminder of his vulnerability. He kneels down, head bowed, immersed in dark memories, causing Aizen to grow concerned. Shaking off his melancholy, the young man rises and, as if nothing had happened, takes charge, leaving a bandit who has lost consciousness to his fate. Aizen frowns at him angrily. This isn't what she wanted to hear once the battle is over. Drawing her blade, she points it at Song Yunxiang, her voice sharp with questions. She has many inquiries. The young man catches her hand and smiles faintly. He assures her that he is not an enemy, nor is he against the Quiet Abyss, the secret organization for which Aizen works to prevent wars among states. Aizen struggles to understand him. His explanations are vague, making it hard to trust someone she's known for only a few hours. Yet, she doesn't resist much as the young man holds her hand. Song Yunxiang's countenance exudes reassurance. His features soften, his smile gentle. He convinces Aizen that there is a common enemy against whom all states must unite. Aizen remains silent, listening intently while regarding the young man sternly. She faces a choice: trust the man who saved her or eliminate him for knowing too much. Lost in thought, Aizen is caught off guard as Song Yunxiang swiftly takes the dagger from her hand. With a deft movement, he stows away the dagger and retrieves a storage card. In an instant, a stick of strawberry candies now rests in her hand. The young man extends his hand and introduces himself, his gaze tender. Aizen looks at her hand in confusion. She gazes at the candies blankly but accepts them nonetheless. Aizen looks surprisingly adorable when she's not cursing. Song Yunxiang steps away, leaving the stunned girl with a subdued expression. He believes that there will come a time when he can explain everything to his beloved. A blush of embarrassment spreads across Aizen's cheeks. Her mind whirls with thoughts of how the young man could have known about her affinity for strawberry candies. Turning to look at him, she watches as he approaches the bodies of their defeated enemies. Aizen quickly stashes the candies in her storage card to enjoy later. Meanwhile, Song Yunxiang examines the storage cards of the deceased mercenaries, visibly displeased by their meager possessions. Aizen is outraged by his actions. She had assumed he intended to bury their foes, only to discover he's interested in profiting from them. Disillusioned by his behavior, her image of him is tarnished. She holds her head in disappointment. Sensing her disapproval, the young man turns towards Aizen, concerned about what she thinks of him. Aizen displays her displeasure openly, making it clear she finds his scavenging of money from corpses distasteful as she turns away. Song Yunxiang sighs heavily, closing his eyes with a weary gesture. He tucks the storage cards into his inner pocket, acknowledging that life is costly and future plans will require substantial expenses. He speaks sagely from behind her, his voice carrying weight as he contemplates what truly matters in their journey through life. Aizen looks at him in surprise, lacking an answer to such philosophical questions, but intrigued by the inquiry. Song Yunxiang turns to her with a warm smile, explaining that money makes everything easier. Aizen remains puzzled. The young man with sparkling eyes begins to elaborate enthusiastically on the practical benefits of having financial resources. He had never appeared so animated before. For him, money is the solution to any conflict. It's merely a matter of price. Like pieces on a chessboard with a significant sum, you can remove any piece, even a crucial one. Aizen strokes her chin thoughtfully. She doesn't fully grasp it, but she acknowledges the value of money in certain situations. After the lecture, the young man anticipates a more detailed response. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted by a thunderous sound. The sky darkens, and ominous lightning flashes in the distance over the city. They gaze upward with questioning exclamations. It's evening, yet too early for such darkness. Song Yunxiang comprehends the situation. He's astonished that time has shifted and the invasion of monsters has commenced, while Aizen notices fissures in the sky. Aizen looks towards where the bandit leader sits by a tree. She suspects whose hands brought about the cracks appearing over the tranquil city. Upon hearing indications linking Mirin to this, Song Yunxiang turns and stares at the leader. Mad laughter emanates from him. Despite bowing his head in pain, he continues grinning at his captors. It appears there were multiple factions involved. One managed to cause the fractures. He approaches Aizen, seeking what she may know. This is crucial information, but Aizen, with a piercing gaze, remains silent. Song Yunxiang eagerly implores her to share what she knows. Filled with doubt, she ultimately decides to disclose classified information under the guise of gratitude. Amidst the darkness among the trees, Song Yunxiang learns that indeed, the Mirin government orchestrated this for military purposes, unleashing monsters upon their adversaries. Aizen had been investigating Mirin's actions and methods. They stand sternly in the heart of the forest, filled with animosity. The young man's face is contorted with anger. The bandit leader, spewing curses and saliva, laughs wildly, reveling in the impending doom he believes awaits them all. Song Yunxiang leaps towards the bandit leader, extending his hand with the intent to grasp the man by the jaw once more. His expression is dark with anger. He hoists the bandit up, spiritual energy crackling around his body and arms. The enemy is terrified, uncertain of the young man's intentions. The energy discharge courses through the bandit's body. With fear in his voice, the bandit pleads for Song Yunxiang to cease whatever he plans. His soul and physical veins are damaged, and Aizen needs him for interrogation. The young man throws the bandit at Aizen's feet like a dog, sparing his life. He administers a healing pill into the bandit's mouth. Turning to Aizen, he retrieves storage cards from his inner pocket. He offers them to her as a gesture of gratitude and apology. It's time for him to defend the city, and Aizen cannot accompany him. Her mission is crucial, and many lives depend on its swift completion. Song Yunxiang smiles tenderly and waves his hand, indicating no further explanation is necessary. He understands everything perfectly. Song Yunxiang accesses the system to summon Liu Bu. Even without her response, he knows he'll need substantial energy. Alongside his request, he retrieves a pill to replenish soul strength. Knowing he'll require 3 times the usual energy, Song Yunxiang tosses in 3 recovery tablets at once. Aizen looks on in surprise at such extravagance. These pills are expensive. Song Yunxiang begins summoning his armor. Energy emanates from it in undulating waves, stirring up dust around his feet. A pillar of light pierces through the storm clouds, and Aizen deduces what the young man intends to do. The light takes form, enveloped in the Liu Bu armor. Song Yunxiang sits astride a massive black mechanical unicorn. Its mane consists entirely of soul energy, flowing like flames. Awe fills Aizen's eyes as she gazes upon the Star General's beast. Few can summon such a creature. An idea forms in her mind, relating to the statue at the Military Technology Academy. An image of a towering figure from the past immediately comes to mind. She speculates that Song Yunxiang might be the bearer of Josie. The warrior tightens the reins, causing the horse to rear up and slice through the air with its front legs. In comparison to Liu Bu, Aizen appears diminutive. She shouts warnings to Song Yunxiang with all her strength. This time, the Marine Kingdom's objective is evidently tied to Josie. Left alone, she contemplates where such a formidable man could have emerged from. Her expression is contemplative and stern. Aizen sighs and veils her face with her cloak. It's time for her to depart. Song Yunxiang urges his horse onward, racing at full speed towards the military academy. He swiftly covers the distance to the city. The young man is focused and agitated. Perhaps the earlier appearance of fractures was a consequence of his journey back in time. The city is ablaze, sparks and smoke swirling around. Desperate cries for help echo from all directions. The Shucheng district resembles the epitome of hell on earth. In the midst of a street, a teacher kneels, clutching a sword in golden armor. Judging by his appearance, he's wounded and weary from the sudden battle. 3 warriors from the city's army detachment surround him, striving to shield the teacher from an approaching horde of monsters. Several titans hoist the teacher to his feet. Their objective now is to escort him to safety. Teacher Guan, clad in his armor, is a relatively young man with golden hair matching his armor and light brown eyes. He struggles to remain upright and expresses gratitude to his rescuers and their commander. A dignified warrior in almost classical armor acknowledges Teacher Guan's thanks and reciprocates appreciation for bringing aid to the students. He gazes sorrowfully at the fallen bodies. Not all the students survived this harrowing battle. Many met their end with defiance. He looks up at the advancing monsters and bellows in despair. The hulking behemoths draw nearer. The warriors disperse, striving to maintain their defense, but the enemy continues to advance. One of the students alerts the group that 2 more monsters have appeared and are closing in from the left. Another senior warrior scans the right flank in horror, noting the approaching figures of monsters. 2, 3, 4. Sweat trickles down his face as he comprehends the dire situation. A horde of around 40 monsters is advancing from the right. His voice trembles as he issues orders, trying to quell the rising panic among the ranks. Panic spreads through the ranks as civilians, ordinary folk, elderly, and children unable to summon armor, face the grim reality of survival amidst the chaos. They can only seek refuge and pray for safety. Titans cannot afford to retreat. They charge forward, their blades poised, committed to defending the city at all costs. The weight of responsibility rests heavily upon their shoulders. The monstrous horde opens their jaws in terrifying anticipation, closing in for what promises to be their most ferocious battle yet. The commander strikes first, his sword slicing through the air with deadly intent. The monster retaliates with a powerful swipe, its energy emanating in blinding flashes. Adapting swiftly, the commander maneuvers, deflecting the monster's attack and swiftly drawing another blade to deliver a decisive strike, cleaving the vile creature in 2. A student assisting Teacher Guo cautiously suggests the possibility of a retreat. Despite his weariness, he remains steadfast, knowing reinforcements are on the way. The onslaught intensifies as more monsters join the fray, pushing students back with relentless speed and force. The monsters move with lightning speed, overpowering some students who struggle to withstand their formidable opponents. One unfortunate student is ensnared in a vice-like grip, his helmet cracking under the pressure of monstrous claws. With horrifying strength, the monster tears off the young man's hand, causing excruciating pain as the armor, a part of his very being, is brutally ripped away. Helpless, the student faces the gaping maw of the monster, its razor-sharp teeth poised to rend through armor like paper. Escape seems impossible in the face of such overwhelming peril. With immense effort, they manage to come to his aid. A fellow student supports the injured one by the head, soul energy seeping from where his hand once was. He must rise. He must survive. Another student desperately calls out for the commander's help as he's dragged among the rubble by several monsters, leaving deep tracks in the ground. The commander hears the plea, but at that moment he's locked in a fierce struggle, holding back a monstrous mouth with his sword. The beast swings its paw, hurling the commander away. The onslaught of monsters overwhelms the squad. They struggle desperately amidst the screams of the wounded, uncertain of where reinforcements might be. They cling together for solidarity. Even the gravely wounded teacher Guo clutches his sword, valiantly defending against the relentless attacks. His strength is fading. A monster lands a brutal blow to his chest, and he collapses. Gripping his ribs in pain, teacher Guo is unable to rise on his own. The gluttonous monster raises its massive fists, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. The students witness this unfolding horror and cry out in despair. Despite their dire circumstances, teacher Guo's unwavering spirit has always uplifted their morale. Only a miracle can save him and the entire squad now. Tears welling in his eyes, teacher Guo quietly prays for deliverance, while the civilians watching from their shelters tremble in fear. The defenders of the city and the academy students are overwhelmed by the monstrous onslaught. The squad leader, pinned down and unable to intervene, joins in the chorus of desperate cries and prayers for someone to come to their aid. The monster's clenched fists descend towards teacher Guo. He closes his eyes, bracing for the inevitable impact. Just as hope seems lost, a beam of light descends from the heavens like a divine intervention, piercing through the monster's heart. A stunned silence falls over both warriors and monsters alike. None can comprehend where this salvation came from, but all are grateful for its arrival. Civilians cautiously peer out from their hiding places, hopeful to catch a glimpse of their mysterious savior who protected teacher Guo. As the smoke and dust from the battle settle, a familiar red emerald halberd stands upright, firmly planted in the ground. Amid the sparks, smoke, and dust from the ruined buildings, a figure starts to appear. The warrior draws the halberd back towards himself. Like a magician in a circus act, he twirls the halberd in his hand, scattering dust and drawing enemies toward him. Dressed in red and emerald armor, the warrior looks both majestic and menacing. His horse glows with soul energy, inspiring both awe and fear. The monsters sense the strength of their new opponent, growl and charge. Their mouths are open, ready to tear their prey apart. The warrior spurs his horse and races towards the enemy. As he gallops, he swings his halberd and points it upward. A ball of energy bursts from the halberd and arcs towards the charging monsters. The impact scatters them, setting them ablaze. The monsters, seemingly so strong, perish in an instant. The city's defenders are speechless, their eyes wide as they witness the massacre. Civilians gape in astonishment. Everyone stands stunned by the unexpected aid. The students ask teacher Guo if this is the reinforcement he anticipated, but he is equally surprised. The squad captain lies on the ground, his armor sparkling with damage. Observing everything, he barely lifts his head, noting the strength of their savior. Without dismounting, Song Yunxiang dispels the armor. Everything around him is filled with the energy of his soul. In a protective sphere, he slowly descends and steps onto the ground. Finally, everyone can see the warrior's face. Civilians peek out from cover but do not emerge. The military detachment also watches with bated breath. The young man looks around and shouts that he is just a passerby. Nearby lies a dead man with a flag in his hand, paying tribute to the country. Song Yunxiang raises the flag. The scarlet banner flutters above his head. Sparks fly around. The young man shouts a slogan for the victory of Tianyu. Everyone starts chanting the slogan and raising their hands in victory. People realize that the wave has been defeated and they are safe. The air fills with joyful shouts. I feel tears of joy welling up in my eyes. Teacher Go looks at his student through his armor. He celebrates with the others, but remains amazed that such a powerful warrior is in the Military Technology Academy. Meanwhile, Song Yungxiang scans the area and sees a girl in an academy uniform lying motionless on the ground. He approaches and finds that the student is still alive. He picks up the soul amulet lying next to her hand, knowing this will be the cost for her salvation. He places a healing pill in her mouth, ensuring she will recover completely. He then lifts her and carries her back to the squad. The squad leader steps forward and introduces himself. Zhou Tong clasps his hands in a greeting gesture and bows slightly, thanking the young man for his assistance. A squad member quietly asks the commander if it's appropriate to show such respect to an academy student. Zhou Tong glares at him angrily, insisting there is no other way. Song Yun-young has no time for pleasantries. Holding the girl in his arms, he asks Zhou Tong to take care of her. Teacher Go arrives to help. The young man leaves the battlefield, with the warriors watching him. Teacher Go asks for his name. In response, he tosses something over his shoulder. The commander catches the mysterious object from a distance. Everyone hears the name of their savior and his advice to prepare for more battles. Teacher Go is thrilled about the encounter and curious about what Xiong Tong caught. He looks at the object in confusion. His eyes widen in shock when he realizes the jar contains soul replenishment pills. It's a stunning revelation. Some students are unaware of such a drug. A military member explains to the squad that the pill is very rare and worth 50 oins at auction. The commander is astonished. The military notes that this was an extremely generous act by their savior. The injured girl regains consciousness. Around her, conversations are in full swing, all centered on Song Yungxiang. Hearing his name, she repeats it thoughtfully. The city of Yuanding comes into view, shrouded in the smoke of battle. Sparks fly, casting an orange hue over the surroundings. A rider races towards the Academy of Military Technology, slashing through monsters along the way. With one precise swing of his halberd, the monsters fall dead, their massive bodies crashing to the ground. The warrior doesn't look back, confident that his strike was lethal. Only the corpses of his enemies lie behind him. He doesn't notice the civilian who has climbed onto a piece of the building, watching him intently. The man looks down at the monster carcasses and smiles, amazed that one person could achieve this. At the command post, the director, secretary, and administration monitor the battles, tracking and assessing the losses. The screen shows many fighters have fallen ill. Numerous units have lost over half their soldiers and need reinforcements. The director excitedly adjusts his glasses, curious about what is happening inside the academy. The secretary reports that conditions inside are better thanks to the slowing effect, with no casualties. At that moment, the secretary receives a report from a teacher. The perimeter in the 3-eye direction has been completely cleared by an unknown hero. The director closely watches the screens. The secretary also notices that teams at the 4 and 5 o'clock positions have observed the unknown figure and sent an image. A picture appears on the screen of a rider in general's armor on a black horse rushing through the city past several squads. The director moves closer, examining the image. She is surprised to see that the rider is wielding a halberd, a rare weapon for someone in armor. She suggests that it might be General Liu Bu, the Star Soul General. The secretary turns to her in surprise, awaiting an explanation. The director elaborates that Liu Bu was once a courageous and skilled commander known for his halberd. It's speculated that a similar figure could possess comparable power. The secretary, with a perplexed expression, performs calculations on the computer and announces that the general is heading towards the Academy of Military Technology. The director lowers his gaze, deep in thought, echoing the secretary's last words. Song Yungxiang is nearing the academy. Outside, wind carries battlefield sparks, yet nearby houses remain unscathed, indicating the academy's successful defense. From atop a hill on horseback, he surveys the courtyards and arena of the academy. He's relieved there are no casualties, likely due to strategically placed defenses aiding the defenders in holding their ground. Realizing he still has time, he spurs his horse and turns left. Taking the lead, he leaps over the academy fence on horseback. Mid-air, he dismounts to extend his jump further. He lands gracefully behind a statue, cracking the ground beneath his feet upon impact. His stature matches that of the stone general. Using his armor's technology, he inspects the frozen giant, searching for the hidden jade if it exists. Determining he needs to get closer, Song Yunxiang commands his armor to open, dissipating the chest piece. Descending and approaching, he directs the system to scan the statue, initiating the inspection process. Each second feels like an eternity as the Academy anticipates his actions and he awaits the results. The system pinpoints the location of the jade. It's hidden in the statue's head, specifically at the top. Song Yunxiang skillfully ascends with agile leaps, maneuvering past the intricate details of the armor to reach his target. Leaping one last time, he pushes off the helmet and lands gracefully on the majestic statue's shoulder. Gathering spiritual energy in his outstretched hand, the young man takes aim at the stone head. He releases the energy ball, causing the ancient stone to crack and crumble into small pieces. With satisfaction, Song Yunxiang reaches into the hole formed in the general's helmet, retrieving the jade he had awaited all day. Meanwhile, Lujin rushes to the statue, seeking help, and spots a figure on its shoulder with a glowing hand. The student's mind races with questions about the stranger's identity and purpose, noting the damaged statue and assuming the jade of the soul is held by the mysterious figure. Song Yunxiang, in high spirits, notices Lujin and greets him warmly, as if they were old friends. A flashback reveals Lujin taking a shortcut over the academy walls and encountering Song Yunxiang, who was spying on girls in the locker room. At that time, Lujin doesn't recognize him, but he points accusingly at the suspicious young man. Song Yunxiang tries to calm Lujin by gesturing for silence with his index finger. Several girls notice the commotion, and Headman Haiyan reprimands the intruders, aware of Song Yunxiang's past behavior. Chaos ensues as the young men flee and the girls chase after them with bats. Lujin tries to explain himself, but Song Yunxiang's sharp tongue only worsens the situation. Both end up in the director's office, where they are reprimanded and punished. Lujin is also enrolled in the 10th grade alongside them. In Song Yunxiang's recollections, he recounts giving a tour to a newcomer and discussing the rocky statue. He recalls being placed in the arena as Lujin's opponent in an exhibition battle, seeking revenge for being caught peeping at girls. Song Yunxiang's reminiscences are interrupted by a newcomer's outcry, demanding answers about who vandalized the statue. Holding the jade in his hand, the young man appears content and confident as he reintroduces himself to his former comrade. Lost in thought, Lujin scratches his chin, trying to recall where he has heard this name before. Suddenly it hits him. Lujin points at Song Yunxiang with a mix of anger and disgust, calling him Mr. 3 Minutes, a nickname circulating among students. As Lujin reflects on how he knew the stranger's name, he notices that Song Yunxiang has disappeared from the statue. A sense tells him that the young man is now standing behind him. Before Lujin can react, Song Yunxiang strikes, causing Lujin to fall unconscious to the ground. Intent on not causing harm, Song Yunxiang's blow is as gentle as possible, though it achieves its purpose for now. The young man asks for forgiveness. In his subsequent life, Lujin vanished, becoming a marine experiment. He adopted the name Zero, always wearing a mask and turning gray. Eventually freed from his constraints, he could once again see the world independently and joined his rescuers. Their group became instrumental in maintaining peace and order across many territories, dedicated to the good of humanity. Contemplating the unconscious Lujin, Song Yunxiang reflects that this event will alter history's course. Now holding the jade of the soul retrieved from the statue, the young man ensures it won't fall into the hands of the memory knights, potentially saving the newcomer from capture. Carefully examining the crystal, he peers into its depths. He also recalls that Zero's soul armor bore a striking resemblance to the Zuokai statue. Song Yunxiang gazes thoughtfully at Lujin once more. His life is about to change. There will be no Great Zero and no suffering in captivity. Activating the system, the young man attempts to copy General Zhao Yi's essence onto the scales. He balances his mechanical assistant on one side, with the jade hovering above his palm. However, the system fails without its rightful owner, preventing any action. Song Yunxiang sighs and conceals the jade. He must now find a suitable owner for it. Glancing at his armor standing behind the statue, he knows it's time to aid the academy. He admires the red armor adorned with emerald details, Grateful fate bestowed it upon him swiftly. However, it's not suitable for appearing prominently in the Academy's center. Song Yunxiang disperses the image of the general in its place, leaving only a fleeting haze that fades with time. He tucks the talisman into his inner clothing pocket, knowing it will be needed later. He queries the system about copying Wei Yuan's machine, initiating data analysis in the field. The magical gears swiftly perform their tasks. Receiving a negative response from the system, Song Yunxiang ponders deeply. He concludes that the system can only replicate original generals. Mass-produced imitations are not compatible. Closing the system, he resolves to work with what he has. Holding a summoning talisman in his hands, he prepares to utilize it. Uttering the sacred words of summoning, Song Yunxiang's body is enveloped in a shield of shimmering blue light grains. The armor is prepared. Amidst the remnants of flickering energy, he stands proudly in the square. It may not be as grandiose as the armor he was accustomed to wearing in the future, but options are limited. The antiquated system evokes nostalgia in the young man. Simple armor, sparse weaponry, just a shield with a beast's head and a standard sword. Song Yunxiang reflects on how few weapons the Academy students have at their disposal, casting a melancholy glance at the available equipment. With no other options, he readies himself for battle. A crossbow materializes in one hand, while a sword appears in the other. It's time to engage in combat. He remembers leaving Lujin unconscious, hoping he'll be safer there than anywhere else. Song Yunxiang adopts a defensive stance. With a powerful push off the ground, the warrior launches himself into the air, leaving behind a trail of dust. The monster attacks one of the warriors, its massive black paw aiming to crush its target. The girl inside the armor is caught off guard, screaming in terror as she anticipates the impact. Suddenly, time seems to slow down around her, enveloped in a strange aura. The warrior watches in surprise as the monster's swing slows down significantly. Thanks to this deceleration, the impact is softened and the force is diminished. Despite the slowed attack, the girl still falls to the ground. She's unsure of what saved her from a fatal blow, but she's grateful for it. Leaning against the wall, she sees the monster leaping towards her with alarming speed and lets out a scream. The monster's gaping mouth, large enough to swallow a warrior whole, inches closer. Suddenly, arrows of blue light rain down from the sky. Sensing danger approaching, the monster turns its attention away from its intended victim to locate the source of the arrows. Another warrior stands ready, his energy crossbow dissipating steam from recent shots, aimed at the monster from a distance. Despite the arrows, the monster remains unharmed. A sword-wielding warrior charges forward as the monster closes in swiftly. Dodging a powerful swipe from the monster's claws, the young man seizes his opportunity to counterattack. Swiftly maneuvering under the enemy's left side, he strikes with lightning speed, causing the monster to bleed. It attempts another strike in retaliation. The warrior leaps back, then ascends into the air above the enemy, poised to deliver a decisive blow with his blade. The monster is vanquished. The girl he attacked gazes at the hero with admiration. The warrior observes that the student's armor and weapons are poorly equipped. With a somber expression and a smirk, he asks the system for a halberd. The weapon materializes in his hand, enveloped in a blue shimmer. Amidst the smoke of battle, the figure of a proud warrior emerges on the battlefield. Resting part of the halberd on his shoulder, he remarks that this weapon suits him better. The rescued girl marvels at the Titan's elegant weapon glowing with emerald light, seeming to overshadow everything around it. Now the enemy's bodies easily crumble at the warrior's feet. He swiftly charges towards the next foe with a precise strike. With ease, he cleaves monsters in half, leaving them to fall apart without understanding what happened. Yan watches her savior in awe. Clad in student armor, the true identity behind the combat prowess is a mystery to her. Song Yunxiang ensures the girl is safe, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Yan expresses her gratitude to her rescuer. The young man leaps into the sky and disappears, heading towards the heart of the battle. The girl realizes her confusion about not recognizing who was beneath the armor. Glowing energy particles and sparks of flame linger above the buildings, the only remnants of the fierce battle. Yan realizes she knows the young man. His voice was familiar. Meanwhile, near the hostel, the battle rages on. Students and teachers defend their position, striving to repel the monsters for as long as possible. Student Shangguan is eager for combat, impervious to arguments against it. His armor gleams with a determination to slay monsters. Energized and covered in glowing armor, he resembles a celestial messenger as he leaps towards the monster. Battle cries echo as defensive students inform the teacher that calming Shangguan is futile. His ferocity and strength are unmatched. Her emerald eyes gleam as she joins the fray, her hair always tied up to avoid hindering her in battle. With a smile, she charges into the attack. Concern grips everyone around her. Someone shouts for her to watch out as a monster rushes towards her, its black claws already extended. She manages to dodge several attacks but struggles against a swarm alone at her level. A powerful blow strikes her from behind. Despite the hit, she refuses to yield easily. Rising again, she faces her enemies with grit, spitting blood and cursing. A monster leaps onto her armor from above, joined by a growing crowd. Defensive students begin to worry about her safety. The monster's jaws open wide. Even if someone rushes to her rescue, they won't reach her before those powerful jaws close. Horror fills the girl's eyes as she stares into the gaping mouth. Suddenly, an unknown warrior descends from the sky with a massive halberd relative to his size. He dives down, plunging his weapon into the enemy's back and swiftly dispatching the next one. Monsters scatter from his powerful blows. He drops to one knee and executes a lightning-fast circular cut, the halberd almost invisible in motion. The girl remains on her knees, awestruck by the unfolding spectacle. It seems the unknown warrior has captured her heart, mesmerizing her completely. Love shines in her eyes, her cheeks flushed with admiration. Her heart races uncontrollably as she watches the man's incredible movements and heroic stance. Confusion and relief wash over the students as they gaze at the newcomer, grateful that their senior comrade has been rescued. Everyone marvels at the strength and skill of the mysterious fighter, though they remain trapped amidst the encircling monsters. The system warns Song Yungxiang that his remaining soul power is at 5%. He sighs awkwardly, finding the halberd too heavy for his current armor. Student Shangguan attempts to rise amidst the unfolding chaos. It seems unfitting for her to remain on the ground in the presence of such a formidable warrior. Song Yungxiang approaches and, like a gallant knight, offers his hand to help her up. The girl's heart quickens once more. Amid the chaos surrounding them, he wonders if she, as a warrior, will join the battle. Even beneath her armor, it's evident the girl blushes again. She responds hesitantly, softly reassuring that all is well. Her demeanor reveals admiration for the unknown fighter, surprising her classmates who expected her rudeness. Teacher Chung calls out to Song Yun-young, recognizing the need for such a strong ally. The young man eagerly rushes to assist. As he nears, he takes a deep breath, focusing on executing his spinning attack to maximize hits on enemies. His halberd gracefully slashes through the monsters' bodies, enabling the academy squad to break free from their defensive stance. Teacher Chung expresses gratitude to the young man, signaling a return to the offensive. Orders are given to reposition for a counterattack. Following the student wielding the halberd, the squad swiftly arranges themselves without objection, forming a protective barrier against the monsters. They align in a formation resembling a spiked wheel, with 5 ranks at each spoke, well prepared for the impending assault. One student struggles to find his place in the formation, noticing an extra person among them. Despite his concerns, no one listens as they charge into battle. Ironically, the late student finds himself deemed surplus to the attack. Senior Shangguan, a lagging warrior, approaches him, inviting him to fight alongside her and covering his back. Her eagerness to include him in the battle lifts his spirits, despite his initial confusion at her unusual kindness. Senior Shangguan's unfamiliar intensity causes him to worry, sensing something amiss in her demeanor. Meanwhile, Song Yungxiang continues to decimate another group of monsters with powerful, precise strikes, his halberd moving fluidly under his skilled command. Teacher Chung commands the right wing to prepare, with students poised for the signal to attack. Their objective is to encircle and eliminate a lone monster missed by the halberd's sweep. With a flourish, the teacher joins them in surrounding their prey, swords slashing through the enemy's form as they chant, boosting morale. Despite battling a horde of monsters alone, Song Yunxiang manages to keep watch over both teacher and students, noting their equal strength against a glutton. His thoughts are interrupted by the system's reminder that his armor will soon dissipate, with only wreaths remaining. Contrarily, this pleases him. Having restored his soul veins, he's now able to sustain the armor of his current rank for more than twice as long as before. He smiles contentedly, equipped with impressive armor and soul replenishment pills, though he sees no need to squander resources against weaker monsters. He laments the poor quality of weapons in this era, believing Academy warriors would fare better with improved attack options. Realizing he'll ponder weapon enhancements once the battle concludes, he envisions borrowing classic armor designs from generals. His mind brims with ideas as he briefly closes his eyes, visualizing enhancements for the armor. The system brings him back to 1% focus and 8 breaths, prompting him to defer thoughts of improvement until later. The squad's rallying cry echoes across the battlefield, inspiring them for their next assault on a monster. 3 enemies approach, poised to strike, keeping the warriors vigilant and close-knit. Once again, the halberd arcs through the air over the battlefield, now with only 6 breaths left, aiming for the next enemy. With only 4 breaths of mental energy remaining, Song Yunxiang nears exhaustion. There's just 1 monster left. Gauging the distance to his target, the young man channels energy into his halberd. With a powerful swing, he launches it swiftly. The halberd speeds through the air, creating a gust, and collides forcefully with the monster, knocking it onto its back. Swiftly, the warrior leaps onto the halberd embedded in the monster's body, driving it deeper and balancing in midair on its tip. Simultaneously, the system alerts him that there's only 1 breath left before his armor dissipates. He remains composed, grateful for meeting everyone. Teachers and students finally exhale, no longer fearing for themselves or their friends. They gaze in admiration at the warrior standing atop the halberd. Song Yunxiang's armor begins to fade away, surprising everyone as he vanishes into a blue light. Landing gracefully on one knee, energy particles emanate from him, a truly epic conclusion. Upon closer inspection, some students recognize the one who came to their aid, struggling to believe their eyes. For those unfamiliar, he quickly explains that he's the infamous 3 Minutes Mr. Song Yunxiang, a complete misfit. Reactions vary. Teacher Chung and the students are astonished upon realizing his identity, while Elder Shangguan beams with joy at recognizing the name. Clearly exhausted, the young man remains on one knee for a while, allowing himself a moment of rest. Observing from command headquarters, a close-up shows Song Yunxiang visibly fatigued. The director is baffled. How could a notorious troublemaker have saved the academy and countless lives in their moment of need? The monitor displays exhausted titans and defeated monsters. The secretary reports that the halberd-wielding warrior took down Argets, while the remaining 9 were handled by the rest of the squad. Adjusting her glasses, the director still struggles to grasp what transpired. It's hard to fathom how a student could possess such strength. Contemplating, she wonders if the student had been hiding his talents all along, speculating that even Liu Bu might have been under his influence. Suddenly, her eyebrows furrow as a thought about the Star Soul General Zuo Zi crosses her mind. Recalling a formidable titan whose statue stands on school grounds, capable of shape-shifting and casting illusions to confound enemies. Lost in thought, she nervously bites her finger, pondering Song Yunxiang's strength deeply, eventually deciding to summon him for questioning. Meanwhile, the secretary ensures security checks are in place and issues orders to inspect the area. Sparks from the recent battle still fly across the buildings as the Academy's warriors remain on alert. Teacher Wong provides a status report. Orders are given for everyone to deactivate their armor, filling the battlefield with fading blue sparks as the armor dissipates slowly. Exhausted, students land in the arena needing rest. One girl hurries off somewhere. The teacher instructs everyone to recharge their mental strength before the next wave. In the distance, Song Yunxiang can be seen by the students. Sitting in a lotus position on the ground, he examines talismans for the general's activation, evidently making improvements with success. Sensing someone approaching from behind, Song Yunxiang's expression turns serious. The individual thanks him and asks for an introduction. Rising and putting his hands in his pockets, Song Yunxiang introduces himself with a satisfied grin, his jacket and hair fluttering in the wind. Students sit on the ground, resting, while faint streams of energy emanate from them like wisps of steam. Whispers spread among them about being saved by a freshman. Approaching him in the aftermath of battle, the girl he saved introduces herself as Shangguan Yunkin, blushing with embarrassment behind her hand as she thanks him. Song Yunxiang is taken aback upon hearing her name. Could this be the same person he knows? Perhaps just a coincidence. In future historical events, she becomes a formidable and treacherous opponent, a traitor with a powerful soul general serving her country. Reflecting on a future where he narrowly escapes her deadly grasp, Song Yunxiang lowers his head unexpectedly. He reaches out, taking her hand. Standing close, his expression somber, the girl sighs in surprise as he draws her nearer, scrutinizing her face. Nearby students begin to murmur with concern and curiosity. One adjusts his glasses, struck by sudden realization. Song Yun-young desires a powerful soul general for himself, but to onlookers, they appear as though they could be a couple. Juno gazes at her passionately. She returns the look, her embarrassment evident through a blush, a very romantic scene. Unbeknownst to her, an unsettling idea is beginning to form in Song Yun-young's mind, to preemptively deal with a future threat. Lost in romantic daydreams, the girl trembles, gazing tenderly at Song Yun-young, her thoughts drifting towards marriage. Throughout, he continues holding her hand, while the system attempts to scan for the Star Soul General. His plan fails. No general is detected. Song Yun-young glances at his hand in surprise. This can't be right. The system must be mistaken. Drawing her closer, he requests the system to reanalyze the situation, leaving an awkward silence hanging between them. There's a palpable romantic atmosphere around Shangguan Yunkin, patiently awaiting his next move, while the system offers suggestions regarding her current lack of the general. Song Yun-young's expression turns serious again as he remembers why the general isn't present, awaiting the outcome of the Shangguan family's expedition into the Dark Kingdom in 10 months. All eyes are on the couple. Song Yun-young finally realizes the awkwardness of the moment amidst his fervor for the mission. He hadn't considered the implications as he took the girl's hand. Letting go of her hand, the young man scratches the back of his head, wearing a puzzled expression and offering an awkward smile. He apologizes, concerned if he had caused her any harm. The girl looks away coyly, her smile and blush still evident. She accepts his apology eagerly and wonders if they've met before. Onlookers are baffled by the unexpected sight and demeanor of the usually brusque high school student. Song Yunxiang attempts to defuse the situation, explaining his post-battle confusion while gesturing actively with his right hand and continuing to scratch his head. The surrounding students skeptically puff in disbelief, convinced that the young man's actions were a ploy to get closer to their friend. Song Yunxiang reaches into his inner jacket pocket and retrieves a bottle of blue pills. He gestures to Elder Shangguan to extend her hand with an open palm. He indicates he's offering something and gives a slight smile. Blushing even more, she gracefully extends her hand, smiling sweetly with eyes closed. She stands with eyes closed, maintaining her sweet smile and blush, softly murmuring to the young man to be gentler. Song Yunxiang is taken aback by her murmuring, realizing she misunderstood his gesture. He clarifies, prompting her to turn her hand palm up. Shangguan Yunkin opens her eyes in surprise and extends her hand as the young man shakes a heavenly-colored pill from the jar into her palm. The small sphere shimmers beautifully like a pearl. Disappointment flickers across the girl's face as she recognizes the soul replenishment pill, realizing it's not what her heart had hoped for. Hearing part of their conversation, Teacher Chung approaches with an enthusiastic cry about the pill's value, putting a smile on the girl's face. Shangguan Yinqian gazes at Song Yunxiang in confusion, asking if it's really for her. Bowing his head, the young man confirms and explains that it will replenish her strength for battle. The teacher eyes the gift enviously. Continuing to observe the girl, Song Yunxiang considers how events might now unfold differently. He resolves to keep a close watch on her until she obtains General Longju. Shangguan Yunkin casually consumes the pill. A surge of boundless energy floods her body, imbuing every cell with a magical ecstasy. She is engulfed in and pierced by the radiant energy, causing her jacket to fly off in the whirlwind of power. The girl hovers in the air momentarily. Delight and amazement wash over her face. She had never experienced such high-quality products before. Threads of soul energy linger in the air, slowly dissipating. Awkwardly folding his hands in a prayer-like gesture, Teacher Chung asks Song Yunxiang for spare pills for the others. The young man admits he doesn't have many. Undeterred by the refusal, Teacher Chung steps closer, placing a hand on the young man's shoulder and quietly pleading for a pill, or at least half. With a distant expression, Song Yun-young explains there are no more pills, but offers something else, producing talismans from his pocket. Everyone watches intently as the young man activates the cards. They begin to glow and levitate from his palm, spinning with the allure of a great magician. He tosses the cards into the air, leaving a trail of sparks trailing from his hand. All eyes follow their trajectory upward. The talismans circle above the battlefield, leaving luminous trails in the air that stir up dust like snowflakes. Energy rains down within the circle formed by the talismans, showering students and teachers and hastening the restoration of their mental strength. People gaze upwards, witnessing the sky dotted with descending luminous grains of sand. One individual identifies them as a special constellation formation, marveling at such beauty for the first time. Song Yunxiang prepares to depart, knowing some monsters remain. He instructs others to handle them, while he gains strength within the array. He retrieves the summoning amulet, dons his student armor, and shoulders the Liu Bu halberd. With a powerful leap, he leaves his companions, including teacher Shangguan, in a cloud of dust. The girl wishes to accompany him. Despite not being fully recovered, she prepares to join the battle after him, taking out the soul talisman. Swiftly forming armor, she leaps away from her squad, leaving no time for farewells. The teacher shouts after her student, who is already too far to hear. The squad rests while the array is active. Meanwhile, Teacher Chung defends the academy's center, with no casualties but everyone fatigued. She and Teacher Chung rotate students to prevent fatigue from making them vulnerable. Thanks to their coordinated efforts, the squad handles the waves in their area, with one monster left. Teacher Uryu assigns tasks to the squad, organizing defense and support for the attack. Surrounding the monster, they strike together, swords cutting through the creature. Teacher OU accelerates, jumping to deliver a powerful blow, her sword raised over the monster. In free fall, she envelops her armor with energy, her blade seeming to blaze with flames. As fatigue sets in, she orders a change in formation, allowing herself to catch her breath. The Titans line up in 2 rows with Teacher OU at the rear, ready to strike again. Suddenly, the sky fills with falling stars, identified by the teacher as an artillery salvo. Urgently, they need to disperse. Light and explosions engulf the area, throwing warriors in different directions. Teacher OU shouts for a situational report. Responsible for all the students, she begins checking on their condition amidst rising dust clouds. As the dust settles, new enemies are visible, keeping their distance with smoke emanating from their mouths. Teacher OU deduces that the monsters avoid approaching due to the disadvantage caused by the slowing array in the territory. They switch to ranged attacks, forming balls of negative energy from the monster's life force. Another salvo is prepared. Students ready shields, but the teacher commands them to disperse rather than defend, knowing their equipment isn't suited for such combat. She quickly explains the vulnerability of Wen's machines to the monster's firepower. Her explanation is interrupted by a strange anomaly. A column of energy layers rises from distant houses and heads towards them.
A blue beam streaks across the sky, piercing through a monster and splitting a building wall before dissipating.
Enraged, monsters growl ferociously, forming energy balls again to attack. Teacher OU and the students assess the attack, wondering who could wield such destructive power. Song Yunxiang arrives in time for battle, relieved that everyone is safe. He materializes the Liu Bu halberd and begins gathering energy from the air. Facing monsters shooting energy beams, their first priority is dealing with this formidable enemy. Teacher OU notices a student drawing the monster's attention and urgently shouts for him to retreat. Song Yungjiang maneuvers past deadly rays, continuing his advance and cutting through monsters. The teacher observes the student's legs glowing with energy, marveling at his ability to glide through the air using a complex technique. She watches as another student wielding a halberd flies up to a monster, causing enemies to flee in horror. Such a weapon's use surprises her. She hadn't heard of it being used on Wei Yu. The entire squad, including Teacher Chung, watches the fighter's acrobatics in awe, amazed that he achieves them with the same equipment as theirs. Teacher Chung tries to identify the remarkably strong fighter and feels a twinge of envy. Teacher OU glances at Teacher Chung, sensing her attempt to compare the unknown fighter's strength with theirs. Another powerful beam shoots from a monster's mouth, likened to facing a fire-breathing dragon. Song Yungxiang swiftly dodges, his energized feet allowing him to leap through the air effortlessly. Seeing the attack ineffective, the monster changes tactics, breaking the beam into smaller ones. The young man deftly dodges them. The teacher observes the fighter's movements as he closes in on the target with skillful maneuvers, a secret technique of the black shell protection. Song Yungxiang rises above the monster's attack range, swings his halberd, and sends a wave of energy slicing through the enemy. The enemy howls in pain as the energy wave cuts through its body and enters its open mouth, a devastating blow. Such a strike proves fatal, leaving no chance of survival for the enemy. Teacher OU recognizes the technique used by Song Yunxiang, which belonged to Lady Wu Shen, a renowned general of the past known for her cunning in battle. Her face shows anxiety, tension, and battle fatigue, focused solely on identifying the unknown person using similar techniques. They need to uncover the identity of this powerful warrior. Easily dodging deadly rays, Song Yungxiang swiftly dispatches the remaining enemies with expert swings of his halberd, each strike precise and fluid like that of a skilled artist. Teacher Chung is impressed by the warrior's prowess in eliminating a dozen monsters, wishing he could be as strong to gain attention from the director's secretary. His face reddens even under the armor. Without looking up from her observations, Teacher OU asks him to repeat his muttered words louder, causing an awkward moment as he realizes he was unintentionally expressing admiration and aspirations aloud. The last monster fires a concentrated beam directly at Song Yunxiang, but even such an attack fails to touch the agile young man. Spinning the halberd, he delivers a final powerful swing, cleaving the monster in half with a decisive wave of energy. Song Yungxiang pauses briefly as the energy reserves in his armor deplete, notified by the system. Deep in thought, Teacher OU calculates that even arriers of Teacher Chung's caliber would not match the unknown fighter's strength. Another student rushes into battle, unwilling to leave their loved one behind. Shangguan runs towards them, shouting their name. The revelation shocks both teachers, as the student had never displayed any exceptional talent before. Their eyes widen in surprise as they repeat the student's name questioningly. The students are unsure who they are referring to or what they're known for, assuming it's the strong individual who has handled everyone in the battle. Teacher Yu approaches Song Yungxiang angrily and decisively, drawing her swords as he looks towards her direction, puzzled. Approaching closer, Teacher Yu points her blade at the fighter's head, demanding to know his identity. At that moment, the armor dissipates like a soap bubble, revealing the outline of a male figure. Soon, the uniform of the academy becomes visible. He descends slowly and touches the ground, prompting whispers among the students who are amazed at a student's extraordinary strength. Teacher Chung is stunned, feeling as if struck by lightning, unable to calm down and comprehend what he's witnessing. Teacher OU remains silent, trying to process what she has seen, her forehead creased and face reddened with tension. Song Yungxiang is unsure how to defuse the situation, simply looking at the teachers and greeting Teacher OU with a slight smile. Throughout the entire academy, cries of surprise echo, possibly audible even beyond its walls. From different parts of the arena, screams of astonishment draw everyone's attention to the great warrior. Now that Song Yunxiang's armor has dissipated, he appears diminutive compared to the Titans, with the teachers bowing their heads to observe him closely. Teacher Chung sternly points a finger at the young man, scolding him for disappearing without a trace for 3 days and skipping classes, though this isn't the primary concern. His greater concern is that the student demonstrated such power during training, maintaining the armor for only 3 minutes. The teacher's anger is evident, his lip twitching. Song Yunxiang spreads his hands in a friendly gesture, trying to appear innocent and reassuring the teachers that nothing has changed, and the armor's dissolution was normal. He examines his hand, manipulating the energy of his soul, noting to himself that the armor's maintenance time has increased by about 20%, suggesting his soul's veins are adapting and restoring. With widened eyes, Teacher Chung continues pointing accusingly at the young man, unconvinced by his explanations. He notices the increased recovery time, finding it noticeable. He exchanges glances with Teacher OU, seeking support from a more experienced combatant. The woman calls the student to account. Teacher Chung echoes his dissatisfaction, not accepting the young man's explanation as truth. He demands a more plausible answer. Teacher OU suggests that the student had deceived everyone previously, feigning soul vein damage to conceal his true strength. She expresses indignation at this deception. Teacher Chung, still caught up in repeating phrases after Teacher Ru, misses the change in the direction of demands and questions. His stern expression shifts again to surprise as he asks what exactly Teacher OU had just mentioned. Unaware, she turns her attention back to Song Yunxiang. The pressure on the young man leaves him confused, scratching his head as he tries to formulate a response to the accusations. Suddenly, his expression changes dramatically as something approaches. The tension in the air is palpable. Within seconds, others also notice the arrival. A majestic lavender-colored titan adorned with intricate armor lands gracefully in the arena. Dust clouds rise around the landing. Song Yunxiang shields his eyes with his hand, trying to discern the newcomer amidst the dust. The warrior lands on one knee, her cloak unfurling slightly behind her. Her armor resembles that of a general. The titan doesn't appear hostile. She disperses with graceful movements. As the dust settles, everyone sees the newcomer clearly. Recognizing her as Director GU, the teachers also disperse their armor, indicating that the threat has passed now that the director has intervened. They bow in greeting, extending friendly gestures, but the director doesn't turn to acknowledge them, focused on the unfolding situation. The wind carries smoke and the aftermath of battle as a stern woman approaches the young man, calling out his name. He stands still, awaiting her approach. As she draws nearer, Song Yunxiang bows respectfully and greets the director with a kind smile. The director has personally come to thank the young man for saving many lives. She is also curious about why he concealed his true power. Peering over her glasses, she scrutinizes him carefully. Song Yunxiang is unsure how to proceed. He recognizes the director's family name well, but whether she will be an ally or adversary remains uncertain. He must begin explaining somehow.
Sensing his confusion, the director accesses her system and types something swiftly.
A barrier forms around Director GU and Song Yunxiang, large enough to isolate them effectively. Within the barrier, external sounds fade away, creating a soundproof environment. Upon closer inspection, Song Yunxiang notices the director has implemented 2 layers of soul power films, blocking the passage of sound between them. Understanding the director's shrewdness, he realizes she will see through any falsehoods immediately. He considers appealing to his right to privacy in his responses. The barrier even extends under their feet. The director's tone remains gentle as she explains her respect for the student's personal space. Moving closer, she expresses her interest solely in information regarding the General of the Star's soul, Georgie Song. Yunxiang feels uneasy with her proximity. Directly questioning him, she wonders if he feigned weakness and infiltrated the academy to obtain Josie's soul jade. Flustered, Song Yunxiang raises an eyebrow, not understanding her accusations. He does possess the jade now, but the director's assumptions are mistaken. Frustrated by the young man's lack of confession, Director Guo grows increasingly angry, revealing herself as Zuo Si. She accuses him of impersonating General Josie and participating in battles. Song Yunxiang is completely bewildered. This is the first he's heard of General Josie possessing illusion abilities. Outside the barrier, onlookers watch with interest, unable to hear the conversation inside. Senior Shangguan attempts to breach the barrier, a task she typically accomplishes swiftly. She scrutinizes the monitor, trying to eavesdrop on the conversation. Meanwhile, Director Guo shows footage of Liu Bu during battles and in the city, explaining Josie's ability to mimic not just appearance, but also movements of the original. Drawing close to the young man again, she points a finger, accusing him of currently using illusions to conceal his true abilities. Teachers Chung and OU are also present inside the barrier, but remain silent observers. They listen with surprise to the head of the academy's reasoning. Even Song Yunqiang himself starts to doubt his own innocence under Director Guo's compelling narrative. A plan begins to form in the young man's mind, an insidious smile creeping across his face. While he had no intention of concealing his abilities, since the director has constructed a story around him, it might be easier to go along with it. Rubbing his nose thoughtfully, he pretends to admire the director's deductions. He raises his hand and loudly confesses that Song Yunqiang has obtained Georgie's soul jade. Director Guo smiles contentedly, crossing her arms. She understands the Song family's strategy, but refrains from reproach in her words, even discussing possible outcomes of the jade theft. Uncertain of how the conversation will conclude, Song Yunqiang worries inwardly. In the background, Teacher Chung is visibly moved, tears welling up in his eyes. He sees Song Yunqiang as a compassionate and righteous individual who values lives over personal goals. The young man rubs his forehead, feeling awkward. He realizes he must align with the director's logical arguments, whether or not they accurately reflect his intentions. The director's expression darkens. Every piece of jade held by generals is documented by the state. If you obtain jade without informing the Starry Sky Control Archive, you can face serious consequences. Song Yun-young realizes the potential for trouble. He was unaware of such details. Looking away, he attempts to explain by mentioning his family, but the director isn't interested in his excuses. She looks at him sternly, positioning herself advantageously. She proposes a deal. The young man realizes that the director had planned this from the start. When Liu Bu sees him, he angrily demands an explanation. The woman consults the system again, carefully analyzing the pattern of fault appearances. According to the Academy, the faults were artificially created, and there is a suspected location where they might have emerged. The screen marks points on the map, showing battle locations. The director intends to personally lead the research team to control the dangerous areas. Song Yunqiang quickly moves to the director's left. Looking at the monitor, he is curious about what will be required of him. The woman looks at him with displeasure. She assigns him a rescue mission, requiring him to protect someone. Song Yunqiang immediately becomes more serious. He looks into Director Guo's eyes, realizing that the person she wants to save is likely very important. Her words about protecting a royal family member spread like thunder. Seeing her face, it's clear she's not joking. The young man doesn't know this person personally, but historically, he requested a military special operation against Marine. In the hero's past life, the prince died, but San was blamed and persecuted as a murderer. He considers the situation, thinking through possible outcomes. It's unlikely that Asen was the one who targeted the royal life. He realizes these people are from Marine. The director interrupts his thoughts. The essence of the deal is that if he saves the prince, the Academy will ensure Song Yunqiang is legally recognized as the owner of George Z. The young man realizes he can gain more from this deal. He begins to understand that the task will be difficult and very dangerous. The director's jaw tightens at his boldness, but the urgency of the matter compels her to agree. She promises to meet any of his requests once the job is done. The woman agrees quickly. Song Yunqiang understands that the Gu family wants to keep their secret alliance with the prince's faction hidden. He also realizes that this will still be a challenge. After accepting the terms of the deal, he leaves the barrier radius, leaving the director with the teachers. He worries about encountering our son on the mission. The young man takes out some soul replenishment pills, tossing 3 into his mouth at once. He summons his armor with a dissatisfied look. At least now he doesn't have to hide his power, which had been a major headache. The young man's body is enveloped in energy, and the outline of his armor appears, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. The teachers are shocked. Liu Bu rises above the barrier on a horse made of soul energy, looking both beautiful and powerful. It's not something you see every day. The students' eyes widen in surprise. Although they haven't removed their armor yet, they still seem small compared to Liu Bu. All the fighters express their admiration. Teacher Chung admits that Song Yunxiang looks very impressive in his armor. The question arises why it doesn't resemble the Zuotsu statue. The director has no explanation for this except possibly linking it to illusion abilities. She shouts the coordinates of the area where he needs to go to the warrior. Song Yunxiang salutes like a soldier, accepting the task. Shang Guan is going crazy below. She wants to be with him and make him her husband at any cost. Considering that she has not removed her armor all this time, the girl quickly jumps onto the horse behind her lover and hugs him from the back. The young man is unhappy with this fellow traveler from the past. In his memories, the Shangguan family sided with the prince, so it's acceptable to take her along. The girl is glad she wasn't rejected. Blushing, she presses herself closer to Liu Bu. Song Yunxiang spurred his horse and they soared into the sky, leaving everyone below in a cloud of rising dust. With one leap, he left the academy far behind. The director shielded himself from the gust of wind and dust with his hand, watching the couple with a serious expression. Teacher Chung barely had time to realize that one of the students had joined the warrior on the mission. Concern showed on his face and in his voice. But there was no time for that. The director turned sharply and ordered the troops to be assembled. In half an hour, they needed to move toward the instigators of the faults. Teacher Cheng and another teacher obeyed, bowing before they went to gather their troops. The director looked again at the horizon where the couple had disappeared, thoughtfully adjusting his glasses. Let her legend serve a good purpose. She would still have time to uncover the secret of Song Yunxiang. Shangguan Yinqin and Song Yunxiang rode through a deserted city on horseback. Fire, smoke, and monsters were everywhere. Shouting curses at his enemies, Yin Qin fired his pistol at them. The young man stayed focused. Most of the monsters had been destroyed, and the guards would handle the rest. The monsters reacted to the girl's screams and shots, roaring and attempting to attack. Yin Qin's shots hit their heads but didn't cause much damage. Song Yunxiang summoned a weapon, and with one swing of his halberd without dismounting, the monster fell dead. Elder Shangguan screamed and shot, but her presence was still ineffective. All the monsters in their path were defeated by Song Yunxiang. Tired of swinging his halberd in all directions, the young man asked her to calm down. Her behavior only added to the hassle and slowed them down. The girl apologized. It was rare for her to be lost in battle. She didn't think about those around her. He glanced at her contentedly over his shoulder. This girl could survive in any situation and never gave up. He liked that, but would still keep an eye on her. However, he is not ready to abandon his plan to copy her general and eliminate her if necessary. For now, she can still be useful. Realizing that her lover might need something from her, Yin Qin becomes inspired and eager to please him, though her thoughts turn in a vulgar direction. The young man tells her to act with dignity. As they move away from the destroyed section of the city, he explains the plan to save the prince. Titans have gathered near the core of the rift, guarding several people. Among them are a girl and a boy, both wearing the royal family's armor. A young man, kneeling, supports the head of a wounded man. He looks worried, as the wound appears to be serious. Despite his distressed appearance, the young man is handsome, with green eyes and a chiseled chin. He is only years old and is Prince Tianjin Hai, followed by Song Yun Young. The man in his arms, Commander Liu Shen Wu, is in very bad shape. He asks the prince for forgiveness for his carelessness. The young man pats the commander on the shoulder, angry and cursing the Marines. He wanted to find evidence of their conspiracy, but discovered something worse. He hits his knee with his fist, furious with himself for falling into a trap, not uncovering the plot in time, and having a loved one dying in his arms. Trying to calm the prince, Lucien Wu says it is his duty and begins to cough, spraying blood from his mouth. Shanghai orders him to remain silent and save his strength. He is very worried and doesn't know what to do, asking his companion about reinforcements. Xiaomi, his maid and part of his security detail, reports that Director Gu has sent them help. The prince extends his hand, asking for the last healing pill. The girl understands, but reluctantly reaches into her pocket for the medicine, which was kept especially for the prince. Commander Liu tries to refuse it, insisting that it won't help his wounds and that the prince will need the precious potion more. Tunji Hai refuses to listen. He snatches the jar from the maid, and she has no choice but to obey. The prince places a pill in the wounded man's mouth. There is noise all around as the monsters approach again. The young man is unable to command the detachment now, so he orders Xiaomi to take charge. The girl complies. In an instant, she leaps into the air and summons her armor, filling the surroundings with a golden glow. Transforming into a titan, she orders the group to take the lunar formation position. The titans form a semicircle, protecting the prince and waiting for an attack. Their armor gleams with gold. A rumble is heard from the top of a building as numerous monsters, the chonky type with 2 heads, jump down in front of the warriors. They growl, opening their mouths full of teeth. Huge hands with teeth on their palms reach out to their victims. On the other side, another enemy's outline appears in the haze. The approaching figure looks terrifying in the smoke, with a halberd pointed forward. The fracture site looks ominous. A black crack with neon lightning along the edges divides the sky to the ground, creating whirlwinds of ominous clouds over the city. Director Gucci Jing, in her purple armor, stands on one of the buildings, looking at the rift. Her cloak flutters in the wind as she gives the order to line up. She has hundreds of city guard vehicles, teachers, and students at her disposal. She assigns roles for guards and defense, with teachers responsible for surprise attacks and students covering the rear. In the large city square among the high-rise buildings, an army of titans stretches out, ready to defend their homeland under Gusher Jing's command. Everyone's eyes are fixed on the crack from which a gnashing of teeth can be heard. A dark figure flies out to meet the titans. The director orders everyone to prepare for battle. Troops in the rear guard load their crossbows and take aim, waiting for orders. The signal to fire sounds. Meanwhile, in another area beneath the third rift, another army is waiting. More accurately, a small detachment is hiding here. In the center stands an elderly man without armor, his body slightly illuminated by a white aura. A chonky-type monster appears before him, roaring with its 2 mouths and charging at the man, spreading its monstrous arms wide. Wind and dust rage around them. Everyone shields themselves with their hands, but the elderly man remains still, smiling slightly. He smiles carefreely and takes out a tattered amulet from his pants pocket, the edge of which is broken. He looks at it tenderly and speaks to it as a friend, urging it to fight. The titans above the buildings murmur. There is no point in descending to help the old man at the heavenly rank, as he can tear the monster apart with his bare hands. They remain where they are and watch as the man is consumed by the heavenly soul, light emanating from the summoning of his armor. In the Beicheng area, where the prince is currently located, voodoo-type hellhounds arrive in large numbers at high speed, approaching the squad. Like hyenas from another world, they hunt loners or clean up the remains. One climbs onto a ledge and howls at the sky, signaling an imminent attack. Surrounded on both sides, the royal guards begin to panic. From their formation, phrases of indignation and fear of imminent death can be heard. The Titans, ready to sacrifice their lives for the prince, turn to Mistress May with a proposal to distract the enemy so the prince can reach safety. Lucian, severely injured and bleeding non-stop, knows his strength is waning. He is ready to die in battle for the prince, rather than waiting to die lying down. The prince looks towards the enemies and prevents the captain from making rash decisions. He senses something on the opposite side of the hounds. The aura of the approaching figure does not belong to a monster. Tianjin High hopes it is an ally coming to their aid. Perhaps all is not lost. Xiao Mei looks in surprise at the opening from which the figure approaches. Her beautiful lilac eyes are full of both hope and despair. Reinforcements would be welcome now. The monsters prepare to attack. The chonky monster forms a growth instead of a hand, huge and sharp like a blade, capable of penetrating any armor. The attack begins. In an instant, the monster vanishes from its previous location, creating gusts of wind that obscure the party's vision. The Titans and the prince try to shield themselves with their hands. The force of the wind causes small stones to pelt them.
The warriors are confused as the monster ignores them and rushes past. It heads towards the figure from the opposite side.
A wave of spiritual energy flies out of the haze. The figure didn't wait for the enemy to come closer, preferring to strike from a distance. Chonky and Wu growl at the smoke but halt when they see the beam approaching. It crashes into the monster, scattering them in different directions. Afterward, the remaining monsters boldly enter the fog and approach the owner of the halberd. Song Yunxiang arrives at the scene on horseback, galloping towards the monster's energy. Lightning flashes around. Zalmei observes the unknown warrior. Reinforcements from the military and the technology academy look unusual. Tian Jihye looks towards General Ubu with disbelief. He has never seen such armor before, especially on a spirit beast. Song Yunxiang turns to Elder Shangguan. While he fights, she must examine the corpses of the monsters. Apparently, the girl did not listen well to the lecture during their journey. She looks at the young man in surprise, completely absorbed in romantic feelings. The young man gets annoyed, but briefly repeats the instruction. She must find and extract the fracture crystals from the corpses in a specific place in the monster's stomachs. Chiong. She manages to dodge Liu Bu's halberd even from a distance, avoiding hitting the monster. The weapon deals damage with lightning bolts. The monster extends its clawed paw but hits an invisible barrier, receiving small electric shocks. The prince's squad watches the scene unfold. They stand near the wall to avoid interfering with the battle between the general and Chonky. They can see that the monster is now trapped. Tian Jihye peers carefully at the barrier against which the monster is struggling, surprised. He deduces that it is an array. Xiao Mei hears his suggestion and cannot believe it. In their time, arrays were not so developed and widespread and were rarely used in battles. The prince clenches his teeth. The warrior is impressive. He can't figure out how the blocking array appeared but connects it with the weapon stuck in the ground in front of the enemies. The Titans begin to discuss among themselves. Some suggest retreating while they can. Others think it will be safer to stay near Liu Bu. Zhonghua Hai is more observant than his guards. He assesses the rate of soul power dissipation. The barrier won't last long. He voices his assumption that the barrier is just a trick to stall for time. He didn't put it there to retreat. Meanwhile, Xiaomi watches Shangguan Yan Qin, who is tearing apart the monster shell. No one understands what is happening. The maid sees Shangguan take out a purple stone from the enemy's corpse. She reports this to the prince. Shanghai is shocked, exclaiming that it is a breaking stone, but it remains unclear why they are wasting time on it. Xiao Mei, not fully understanding what it is, looks questioningly at the prince. He tries to explain that the stone is quite valuable. It is used in creating storage talismans. It sounds repulsive that the stones have to be extracted from the insides. Besides being used for storage, these talismans are also employed to create powerful talismans for elite generals, making this precious material extremely expensive. Xiaomi's AI begins to react with irritation and disgust toward their supposed savior. The warrior has decided to capitalize on their misfortune. Meanwhile, Red Emerald Liu Bu channels his soul's energy into maintaining the barrier array. The bright planet is under siege by a monstrous force attempting to breach it. The young man is exhausted, exerting all his strength to uphold the barrier. Nevertheless, it's evident the array won't hold for much longer. He tosses more soul replenishment pills and calls out to Shangguan, inquiring about her progress. Covered in monster blood, the girl in armor rushes to Song Yunxiang to display the 3 large crystals she managed to extract. He reaches out to the girl. Though 3 crystals fall short of his needs, they are all that's available for now. Soul energy flows swiftly from his hand through the air toward Shangguan. The crystals levitate from her hands and soar toward Song Yunxiang. Once again, she marvels at her lover's knowledge and abilities. He charges toward the barrier with rift crystals trailing behind him, ready to take the offensive. Racing past the prince's guards, Liu Bu leaves deep hoof marks in the ground. Up close, the prince observes the grandeur of the warrior's armor with care. Song Yunxiang turns to glance at the prince, their eyes meeting briefly. Spotting the knight a few meters away, Tian Jihye recognizes the distinctive armor of Star Soul General Liu Bu, albeit in a different color. The rider leaps off the horse, abandoning it as spiritual energy sparks across the space. Hovering above the buildings and monsters, he summons his halberd to return. The weapon vanishes from the barrier's base and reappears in his grasp.
The monster observes the scene, swiping the air with its paw. The barrier has vanished. Nothing impedes its advance now.
Gathering energy into its massive maw, the monster unleashes a beam toward the airborne Song Yunxiang. Swiftly maneuvering through the air, he narrowly dodges the beam, the blast missing his armor by mere centimeters. The monster opts to close the distance, launching itself with powerful paws that shatter the ground beneath, leaping toward its adversary. General Liu Bu remains undaunted, swinging his halberd in a sweeping arc, calculating the moment when the monster will be within range. Their silhouettes intersect in the sky, weapons clashing. The monster uses its sharp appendage instead of a traditional sword and shield, deflecting blows while air and energy swirl around them. The battle intensifies, but Song Yunxiang has a trump card. Quietly, he hurls one of the rift crystals into the monster's body, where it embeds itself. With another powerful swing of his halberd, he sends the monster hurtling through several buildings before it lodges itself in one. Xiaomei starts to panic, fearing even a warrior like Song Yunxiang might not prevail against the monster. The monster quickly regains its composure and returns to face Liu Bu, growling menacingly with both mouths. Exhausted, the warrior leans on his halberd. Unwavering, he maintains his resolve. Despite the daunting difference in strength, he refuses to give up. Signaling the crystal attached to the monster, energy begins to spark on its leg, spreading rapidly throughout its body, causing excruciating pain. An explosion reverberates, a flash of light engulfing part of the monster's body. It screams in agony from both mouths. Tianjihie watches the battle intently, perplexed by what he's witnessing, unable to comprehend what just occurred. The monster glares furiously at its opponent, visibly missing a chunk from its left side, torn away along with its paws and blade-like appendage. Standing proudly, Song Yunxiang holds two more shimmering crystals in his hand. Understanding he couldn't win straightforwardly against an opponent much stronger, he devised a clever strategy. A cry of satisfaction echoes across the area as the trick proves successful. Now there's a chance to defeat a monster many times more powerful. Delighted shouts erupt from the royal guards. The prince, having seen through the plan, admires the warrior who channeled his energy into the crystal, triggering an explosion. The prince stands and applauds, his expression content and even joyful. Such a feat is not witnessed every day. Xiaomei turns to the prince, questioning whether it's true that the warrior detonated such valuable rift crystals, each worth a fortune. The prince agrees with Song Yunxiang that defeating a heavenly rank monster despite being at a lower rank justifies using the crystals for explosions. There were no records suggesting such use before. Xiaomei whirls around again, panicked and shocked by the news that their reinforcements consist of several yellow-rank warriors. Shanghai confirms the power level of General Liu Bu to Commander Liu Shenwu, both observing the battle's progress. The maid can't comprehend how three kingdoms' differences in power can be balanced during the battle. It seems incredible to her. Qiongqi, accompanied by 5 voodoo, charges at General Liu Bu once more, kicking up clouds of dust with its reverberating roar. The hounds growl, revealing hungry, gaping throats. A few more leaps and they'll reach their target. Song Yunxiang turns toward them, swinging his halberd once more, preparing for his signature move. He spins fully, swiftly cleaving through enemies with his halberd at high speed. Fragments of the hounds scatter in every direction, heads, legs, and pieces of flesh, as blood splatters everywhere. Song Yunxiang appears worn out, breathing heavily as he realizes the monster's cunning strategy to tire him out with smaller attacks. He hastily consumes 3 more healing pills. Keeping a safe distance from the warrior, the monster prepares to charge. Once again, its deadly ray lights up the battlefield. Focusing his energy on his legs, Song Yunxiang narrowly evades the beam by sliding underneath it. Observing from afar, Shanghai marvels at the fighter's flawless execution of the black-shell defensive technique. Sensing his opponent's fatigue, the monster approaches and raises a massive red paw. However, Song Yunxiang manages to dodge and strikes upward at the monster's throat, causing its halberd to shatter. Exhausted and facing a formidable heavenly rank opponent, Song Yunxiang struggles to sustain Lulu's armor and powerful weapons. Sweat beads on his face in tension. Just before the halberd disintegrates, Song Yunxiang attaches another rift crystal to the monster. Activating it triggers another explosion, damaging the monster's right side. Despite the damage, it's not enough. With the last crystal in hand, Song Yunxiang faces the enraged monster rushing at him, mouth agape. In a desperate move, the monster bites off Liu Bu's hand inside the armor, causing Song Yunxiang intense pain. With his remaining strength, he activates the final charge. Despite the monster feasting on the hand holding the crystal, it triggers a powerful explosion of stone energy that obliterates the monster completely. Nothing remains at the explosion's epicenter, no traces, no blood, only dust carried by the shockwave's wind. Song Yunxiang disperses his remaining armor and lands on the ground, struggling to stand. He kneels, resting briefly before gathering his strength. Rising to his feet and dusting himself off, Song Yunxiang regrets not salvaging the chunky crystal, as nothing of the monster remains. Soldiers take up defensive positions and await orders upon seeing a man in the uniform of a military technology academy supporting Prince Tianyi Hai. It appears an order is given to clear a path as warriors stand on either side of the prince, creating a passage. 3 individuals descend from impressive armor. The prince greets the victor warmly and expresses gratitude for their assistance. Echoing the prince's greeting, the young man asks about the second prince's well-being, smiling awkwardly at the rare encounter with royalty. Shanghai and Xiao Mei regard him with caution and suspicion, questioning how he knows he rescued the prince. Song Yunxiang laughs gently, explaining that the director sent him on the rescue mission. The prince acknowledges this and apologizes for the doubt, mindful of his position. He requests the rescuer to introduce himself. Song Yunxiang introduces himself as a student, which surprises the prince, who is more curious about his surname. Recalling a report about a student with damaged soul veins, the prince finds it unusual that someone so strong is a student. Not every instructor could match him. Song Yunxiang sweats nervously, justifying himself based on his rank. A cough interrupts behind the prince. During their conversation, Commander Liu He from Tianjin High suddenly coughs up blood and asks about a doctor. Xiao Mei checks the reports and confirms a medical team is en route and will arrive in 3 minutes. Concerned, the prince notes the urgency as the commander's condition is critical and questions how he remains conscious. It's almost miraculous. Song Yunxiang, unaware of casualties in the unit, expresses surprise and requests to examine the wounded commander. The young man approaches the armored platform where the commander lies, prompting the prince to stand nearby. Xiao Mei blocks his path momentarily, recognizing the young man's role in saving them. The prince intervenes, politely asking Xiao Mei to step aside. With a swift movement, the young man jumps onto the large arms of the platform and positions himself next to the commander. Song Yunxiang performs an initial examination, placing his middle and index fingers on the commander's chest over his heart, listening intently. His expression turns grave as he concludes that while the commander's physical wounds are not critical, his soul veins are irreparably damaged, rendering conventional healing ineffective. The prince looks at Song Yunxiang imploringly, hopeful for a solution to save his comrade. Song Yunxiang searches through his jacket and retrieves a jar of emerald pills, knowing they can temporarily aid in healing such damage. He pours all the pills from the jar into the commander's mouth, surprising the prince with the urgency of the action. The young man then hands another jar of pills to Xiao Mei, instructing her to administer them one by one to the commander until further help arrives. In another part of the area, Dong Chong continues his battle with the monsters, rushing at his opponent with determination. Clad in armor, Dong Chong no longer appears vulnerable. His weathered appearance and straight sword, long untouched until now, stand out. Dong Chong fights seriously, his sword glowing as he changes his fighting style, striking with lightning-like speed. The sword releases a surge of energy that fills the street like a powerful river. This energy stream surges down the central street, devastating everything in its path for many blocks ahead. The monster becomes engulfed in the surging energy, merging with it and becoming part of the raging torrent. A sudden explosion ruptures as a crystal bursts like a balloon, causing the energy river to gradually subside, its remnants swirling along the street. Observing from above, the fighters witness drops of dissipated energy dispersing into the air. They marvel at the old man's strength displayed in battle. They gossip among themselves about the remarkable prowess of Elder Shu, a formidable heaven-rank warrior who can easily defeat powerful monsters even in his advanced age. One of the fighters recognizes Elder Shu and informs the others that he is not just a heaven-rank master, but on the brink of attaining saint rank, a testament to his intimidating strength. When they look back down, the street below is empty. Elder Shu has vanished, leaving them regretting their distraction from duty by their chatter. They scan all directions, searching in vain for any sign of the warrior's whereabouts. Realizing they are alone in the deserted area, they speculate that the monsters may have been cleared out as part of Elder Shu's mission, leaving them behind due to their idle talk. On a nearby building, strange equipment emits bright red discharges from its core, resembling flames flickering in the night. Men in mirroring hoods and gear gather around the mysterious object, discussing the need to retreat. Amid the expensive devices they've worked on for some time, one of the mirroring knights questions how they can abandon everything here. Another sensible man, adjusting his scarf, reassures them it's time to move out and regroup with the rest of their squads. Suddenly, a ghostly figure of a man appears on the building's canopy ahead of them, expressing outrage at their departure from his territory without permission. Recognizing the figure, one of the merry knights shows horror on his face. It's the old man who single-handedly defeated Chiang Kai with a single stroke of his sword. The uninvited guests panic and scatter like cockroaches, rushing to summon their armor to confront the old man. But before they can utter the activation phrase, a swift slap knocks the main assailant onto his back, rendering him unconscious instantly. The force of the blow leaves the man sprawled on his back, unable to complete his sentence. He bounces across the floor like a pebble skipping on water, eventually slamming into a stone wall. It's clear he won't be waking up anytime soon. The people of Mirin are stunned, as their captain is incapacitated without a chance to deploy his armor. They watch as their comrade is pinned to the wall by the old man, who gazes at them calmly. Amid their discussion of martial arts and the old man's surprise attack, the man swiftly knocks out the Marines with a powerful kick. In an instant, the entire enemy squad lies defeated on the floor, no match for the elder's skill. The old man turns over the talkative young man with his foot, launching into a lecture that falls on deaf ears. Every merry knight lies unconscious. Elder Shu approaches the gang's captain slowly, retrieving his shoes along the way as the unconscious man leans against the wall. He grabs the uninvited guest by the collar, jumps high with him, and drags him by the cheek to the edge of the roof, surveying the city below. Fires blaze across the city in shades of orange and red. From here, the elder senses the monsters are nearly defeated, with only one left, soon to fall. The elder speaks to the awakening Rhaenys, who must now decide whether to follow him, for better or worse. Holding the man by the cheek, the old man's grip makes the journey ahead quite painful for Rhaenys. Moving swiftly from one building to another, she leaps alongside the elder effortlessly, despite the knight seeming weightless in his arms. The last Yongqi monster remains in the Nanchang area, where Director Ji Yu has dispatched an entire army to neutralize it, surrounding the creature. The monster is heavily wounded, bleeding profusely with multiple holes throughout its body. It struggles to remain standing, with some limbs pierced through and others missing. The warriors approach cautiously, each equipped with a shield. They coordinate their attacks, taking turns striking while others provide cover with their shields. Eventually, the monster collapses lifeless. The warriors are incredulous at having defeated a heavenly rank enemy. The realization of victory sinks in slowly. Their confidence grows, and soon the warriors shout joyously, waving their swords triumphantly above their heads like titans. Director Ji Yu oversees the scene with satisfaction, observing the joyous celebration of her team. Her effective leadership ensured the battle proceeded smoothly. Clad in her armor, Director Ji Yu exudes confidence, her helmet and cape fluttering in the wind, adding to her commanding presence. Despite her outward appearance of strength, Director Gu wipes sweat from her forehead and sighs heavily, feeling the exhaustion from battling such a powerful heavenly rank monster. She inspects her weary but jubilant soldiers, noting many are injured and some have damaged soul veins. Suddenly, she notices a figure without armor leaping across rooftops, approaching her from afar. Landing a few meters away, the newcomer presents a man in a Marine's uniform to Director Gu, indicating he brought him along. Director Gu recognizes the elder, dispels her armor silently, and approaches Elder Shu. The air crackles with tension. She bows respectfully and exchanges greetings with Elder Shu, who expresses gratitude for her leadership. Elder Shu casually gestures towards the Marine, explaining he apprehended this intruder in his surveillance area. Director Gu crosses her arms, insisting that spies should be turned over to the city guard or investigation department. The old man interrupts her, suggesting spies could also infiltrate such authorities, hence why he brought the Merry Knight directly to her attention. Smoke and flames rise from the city, casting a grim shadow over the ruined kingdom. A glint catches the eye on a building, a reflective surface indicating something glass. Through binoculars, enemies observe Director Gu and Elder Shu, recognizing two high-priority targets in one location. They urgently plot their removal. Peering through a scope, an enemy aims at Elder Shu. With a dissatisfied expression, he adjusts his aim, appearing dissatisfied despite the close distance. Wearing heavy Yufu Lu armor designed for sieges, a soldier grips a massive sniper rifle, realizing he's been spotted. Elder Shu remains composed, asking if assistance is required. Director Gu calmly declines, assuring she has everything under control, having overseen the operation personally. Aware they've been detected, the armored Rainies orders the sniper to open fire, targeting Elder Shu. He turns to his companion. Suddenly, a red dagger protrudes from the chest of the soldier in Yufu Lu armor, the blade piercing through him. He collapses, slain. Witnessing the treachery, the Mirror Knight is horrified, unaware of the stealthy approach that led to such a vile attack. He reaches for a summoning talisman too late, as a massive net descends from above, ensnaring him. Completely trapped and unable to summon armor, he struggles in frustration, realizing the enemy who orchestrated the assault. Before him stands a spy wearing advanced UN armor designed for covert missions and assassinations behind enemy lines. The warrior explains the net is woven from soul energy, blocking all abilities. On the rooftop, a familiar mechanism once guarded by Marines is now active, linking them all together. The 4 spy warriors have completed their mission. The detachment leader reports to headquarters that all intruders have been captured, successfully fulfilling their mission. Director Gu, informed of the situation, requests the enemies be taken to the academy for interrogation, personally overseeing their questioning. Elder Shu expresses admiration for Director Guo's strategic prowess and praises her for the successful completion of their operation. Director Guo smiles contentedly, though she considers Elder Shu's praise more flattering than deserved, knowing she cannot match his strength. Elder Shu, not inclined to linger, turns away and departs, intending to assess the situation in the Beijing area. Feeling the absence of immediate threats, Elder Shu's curiosity leads him back to the city center to observe a young man who had caught his attention earlier. Swiftly departing across rooftops as he arrived, Elder Shu leaves Director Guo standing alone, watching his departure. Director Guo ponders who could attract the interest of such a formidable man, still puzzled. She realizes it was Song Yunqiang, the second prince, in the Beichong area. In Beichong, the royal guards maintain their watch over the squad, protecting Prince Tian Jihye and Song Yunqiang, awaiting assistance for Commander Liu Xiangwu. Prince Tian Jihye examines a bottle of high-quality recovery pills provided by Song Yunqiang, noticing each tablet's intricate energy patterns. Intrigued, Tian Jihye carefully examines the pills, noting their significant differences from those he's seen before. Song Yunqiang calmly explains to the prince that he learned about medicinal herbs from the royal alchemist, earning the prince's admiration for his knowledge. Comparing the tablets, the prince observes that the patterns indicate a superior method of production and purification compared to ordinary ones. Tianjihe concludes that these tablets should be more effective due to their advanced technology, surpassing the local alchemist's current skill level. Turning to check on Commander Liu's condition, Tian Jihye is surprised to find no signs of battle wounds on his body, which now shines with the effects of the pills. The commander's wounds are visibly healing, thanks to the sparkling pills provided by Song Yunxiang. The prince leans in closer to examine the miraculous healing effect on Commander Liu. As he gathers his thoughts, he once again inquires about the man's well-being. The commander's face shows no traces of blood, scratches, or bruises. Liu Shenwu opens his eyes and speaks to the prince. He describes dreaming of being bathed in gentle sunlight, which filled him with happiness and calmness. In his dream, he felt like a butterfly fluttering over lush fields of grass and flowers, experiencing a profound harmony with nature. Upon sitting up, he notices all his wounds have vanished. In disbelief, he examines and touches himself to confirm. The prince observes this with great surprise, at a loss for words. It's truly incredible. Liu Shen, bewildered, turns to those around him, unable to comprehend the miraculous healing that has even erased old scars from his body. Tian Jihye and Xiao Mei share in his astonishment. Xiao Mei happily remarks that the commander now looks younger than before. Indeed, the commander's appearance has transformed significantly. Fatigue has disappeared, and his face appears rejuvenated, almost as if he's aged back about 30 years. The prince turns to Song Yunxiang with a serious expression, impressed by the unexpected extent of his ally's healing. Knowing Song Yunxiang's power and knowledge, the prince desires to befriend him. Making friends with Song Yunxiang now becomes the prince's main objective, his demeanor filled with newfound confidence. A voice tenderly calls out to Song Yunxiang from the street. Distracted from his thoughts, he turns to see who it is. Shangguan Yun Qian rushes toward the group, still in her armor and covered in monster blood, joyously carrying a bundle of rift crystals. The prince and his retinue are stunned by her arrival. Tian Jihye's hand trembles, causing the bottle of pills to slip from his grasp. Someone reacts quickly, catching the jar before it falls and breaks. Shangguan scolds the prince playfully. Captain Liu, feeling much better now, reaches out and saves the valuable medicine. The prince tries to listen in on Song Yunxiang and Shangguan Yunqian's conversation. Song Yunxiang jumps down to the pile of crystals. Shangguan Yunqian is pleased with herself, counting the 9 pieces she managed to collect. She stands proudly, hands on hips, awaiting praise. Beaming with a smile, she eagerly anticipates praise from her companion. Song Yunxiang stands near the large, sparkling stones, smiling warmly at Shangguan. She truly deserves recognition for her skill in retrieving the crystals. Shangguan is happy, thankful that Song Yunxiang can't read her thoughts, as she used to dissect corpses in the past, which now excites her. Tian Jihye jumps down from the armor and approaches the couple. He no longer worries about their safety and fully trusts both fighters, catching their attention. The prince bows and expresses gratitude for the miraculous rescue and the medicine that saved Commander Liu. However, he has come to request the rift crystals. Song Yunxiang hesitates to part with such valuable materials, even if it's at the prince's request. Shangguan, surprised to hear that the second prince himself is speaking with them, examines the young man closely. Tian Jihye realizes that his request might sound unusual, as these crystals are spoils of war belonging to the royal court. However, the prince isn't planning to take them for free, understanding the importance of fairness. Song Yunxiang appreciates people with a business-like approach. He rubs his hands together, smiling as he waits for the prince's proposal. Tian Jihye intends to emphasize that rift crystals are strategic resources controlled by the royal court. He gestures to indicate that the price won't be excessive. Song Yunxiang, experienced in negotiations, indicates through his demeanor that he won't yield to pressure. Aware that the prince spends personal funds outside of state allocations, he sets his own price confidently. Shangguan Yunxian decides to introduce herself to the princes. As the young men engage in enthusiastic conversation, she removes her armor. She appears confused, still processing the fact that they just saved the prince. The energy from her armor gradually dissipates. Landing gracefully, she kneels and bows her head respectfully before the royal family member. Due to her family's circumstances, she maintains a formal demeanor. Introducing herself, she waits for permission to rise. Song Yunxiang awkwardly chuckles at her unexpected politeness. The prince recognizes her last name and mentions knowing her father, noting their family's good standing with the royal family. Shangguan Yunqian confirms as she rises slowly from her knees, mentioning that her father and brother serve under His Highness. The prince's face lights up with a soft smile and sparkling eyes. Recognizing her as a trusted associate, he feels comfortable discussing deal details in her presence. Appreciating Shangguan's collaboration with Song Yunxiang, the prince, in good spirits, offers a larger sum, which still doesn't quite satisfy the student. Tian Jihye, unsure of the relationship between the young man and the girl, asserts his authority by promising a 3-rank promotion for brother Xiangguan. Shangguan jumps in delight at the promise. Her brother will be grateful for such a promotion. Overjoyed, Shangguan expresses her excitement. The prince discreetly informs Song Yunxiang that he has no more funds, hoping for the young man's understanding. The girl's eyes shine with happiness as she looks pleadingly at her lover. Eventually, the young man agrees, and Shangguan is overwhelmed with joy. The prince thanks the young man for his concessions and leaves to retrieve the money, leaving the couple alone. He watches Tian Jihye depart thoughtfully, unaware of Shangguan admiring him. Knowing the prince survived the ordeal, her family has no reason to betray their homeland. Shangguan Yunqian moves closer and closer until she stands right in front of Song Yunxiang, forcing him to pay attention. He glances at her questioningly. She grabs his clothes and hugs his chest, creating an awkward moment between them. She requests a rift crystal from him, though her reasons for wanting it are unclear. Song Yunxiang appears discontent and confused. He wonders why she would ask him for a crystal, even if not for free, when she could easily retrieve one from a corpse. Shangguan makes a cute face, shyly taps her fingers together, and her eyes sparkle. Her lips pout like a child's as she explains that those were all the crystals they could obtain. Lowering her head, she closes her eyes and fidgets nervously. She mentions searching all the monsters and bringing him all the intact crystals she could find. Meanwhile, the prince, surrounded by guards, attempts to collect money from Xiaomi. Xiaomi holds the card to her chest tearfully, exploring other options to obtain crystals. She had been saving money for so long that she felt reluctant to part with it. Glancing at Shangguan, she notes that since her family serves the prince loyally, the girl could potentially procure several crystals from monsters personally. Commander Liu Xiangwu tries to comfort Xiaomi, patting her shoulder. He explains that while obtaining the crystals is possible, the challenge lies in killing the monsters without damaging the stones inside. The prince is grateful for the commander's support. Killing a monster is hard enough, but extracting a stone undamaged is even more difficult. Tears stream down Xiaomi's face. Distressed, she turns away in frustration and reluctantly hands the card with money to the prince. It's a painful moment for her. The prince accepts the card with a sheepish smile, trying to diffuse the tension. Lost in thought, the prince studies the map. He reflects on the history he knows, recalling the Song family's prestigious past and a genius ancestor who was ahead of his time in knowledge. The prince looks over at Song Yunxiang. He recalls the Song family's history of suffering, including being exiled to guard a border where his grandfather was wounded and died. As he watches the couple a few meters away conversing, he notes to himself that the young Song will be the savior of his family. From a bird's-eye view, people without armor appear tiny. The prince's guards remain vigilant as he moves to finalize the deal. Tian Jihye hands over the card with money to Song Yunxiang, despite their long-term savings, showing no reluctance to part with it. The storage talisman contains 500 million in Sishan currency. Song Yunxiang is pleased that they paid him promptly and is somewhat surprised. His eyes widen and he literally salivates at the sight of the long-awaited money. He gazes hungrily at the storage card. The prince is satisfied. He has managed to surprise the young Song today. He crosses his arms proudly, noting that sushi coins are currently valued more than other countries' currencies. Song Yunxiang smiles at the prince and compliments his prudence. He explains that sushi strives for neutrality, making its currency more stable. He tucks the card into his jacket's inner pocket. Song Yunxiang enjoys being praised, and caution has become his constant companion under the watchful eyes around him. He wonders if the prince wants to count the money. Looking kindly at the prince, Song Yun-chiang assures him he won't deceive him. Besides, recounting the money would be time-consuming. He instructs the royal guards to collect the rift crystals. He takes the prince's word and thanks him for the trust, calling the soldiers over to retrieve the crystals. Song Yun-chiang reaches into his pocket and retrieves unusual purple cards with delicate patterns on them. He makes the cards float in his hand, attracting attention with bright pink sparks. With a satisfied expression, he offers the prince complimentary delivery service akin to a store. Shangguan doesn't understand what's happening, watching with her mouth slightly open. She wonders what Song Yun-chiang intends to do next. The young man tossed the cards into the air, where they began to hover above the fractured crystals, creating vibrant patterns in the air. The array was activated. Commander Lucien Wu was taken aback as he witnessed the array enveloping the crystals. If he wasn't mistaken, it appeared to be a spatial array. The prince was unsure, but the commander understood the young man's strategy. Since rift crystals emit spatial energy, storing them in a talisman wouldn't work. However, compressing them along with the space around them using an array was a clever idea. Junior Song withdrew the array cards and sealed the crystals within. The crystals gleamed in the young man's hand as the lightning gradually subsided. It was a brilliant manipulation that hadn't been seen before. Song Yun-young handed the cards to the prince, who stood in awe, gazing at the young man's hand. They agreed this method would attract less attention than transporting large crystals with the help of generals. The cards in the young man's hand appeared harmless, yet they contained a one-time array. He informed the prince of the activation code and advised finding a spacious place for the crystals. Tian Jihye carefully took the precious cards with trembling fingers and thanked the young man. Sweat streamed down her face, impressed by the unexpected solution to their transportation problem. Song Yun-chiang bid farewell to the prince, relieved that the task was completed and the royal person was safe, allowing him to return to more pressing matters. The prince was grateful for such a resourceful acquaintance. With a respectful gesture, he clasped his hands together and bid farewell, promising to always aid the younger Song. Song Yun-chiang turned to bow in farewell and thanked the prince for his understanding. He knew there would soon be an opportunity to seek the prince's help again. As the couple moved away, the prince's expression darkened. If the young man couldn't be a friend, he must ensure he didn't become an enemy. Song Yun-chiang was lost in thought too. Not sensing Asante's aura meant she had safely left the city. He had many tasks awaiting him at home. Memories of a devastated city flooded his mind, the wave that had destroyed everything, forcing him to journey for days among refugees to find his family. Yet safety didn't last. Hordes of monsters descended on the border, massacring his entire family. Weak and helpless, he could do nothing to save them. The young man clenched his fist, determined to rewrite history this time. Once, the Black Shell Group had saved him. Now, he vowed to save everyone himself. With 2 months until the border attack, he had time to prepare, grow stronger, and defend his family. Suddenly, he halted, sensing an approaching aura. He glanced around warily. It appeared another adversary had emerged. Song Yun-chiang lashed out amidst the swirling dust, but the enemy remained unseen. The strike was powerful, though the adversary staggered back a few meters. Through the settling dust, a male figure emerged, gripping the young man's leg. The stranger expressed delight at encountering the spirited youth. Prince's attendants strained to discern the distant commotion, anxious about the attack on the young man. The prince felt a pang of fear, recognizing the strength of his opponent. The man exuded an intimidating aura, possibly of celestial rank or higher. Commander Lucien Wu tensed, sensing an aura close to saintly rank. Such a foe posed a formidable challenge. As the dust settled, the young man faced an elderly man. He cleared his throat, astonished that such a capable student had hidden his abilities during a year of study. Song Yun-chiang recalled seeing the man as a gatekeeper at the academy. It was astonishing. The young man swiftly regained his composure. Who would have suspected a warrior of celestial rank disguised as a mere gatekeeper? Shangguan initially didn't recognize him at all. It was only after the younger son spoke that she realized he was the academy guard, and she was thoroughly surprised. She pressed her palm to her lips in astonishment. Song Yunxiang, with a pleased expression, deduced the identity of the man. He referred to the old man as Iron Guard, the line director, a title rumored at the academy. The man was flattered by the nickname, rubbing his chin contentedly. However, he corrected the young man, revealing himself as the head of the security department, Guard Shu Hemming. The young man's expression softened as he recalled Director Gu mentioning a heaven-ranked expert. He folded his hands respectfully and greeted Hemming. Those close to the prince moved nearer, ready to assist if needed. The commander recognized a familiar name. Xiao Mei asked if he knew the man. Judging by her exclamation, the name seemed familiar to her. Lu Shenwu gave the maid a stern look. Every military personnel knew the name of the legendary half-saint. The old man's strength was legendary. With a single move, he could turn the tide of battle. Over the past years, he had diligently honed his spirit, aiming to elevate from heavenly rank to saint status. As everyone pondered, Song Yunxiang reflected on past events and noticed a discrepancy. If the director possessed such a trump card, why hadn't anyone saved the prince? It was said that many divine bearers, ideal warriors clad in powerful armor, had been born in the past. Those with talent and perseverance rose above others, easily ascending to heavenly rank. Ordinary people were less fortunate. They had to toil through blood and sweat to advance their ranks, transitions between ranks sometimes endangering their souls. The commander concluded that celestial rank was typically the pinnacle of human capability, extremely difficult to achieve. However, Master Shu is nearing the threshold of attaining saint rank. Song Shengguan, the prince, the commander, and the maid stand before the old man, aware they are in the presence of greatness. The commander is the first to bow respectfully, introducing himself and paying homage to the half-saint Shu. This meeting is a profound honor for him. Everyone follows suit except Song Yunxiang, who turns his head in surprise. The old man chuckles, not typically fond of such formalities. Bowing his head, Song Yunxiang casts a sideways glance at the old man. In that era, there was no training yet known to break through to the rank of saint. The young man sees this as a fascinating opportunity for himself. A mischievous smile spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming with a daring idea. Master Shu would be an ideal subject for experimenting with methods to achieve saint rank. Master Shu senses the young man's intense gaze. He compares his eccentric demeanor to that of a chef discovering the finest ingredients, which raises some concern. Song Yunxiang looks away, impressed by the old man's perceptiveness. Not everyone could sense such subtleties. It was all part of the experience. He wouldn't want to jeopardize their rapport as experimental subjects. The old man furrows his brow, his expression becoming stern. He eyes the young man suspiciously, cautioning him not to play games. Song Yunxiang remains silent, waiting for the conversation to continue. The old man's demeanor unsettles him. Master Shu is curious whether the young man truly possesses. Everyone is taken aback by such a direct question. The prince and his retinue scrutinize Song Yunxiang closely, awaiting his response. Considering Xiao Mei's unfamiliarity with generals, she had trusted the prince's assertion that Liu Bu had saved them. Yet Josie was far stronger.
The prince rests his chin thoughtfully, recalling rumors of Josie's ability to mimic other generals.
The prince deduces that Song Yunxiang may be misleading the public for security reasons. The young man is frustrated that even the knowledgeable prince cannot conceive of an alternative scenario. He finds it easier to agree with their assumptions than to explain the intricacies of the Star-Lord system. Everyone waits expectantly for an answer. The young man appears sheepish, chuckling nervously and scratching his head. He asks those around him to keep everything confidential. Tian Jihye beams with embarrassment at Song Yunxiang's request. Addressing him as brother, she pledges to keep the secret. The young man expresses gratitude to the prince, acknowledging that he and the royal guard saved him. It was expected that he wouldn't reveal any different information, but the master is not easily deceived. He regards the student suspiciously, leaving his intentions shrouded in mystery. Master Shu sighs, uncertain whether he knows the truth or not. He queries whether it's accurate that the local heavenly ranked monster was defeated by him. A tense silence follows. The young man feels uneasy confirming the information, realizing it will likely astonish others for some time. Since Master Shu hadn't witnessed the battle, he's curious how an academy student at the yellow rank managed to defeat an adversary 3 ranks higher. Silence envelops them. The weight of the old man's voice presses down on the young man. Master Shu speculates that Song Yunxiang may be concealing his power, or his family might possess undisclosed secrets. Xiao Mei wants to defend the young man. Just as she stumbles over mentioning crystals, the prince interrupts her, suggesting it's best not to press the student in case he wants to keep something private. Xiao Mei realizes she nearly revealed too much. She puts on an innocent expression and covers her mouth with her hand. Song Yunxiang gestures to the prince and his entourage with a brush of his hand. He sees no reason to conceal the details of the battle from the master. The young man recounts his tale of the monster and how he used rift crystals in his military strategy, echoing through the ruins. Elder Shu is surprised that the young man incorporated rift crystals into his military tactics. The man, with extensive experience across various fields, finds it unprecedented to hear of stones being used for anything other than making talismans. Song Yunxiang remarks confidently that it's not as straightforward as it seems. It requires a specialized technique that few would anticipate. After this revelation, everyone moves closer to him, eager not to miss any of the secret knowledge. They remain silent, listening intently. Song Yunxiang, initially reluctant to share his knowledge, realizes it's not overly sensitive information. He explains that to detonate a rift crystal, one must first inscribe an array on it and catalyze it using alchemy. It's a complex process that demands expertise. The prince is once again impressed. It would be challenging for an ordinary person to replicate. The student grins contentedly, crossing his arms. Learning to detonate rift crystals is possible, but not without difficulty. Song Yunxiang pauses, narrowing his eyes and glancing behind him. He senses approaching danger. He alone looks upward. No one else notices anything, but he feels compelled to warn everyone of nearby enemies. Old Man Shu tenses, trying to sense the aura of the intruders. He begins to detect their presence. Despite strangers sneaking up on them, the man stands behind Song Yunxiang. More concerning to the old man is that the young man noticed them first. The royal guard swiftly gathers, forming a semicircle around the prince and the others, swords at the ready. Soon figures appear on the rooftops. Even from a distance, it's clear they are armored. They surround the group. Youthful Commander Luo stands in heavy armor with small horns on his helmet. It's unclear how long they've been observing from above, previously concealed by a cloaking array that recently failed. They pay no heed to the guards or bystanders. Their sole target is Prince Tianjihye. There's a mandate to eliminate him at any cost. No one intends to flee. They stand ready to fight alongside the prince. Song Yunxiang counts the enemies. The group, including Master Shu, forms a protective circle. They are encircled by 8 groups of 3 assailants, totaling Nimis. As Song Yunxiang reports sensing not just regular fighters but also a command vehicle, Elder Shu marvels at his perception. The young man smiles, glancing sideways at the prince. The Kingdom of Marine is determined to remove the royal figure. The prince listens, displeased by the acerbic remark. He suspects his elder brother, heir to the throne, is involved. Song Yunxiang grows more serious. Ordinary adversaries and their commander pose no significant threat, but he detects another aura, that of a heavenly ranked Star Soul Master. Though not explicitly stated, Master Shu begins to envy the student. The young man's perception far surpasses his own. Since the old man cannot sense the hidden aura, the enemy commander raises his hand. Their target is the second prince. He signals the shooters to proceed. All cars are equipped with sniper rifles. Warriors aim at their prey, awaiting the signal to fire. Enemies not only occupy rooftops, but also lurk in the city's ruined nooks and crannies, preparing to strike from behind. A gilded warrior of the Royal Guard commands a switch to defensive gear. Their objective is to shield the prince. Defenders adopt a protective stance, summoning round shields emblazoned with the royal family's crest. Song Yongxiang retrieves blue cards from his pocket and casually tosses them into the air. They begin to glow. Emblazoned symbols materialize above Tianjin High and Shangguan Yinkin. Light stretches from them, forming a dome around the group, a mobile defense array. With a solemn expression, Song Yongxiang produces another card. Infusing it with spiritual power, he sends it aloft. A larger dome than before envelops the area where all allies stand, providing protective coverage. The old man examines the arrays closely. The student never fails to impress him, deploying 3 high-level arrays in a short time. Song Yongxiang tosses a jar to the master, requesting him to protect the people under the dome, and strides forward. The master catches the mysterious object, puzzled by where the young man is headed and what he might have left for him. Opening his hand, he marvels aloud at the splendid gift inside the jar he caught, a sparkling golden tablet. Meanwhile, the enemy commander signals the start of shooting. His demeanor remains impassive, showing no external signs of nerves. His subordinates unleash a barrage at the prince. Beams of spiritual energy shoot out of rifles at high velocity. The impacts come one after another, raising clouds of dust that nearly reach the rooftops. Defenders huddle over the prince and his allies, trying to stay as close as possible to cover themselves with shields. They endure the onslaught of shells. Finally, the barrage subsides. Dust stirred by the attack drifts along the street. From afar, it appears all the guards are safe. Xiao Mei, who defended the prince amidst the chaos, turns around eagerly to assess the situation. Rays that slipped through the defenders' defenses hit the arrays. The prince marvels as his dome absorbs the enemy's spiritual energy beams. With the shelling halted, Song Yongxiang leaves the dome and charges towards the enemy, using enhanced jumps. Launching from the ground, he makes several leaps onto Commander Luo's armor. She screams in surprise almost immediately. Her bewilderment turns to anger. She's furious that the young man dared to touch her armor with his dirty feet. Moving away from the group, Song Yongxiang issues instructions. Master Shu is to protect the prince and Shangguan. Commander Luo is left to deal with a heavenly ranked adversary. Lucian Wu respectfully asks his master for permission to join the battle, fully recovered and brimming with strength. Feeling secure under the protective array with the guards and Master Shu, he grants permission to Commander Lucian and bids farewell with words of victory. The eager commander rushes towards the enemy with powerful leaps, needing to distance himself from the huddled titans to summon his armor. Fueled by anticipation of the upcoming battle, he uses Xiaomi's armor helmet to aid in one of his jumps. The girl erupts in fury, loudly voicing her curses at the perceived misuse of her armor. Ignoring her protests, Lucian Wu ascends higher and summons his golden-colored armor, matching that of the royal guard. The enemy commander detects Lucian Wu's heavenly rank, but underestimates his current vigor, expecting to defeat him swiftly in 10 moves. He conjures a shield edged with teeth resembling a chainsaw, rushing forward aggressively to attack. After a brief sprint, he hurls the shield with a spin, its sharp blades slicing through the air. Lucian Wu effortlessly dodges, pausing briefly before sidestepping to the left just before impact. Despite his evasion, the shield returns like a boomerang after traveling another eaters. Xiao Mei, concerned and watching over the commander, tries to warn him of the impending danger from behind. Lucian Wu turns to gauge the distance, wielding an intricately designed spear with 4-bladed tips, shattering the shield with a precise swing. The warrior on the rooftop confronts his opponent, criticizing the ostentation and arrogance of his adversary's armor, dismissing its ornamental features as impractical. He believes the country is corrupt but hides it, evident in its outward appearance. It's time to act on his words without delay as the enemy prepares to strike. He directs all his hatred into clashing blades with the commander, creating sparks and the sound of steel. They are resolute in their determination. Commander Liu challenges the outsider's accusations, asserting his system's superiority. He dismisses the mercenary's right to judge him. Meanwhile, an enemy soldier cautiously peers around a corner, clearly puzzled by something. He turns his head, searching for one of his adversaries, particularly the agile young man who devised strategies after leaving the dome. He remained unseen. A cautious and seasoned fighter, Song Yongxiang seems to appear from nowhere, silently approaching his unsuspecting foe from behind. With a powerful blow to the back, he deals a fatal blow to his enemy, who collapses without resistance. It's effortless for the young man. He smirks maliciously as he withdraws his weapon from his crumbling foe's body. Other enemies turn at the noise, witnessing their comrade's demise. They warn each other that the battle won't be easy. Small soldiers aim their guns at Song Yunxiang, realizing they must eliminate the enemy quickly. They shoot, but the young man dodges their shots swiftly, causing them to hit their own comrades due to their parallel positioning. Seeing the enemy approach, a fighter advises switching to close combat for a better chance of victory. However, before they can draw their weapons, Song Yunxiang swiftly moves in and with a single swing cuts through their armor. His blade effortlessly slices through the enemy's defenses, akin to a knife through butter. He believes that if he could defeat a heavenly ranked opponent, those of his level pose no threat. Using his halberd, he executes his trademark circular swing. Armor pieces scatter and crumble before hitting the ground. Enemies can only watch as the formidable Lu Bu, wielding a striking red emerald weapon, raises it over them. It's their final sight. Panic spreads among the uninvited guests. They are terrified. No one warned them about such a powerful adversary accompanying the prince. The halberd pierces the enemy's body again, severing their head, leaving no chance of survival.
Meanwhile, Song Yunxiang feels quite drained. Battling alongside Lu Bu demands considerable energy. He quickly consumes some soul replenishment pills.
The most intense battle unfolds in the street's center, where commanders elegantly clash blades and dodge each other's strikes. Despite the fierce combat, enemy commanders notice General Liu Bu, who decimates their ranks from the rear. They suspect an assassin has come to aid the prince and curse the mercenaries for failing to capture her. Lucian Wu is furious that the enemy has time to regroup. He raises his hammer for another devastating blow. Their duel rages on. The enemy leaps, kicks the hammer aside, and retaliates with a weapon held firmly in both hands. The enemy commander's armor shows signs of wear from their intense battle, indicating they are evenly matched. However, Liu Shawu seems poised to prevail. Meanwhile, Song Yunxiang deals with opponents on the rooftop, his halberd striking another soldier's chest. The armor shatters, and the soldier hangs onto the massive weapon's tip, still alive. On a nearby rooftop, panicked soldiers ready their weapons, aiming at Liu Bu. They understand that approaching him would mean their destruction. After tossing the man from his halberd into the city streets, the young man charges towards the next group of opponents. The wounded man collapses at the prince's feet, who has been observing Song all this time. The eunuchs are no match for him in combat. They are mere pawns. Tianhai directs his guards to provide cover for the young man while he clears the area. Sitting on the defensive is futile. The warriors comply swiftly. Crossbows materialize in their hands, and they protect Liu Bu with long-range attacks while staying close to the prince. Each royal guard adeptly wields their crossbow with both hands, targeting enemies on the rooftops. The soldiers of Mirin face difficulties. They cannot even peek out of their hiding spots to assess the situation. Meanwhile, Song calmly maneuvers behind enemy lines. The people of Mirin watch in horror as destruction approaches. Attempts to shoot at the general fail as he effortlessly dodges beams, his legs energized with spiritual power. The prince notices Song's changed technique, reminiscent of the Black Shell Guards. The Black Shell comprises 6 talented early rising heroes, once led by a former member of the Song family. Sadly, 16 years ago, 5 of them perished. The prince ponders deeply. The new leader of the Black Shell adheres to neutrality, leaving it unclear if there's still a connection to the Song family, though loyal to the undue cause. Song leaps high above the building, releasing a sharp beam of spiritual energy akin to a sharpened axe. The beam detonates powerfully upon impact, shattering part of the roof and armor, scattering body parts. One wounded soldier crawling on the roof never expected to encounter such formidable defenders. Liu Bu leaps onto him, finishing him with a decisive stab of his halberd into the survivor's chest. The prince reflects that the younger Song once again employed the Black Shell technique. Perhaps befriending him could sway the Black Shell's allegiance in their favor. As the prince speaks, Song Yunxiang moves to the next rooftop. The enemy soldier doesn't even have time to fire a shot. Frozen in fear, he sees a figure looming over him with a weapon. Showing no mercy to the bewildered enemy, the young man swiftly cuts the soldier from shoulder to stomach with his halberd. Song Yunxiang feels the strain from numerous evasions. quickly consuming several replenishment pills without halting his attacks. Observing that a skilled enemy expert remains hidden raises suspicions of a potential trap being set. The battle rages on amidst protective arrays. Defenders on rooftops shoot in all directions, impeding Liu Bu's advances. Master Shu assesses the array's functionality. Enemy beams hitting the outer dome scatter, enhancing internal protection while restoring the outer shell. Recognizing the ineffectiveness of long-range attacks and Liu Bu's swift dismantling of their formation, soldiers switch to close-range weapons and go on the offensive. Royal guards begin to worry about their ability to shield the prince against overwhelming enemy numbers. However, Song Yunxiang remains vigilant over the battlefield. With precision, his halberd strikes down enemies, pinning one to the ground. Another surviving soldier yells desperately, trying to warn Master Shu of the impending danger while rushing towards the arrays. Master Shu and the soldier stand face to face. The enemy prepares heavy weaponry, intending to eliminate Master Shu before targeting the royal figure. Despite the threat, Master Shu appears surprisingly calm and content. He chuckles, seemingly tired of remaining on the sidelines. A towering column of light bursts from the ground to the sky, stirring up dust, steam, and spiritual energy particles around it. Commander Liu Shen deflects enemy attacks while casting a suspicious glance at the strange pillar. Its purpose remains unclear, leaving him puzzled about the array's status. Qiao anxiously watches over the prince, her eyebrows furrowed as she strains to understand the unfolding events. Excitement sends shivers down her spine. As the clouds clear, the dome around the prince appears undamaged. A defeated enemy kneels, their weapon lowered towards the ground. The soldier sweats in terror, shocked to the core by what he has witnessed, making movement difficult. Old Man Shu grasps the blade with his bare hand, holding onto its tip as his clothes flutter. Despite the situation, he remains calm and composed. With a smile, he remarks pointedly that a general of the soul can easily attack a defenseless old man, reminiscing about old-fashioned morals. The soldier, frozen in a striking pose, offers no response. He struggles to comprehend how Old Man Shu could stop a spiritual weapon with his bare hands. The soldier gazes at the master with a mix of admiration, awe, and horror, as if witnessing a profound miracle. Old Man Shu sees no need to explain to someone destined to perish soon. Around him, bolts of spiritual energy scatter like lightning. Anger and immense power flicker in his eyes as he continues to grip the enemy's blade with a few fingers of his right hand. The soldier begins to sense the true aura of the man before him. Unbeknownst to him, he has attacked a half-saint rank expert and now regrets it deeply. Old Man Shu ascends into the air, stopping in front of the enemy's helmet. Lightning trails from where he stood moments ago, cracking the armor as he rises higher. Sparks and lightning surround him as he levitates above the enemy, emanating a formidable presence. Concentrating, he channels a powerful stream of spiritual energy into his right hand, drawing all surrounding lightning to one side. Like martial arts masters effortlessly cutting through boards and stones with the edge of their hand, the man slices through the enemy's armor with a sparkling hand, preparing for the next strike. Focusing his spirit's power in the palm of his hand, he withdraws it to deliver another blow. Channeling the accumulated power into the gap left by the severed arm, a powerful explosion reverberates. The shoulder armor crumbles, sending pieces flying. Defeated, the soldier crashes to the ground with a resounding roar, rolling several meters as his armor begins to shimmer and fade. The royal guards turn to witness the powerful old man's feat, marveling at his ability to dismantle a combatant with bare hands. The guard commander, momentarily distracted from the battle, exclaims enthusiastically about the terrifying power of the half-saint expert. Song Yongxiang observes silently from the rooftop's edge, privately thinking that the old man may have gone overboard. Nonetheless, he smiles, suspecting that Master Shu's plan is to provoke the hidden expert into revealing themselves by spectacularly dispatching the enemy. Lucian Wan continues his fight, reassured of the prince's safety, focusing on the offensive. He drives back the enemy, who is awestruck by Old Man Shu's skill. Commander Liu charges at the enemy, axe poised for a swing. The enemy meets him head-on, both rushing forward with screams, knowing only one will survive. With a sweeping motion from below, Liu Oceanwu strikes the enemy commander like a baseball, sending him flying several meters before crashing into the wall with a thunderous impact. The wall crumbles as he collides with it, pieces scattering everywhere. Emerging through the shattered wall, the enemy is incensed. Reports indicated Liu Xiangwu should have been seriously injured, yet he appears stronger than before. Surveying the battlefield, he realizes the battle is not going in their favor, hindered by the presence of Liu Bu and the half-saints. The enemy commander drops to his knees and raises his hands to the sky in a desperate prayer. His scream reverberates, invoking the holy ambassador for rescue. Startled, everyone turns toward his cry, unsure of whom he invokes. Perhaps it's the person Song Yunxiang sensed. A figure materializes on the rooftop of a decrepit building, enveloped in a red aura resembling flames, with lightning dancing around them. Manhwa emerges before their eyes, a striking figure in a red dress, a black fur cloak billowing in the wind, her face concealed by a horned mask. Her mask, crafted from the skull of an unknown creature, bears battle-worn cracks. Despite gray hair flowing over her shoulders, her body appears youthful. She glares disdainfully at the Mirror Knights. Recognizing the mask, the prince identifies her as a member of the demonic sect, a formidable and cunning adversary. Qiao trembles, chilled to the bone. She had heard of the demonic sect as merciless killers. Old Man Shu, his plan successful, regards the woman sternly. The appearance of a witch from the demonic sect foretells great disaster. Song Yunxiang stands in shock, observing her attire. She represents the sacred Ping Tian sect, dubbed demonic due to its dark history. Historical records recount that the eastern continent was once ruled by emperors of divine rank. The king of Murine made the emperor's illegitimate son his puppet. His daughter escaped and founded Shi Shui. Upon the son's maturity and emancipation, he waged war against Murine and subsequently founded Undu. After the king of Murine's death, a figure of divine rank supported him, leading to the founding of the new Murine in the north. Thus, the continent split into 3 states that periodically clashed. The ancestor Ping Tian, who saved the new Murine's founder, established the demonic clan to enhance the state's glory. His fearsome appearance, with massive horns and spiked armor, struck terror reminiscent of a demon from hell. Legend has it that the monstrous ancestor still lives, seated on a throne in a dark dungeon surrounded by the skulls of his enemies. Reflecting on this, Song Yunxiang recalls that in his previous life, he never witnessed a divine-ranked ancestor fighting in Tianyu's capital. Perhaps their forces managed without his direct involvement, making demonstrations of power unnecessary. Liu Bu and Manhwa exchange glances, sensing that Song Yunxiang still harbors many secrets in his new life. The unfolding story proves more complex than anticipated. Song Yunxiang decides to provoke the girl by making sarcastic remarks about her stance, insinuating he can see her undergarments. Infuriated, Manhwa's eyes blaze with hatred, her facial muscles twitching with indignation. This arrogant warrior seems to be seeking his demise. Retrieving a sparkling ruby talisman from between her breasts, she smiles contentedly, intending to test her new armor against this insolent challenger. Standing at the roof's edge, her beautiful clothes fluttering in the wind, she raises her foot as if preparing to step into the abyss. Rushing past broken windows, she activates the armor with incantations, enveloping herself in a red aura. The demonic energy emanates from the soul, bathing her in a bright ruby glow, shaping into armor adorned with imposing horns. The magnificent armor captivates with its beauty and size. With a furious scream, it breaks free from its position. Commander Liu gazes up with concern as the momentarily vanished enemy launches an attack. The ground ignites with ruby flames, knocking his hammer aside. Manhwa pins the commander down with her foot. Clad in her armor, she resembles a colossal mechanical cyclops, a ruby glowing in her helmet, feathers cascading between the horns. Satisfied with herself, she anticipates little resistance against her country's enemies, with the first opponent already defeated beneath her feet. The prince watches with narrowed eyes, concerned as Commander Liu, a formidable fighter, succumbs swiftly to the woman's initial blow. Clearly, she is not to be underestimated. Song Yunxiang is taken aback by the early appearance of Mirene Kingdom's new generation machine. This development catches him off guard. The royal guards position themselves behind the Minotaur, sworn to protect the prince with unwavering resolve. Manhwa turns her head, casting a fiery, angry gaze toward them, an attitude that commands envy from any onlooker. She draws the swords attached to her armor, concealing them behind her back, and swiftly advances toward the prince. Panic-stricken, Song Yunxiang shouts to Old Man Shu to shield everyone in their vicinity, knowing he won't have time to reach them quickly enough. Master Shu is already prepared, clutching his old talisman tightly and readying to deploy it. Manhwa closes in swiftly, raising both swords behind her back, poised for a dual-handed powerful strike. Her rage fuels the blow as she unleashes a scream, directing both swords at Master Shu. The old man, equipped with his signature short, wide sword and armor, deflects the enemy's onslaught. The impact creates a powerful shockwave that ripples across the ground, knocking down the royal guards. Tianhe and Shangguan Yan manage to remain standing thanks to the protective arrays, though they shield their eyes from the airborne debris and dust. The prince is astonished that anyone could rival a half-saint. The enemy's machine even overwhelms Senior Shu. As the dust settles, the prince notices cracks in the dome. Though the woman didn't strike directly, the energy burst from her attack nearly breached the defenses. Despite being a prince, he urgently orders Xiao Mei to prioritize protecting Commander Liu first. As long as the arrays hold, they still have a chance. Xiao Mei complies, despite being thrown back by the shockwave. She understands her duty to protect the prince at any cost and execute his orders, even risking her life. The malevolent threads of energy, mixed with Master Shu's own, spread like corrosive acid, eating away at the protective array. The prince witnesses this in horror, screaming out of anxiety. Unaware of the danger, Liu Bu suddenly appears before the prince and Shangguan. He would never abandon them to be torn apart by the enemy, swiftly rushing to their side. Extending his palms, Liu Bu helps the two men climb onto them. His primary objective now is to safely transport them away from danger before considering their next move. Old Man Shu interjects, emphasizing that there's no time for deliberation. They must seek cover immediately and strategize thereafter. Obediently following Old Man Shu's directive, Liu Bu swiftly disappears behind him, leaving behind only a haze and a faint glow from his residual energy. The ambassador of the demonic union expresses indignation that an old man like Shu would dare to obstruct her. He belongs in an antique shop, not on a battlefield. Master Shu notices Manhwa's verbosity and disapproval of lengthy conversations. It's off-topic for him. With a forceful stomp, Master Shu embeds his right foot into the ground, causing it to crack loudly. He strengthens his stance in preparation for the impending clash. Charging his sword with spiritual power, he lunges forward with a powerful strike. The impact sends Manhwa flying away from the forceful attack. Undeterred, Manhwa capitalizes on her airborne position, hurling her blades at Master Shu. They streak towards him with a crimson glow. The swords zip past Master Shu at high speed, leaving behind a trail of pink energy along their edges. Initially confused, Master Shu turns his head and realizes the attack was not aimed at him. He shouts a warning to his students upon recognizing the imminent danger. Reacting swiftly, Liu Bu zigzags and shifts to the right, narrowly avoiding the enemy blades that crash into the building behind him. Master Shu's distraction almost proves costly. Seizing the moment, Manhwa swiftly closes the distance, flying directly towards him. Caught off guard by the ferocity of the blow, Master Shu is sent hurtling down the street, soaring through the air without touching the ground. He planted his sword firmly in the ground to halt his retreat and slow down, carving a path several meters long. The warrior came to a stop. Ruby's ordinary blades followed closely behind him, but he effortlessly deflected them. She had managed to strike him only because he was momentarily off guard. Retrieving her main blades embedded in the building, the woman made them glow as energy flowed back into the Minotaur's armor. Amidst dust and debris from collapsing buildings, Old Man Shu lost sight of his opponent. Seizing the element of surprise, Manhwa landed behind the master, but he quickly focused, sensing her presence. The ruby blade aimed for his head, but the man evaded, narrowly missing his helmet. Exploiting the moment, Master Shu counterattacked, extending his blade towards the enemy's abdomen. The sword barely grazed the ornate armor as Manhwa leaped backwards, with the man in pursuit. Swinging his blade forward, the master attempted to reach his elusive foe, scattering sparks of energy through the air. Dodging and slipping behind her opponent, the woman leaped up, releasing a wave of energy. Despite his block, the wave propelled him into a wall. Observing from a safe distance with Liu Bu and Shangguan, the prince concluded that the sorceress was overpowering Senior Shu and likely to win. Song Yongxiang concurred, noting Senior Shu's higher level but inferior position, yet sensing he held an ace up his sleeve. Manhwa retrieved her blades and launched another attack, her armor glowing scarlet with sparks of her soul swirling around her. With a fierce cry, she descended on Master Shu like a blazing meteorite hurtling from the heavens. The old man prepared himself in a special stance, enveloped in numerous lightning bolts, awaiting the woman's approach. His unwavering determination and aura intimidate the woman. She can't comprehend why, but this stance signals impending danger for her. Song Yongxiang scrutinizes the old man's movements and demeanor carefully. He discerns the intentions of this seasoned adversary with confidence. Master Shu exudes confidence as he waits for his opportunity to strike. His stance suggests he anticipates his prey will have nowhere to evade. He raises his blade skyward, a bright column of golden light illuminating the surroundings. Manhwa hovers in midair, caught in the spectacle. Suddenly, a massive lightning bolt streaks from the sky towards the enemy. The woman leaps back, fear replaced by a mocking smile as she begins taunting her foe. The onlookers, including Liu Bu, are stunned. The prince concludes that if this powerful blow misses, victory is unlikely. Shangguan Yinqin cannot believe what she's witnessing, audibly questioning if the esteemed elder could have erred. The prince anxiously ponders his options, struggling to reconcile such a mistake from someone of Senior Shu's stature. Only Song Yunxiang remains composed, knowing Senior Shu's true capabilities. Patience will reveal the master's true intentions. The master continues to channel energy into the sky, his armor shimmering with hues of gold and acidic tones, emitting strange fumes and green lightning. This technique was meant for a different adversary. The warrior's sword disintegrates, merging with the flow of energy. The release of soul strength intensifies. Above the master, magical clouds twist in the sky, crackling with lightning. Golden lightning rains down from above. Manhwa dodges, but the bolts seem to track her relentlessly, boxing her into a corner. More lightning bolts join the barrage, pouring endlessly towards the enemy. Suddenly, a sizable charge builds in the sky. The woman shields herself futilely, realizing she cannot escape. Her curses are drowned out by the thunderous onslaught. The entire armor glows intensely from the golden energy of the lightning, obscuring the figure within. Rain continues to pelt down, buildings collapsing around them in awe-inspiring explosions and thunderous collapses from all directions. When the lightning finally ceases, not a single building remains intact in the affected area. All are demolished, toppled, or shattered. The royal guards are utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets at the unprecedented sight before them. Amidst the battlefield center, a silhouette emerges from the dust, barely able to stand, its outline revealing the figure's struggle. It's Cyclops. The armor is torn to shreds, as if ravaged by a pack of hyenas. His hands hang lifelessly, yet surprisingly, he remains conscious. Spectators marvel at the woman's resilience. After such a devastating blow, death seems inevitable, but Manhwa refuses to yield. Ohia and Shangguan are equally amazed at the demonic expert's endurance. It's no wonder she was the Marine's trump card. Song Yunxiang clenches his teeth in disappointment, hoping for Master Shu's decisive victory, yet understanding the armor ensures the enemy's survival. Inside the armor, the woman remains unscathed, enduring excruciating pain but refusing to relinquish her protection. Her veins blaze with fire, yet she admires her opponent. Desperately, her hand finds the control panel, activating a block around the control system. A monitor with strange symbols appears before her, offering access to hidden armor settings. Reluctant but driven by the thirst for victory, Manhwa decides to employ this trick, confirming the activation. The Heaven Demons. Disintegration mode is initiated, and a wicked delight spreads across Manluo's face. Her eyes burn red, and a manic smile transforms her visage into something truly demonic. The armor ignites in flames, wild soul energy repairing all damage. Energy beams radiate from the helm like scattered feathers. The prince realizes he faces a formidable opponent, sweat beading on his brow. The woman's aura surpasses even Senior Shu's. Manhwa laughs wildly as her favorite swords materialize in her hands once more. Her demeanor asserts her superiority over the master, her power closer to that of a saint than his. Song Yunxiang listens, disbelieving. Experimental technology enhancing combat prowess by a level poses a threat to all nations. Despite dealing significant damage, Master Ju is drained. He catches his breath, determined to show he can still fight. In an instant, Manhwa vanishes from sight, leaving behind a brilliant energy light. The demonic armor materializes before the master's face, startling him and causing him to stagger back. Master Ju is caught off guard by this unexpected turn. It's been ages since he faced a stronger opponent, leaving him bewildered. The woman's leg, enveloped in aura, strikes with such force that the armor is barely visible. The blow sends the old man hurtling at high speed, a shockwave rippling outward from the impact. Manhwa is relentless in her pursuit of the half-saint. She disappears and reappears above him, weapon poised. Descending with a strike, she overwhelms him, leaving him unable to counter such rapid attacks. Another blow follows, launching him amidst streams of ruby energy. He endures silently, the armor preventing any signs of consciousness loss. Onlookers struggle to keep up with the general's movements. Master Shu flies through the air like a volleyed ball. Throughout the struggle, he strategizes desperately, seeking a way out of the dire situation. He must find a means to counterattack. An idea strikes him. As Manhwa raises her leg for another strike, the old man seizes her leg. Her aura envelops his armor as they hang in the air like two crimson demons. By restraining the enemy, he limits her ability to dodge. However, Master Shu cannot capitalize on his hold. The witch's blade speeds towards his unprotected chest. It pierces through the center of his armor, the tip emerging from the general's back. He exhales weakly. Despite his mortal wound, he maintains his grip on her leg. Manhwa seizes his helmet with her left hand. She meets his gaze and raises her weapon overhead. This blow will be the master's final. With a swift motion, she cleaves the helmet from the armor, sparks of energy erupting from the cut. Holding her opponent's head, she watches as his body crashes to the ground, crumbling along the way. Intent on securing her victory, she prepares for another decisive strike. She whirls and delivers a blow to his chest. The armor vanishes instantly, and the old man crashes to the ground, fracturing the earth beneath him. Manhwa lands gracefully and approaches the fallen enemy's body. In one hand, she holds Senior Shu's gleaming helmet, and in the other, a sword poised for the final strike. With a wild look, she displays his helmet to him and derides him as worthless. She revels in her dishonorable victory, thoroughly pleased with herself. She clenches her fist, crushing the helmet like a balloon. Soul energy dissipates around her hand. The woman laughs once more, intoxicated by the immense power she feels. The cost of such a moment of power remains unknown. She laughs maniacally, her laughter echoing through the streets of the devastated city. Master Shu remains alive but in critical condition, coughing up blood that makes breathing difficult. With a trembling, bruised hand, he reaches into his pocket. From within, he retrieves the precious jar containing the golden pill given to him by Song Yunxiang. This is his last hope. Initially intending to save and return it due to its high value, this transcendental tablet can elevate a lower-ranked earthly master by an entire level. Song Yunxiang watches the monitor hopefully, anticipating the pill's effects on the master. Though its impact may be diminished, it promises to bolster his power and restore his strength. The young man, who prefers caution, is relieved he gave the pill to the elder in advance. Now, its effectiveness is the remaining question. Sitting on the ground, the man examines the treasured elixir. He recognizes its significance but has never seen such pills in person, only reading about them in books. The small treasure glows in his hand, shimmering with radiant energy like the sun's rays. He never imagined receiving such a miraculous gift. Master Shu silently thanks the young man and places the unusual pill in his mouth. Closing his eyes, he hopes to experience the pill's rejuvenating effects. Gentle streams of light envelop his body. The tablet slowly dissolves, releasing a golden haze that envelops him, warming him like a cup of tea on a chilly night. It feels as though he is departing from the mortal world. His body becomes the focal point of an energetic system, his spiritual realm bathed in light and harmony. He sees his reflection beneath him and is perplexed. Understanding he is in a state of heightened consciousness, he wonders how this reflection might aid in his ascent to the rank of saint. The tablet's essence melds with the reflection, ripples spreading out, revealing the secrets of his heart. He confronts his obsession with attaining the rank of saint. The leader recalls memories from years ago, reliving the bitter taste of defeat as he plummeted to the ground in disgrace. He crashed forcefully, leaving a gaping hole and scattering stones around upon impact. Both physically and mentally crushed, his armor crumbled as he lay in the pit for a while. Fueled by anger and resentment, he pounded the ground with his fist, refusing to remain weak and vulnerable to his enemy's mockery. At the age of 33, Shu Hemming reached the heavenly rank stage, youthful and robust, though his thick silver hair was unkempt and unruly. Rushing to his aid at the edge of the pit were his allies, two figures shouting urgently. His comrades, the female Ying and the male barbarian Haken, were in the early stages of the heavenly rank, anxiously checking on their friend's condition. Expecting to be alone after a bitter defeat, the future master was surprised by the arrival of these two companions. Hurrying down the mountain, they offered words of encouragement, reminding him of their oath to stand together in battle. Reflecting briefly, Haman smiled tightly at his comrades. The enemy general who had sent Shu Hemming flying looked down arrogantly at the unprotected warriors from behind the protective wall. The three stood side by side, observing the enemy, who seemed hesitant to strike first. In his hand glowed a soul energy cage, within which a beautiful blonde woman leaned against the wall, catching Ying's eye. Ying retrieved a summoning talisman, urging the second barbarian brother to follow her lead. At the pit's center, two sets of armor materialize from a radiant glow, one equipped with a rapier and the other with a large blade. Shu Hemming, alarmed, attempts to warn and dissuade them from attacking. General Star Soul Wen Zhong is immensely powerful. They won't stand a chance against him. The enemy ascends into the air, emitting a purple aura that spreads like waves, resembling a colossal dark demon. With a flick of his spiritual energy, Wen Zhong obliterates the rebels' armor, causing them to scream and collapse. Wen Zhong's overwhelming aura forces everyone to the ground, immobilizing them. Ying is furious. Wen Zhong, a spirit expert, effortlessly defeated 3 heavenly rank opponents in an instant. Shu Hemming curses as he struggles to rise, his strength barely allowing him to support himself on his knees and elbows. Inside the enemy armor, the master reveals herself, a woman emerging into the air clad in armor, towering over her defeated foes. Addressing Haman from above the wall, the woman asserts that he should have grasped a simple truth after his defeat. The woman is Huang Miao Yin, one of the 4 saints, appearing aloof as she views those below the saint rank as insignificant. It emerges that her spirited niece is in the cage, rebellious and longing for freedom. The girl ran away from home, pleading for her friends' lives and vowing never to attempt escape again. Haman screams out in anguish, calling her name, his face betraying immense pain, as if losing this girl is worse than death. They gaze at each other from a distance, perhaps their final meeting. The girl's eyes reveal bitterness. Her aunt predicts a bright future for her niece, recognizing her family's talent. She is destined to reach the saint rank, protect the country, and ensure the Wang family's prosperity for a century. Looking down, Huang Miao Yin sees the 3 warriors as insignificant insects. Time will pass, reducing them to ashes, but her talents allow her to live for centuries, retaining her youth. Realizing her insignificance to the saint, the girl sheds tears, kneeling and pleading for Haman's life. Despite her niece's pleas, Huang Miao Yin remains unmoved. She perceives Haman as the man who stole her daughter from home and attempted to elope with her. Out of concern for her niece's emotional state, Huang decides not to kill Haman despite the perceived betrayal. Huang sets a condition: sparing Haemon's comrades' lives in exchange for him never setting foot in Shishwei territory again. Haemon clenches his teeth in resentment, bowing reluctantly. His hand reaches for a concealed knife in his clothes, gripping the handle tightly and slowly drawing the weapon. The girls watch him anxiously, their lives hanging in the balance. Any wrong move could shatter Wang's efforts. With a determined expression, Shu Heming raises the knife behind his head, gathering his thick silver hair into a bun. In a swift motion, he cuts off his hair and holds it up for all to see. Holding the bun of hair high, he swears a solemn oath, his hair fluttering in the wind. Vowing to achieve the saint rank or sacrifice his life, he declares that only then will he return to Huang Miao Yin to seek her niece's hand. Pain etched on his face, he releases his grip, letting the wind carry away the cut hair. As he bids the girl farewell, he asks her to wait for him. Tearfully agreeing to wait as long as needed, she promises they will both eventually be free. These poignant memories burn within Master Shu, his eyes gleaming with determination as energy courses through his body. His power radiates in an unstoppable surge, disrupting Manluo's aura, showcasing his terrifying strength. Bathed in the radiant sunlight that both gives life and mercilessly destroys, Master Shu's aura undergoes a profound transformation, spreading energy around him. The enemy attempts to shield themselves from the dazzling light, struggling under its extraordinary aura that increases pressure and makes movement difficult. Manluo is infuriated, puzzled by the drastic change in the old man's demeanor. She recognizes it as the aura of a saint rank. The pressure affects allies as well. Commander Liu struggles to stay grounded amidst the gusts generated by Master Shu. Liu Bu shields the prince and Shangguan from the debris and winds stirred up by Master Shu, the prince identifying the aura definitively as that of a saint. Shangguan gazes at her beloved's helmet, understanding yet finding it unbelievable that it was due to a pill given by the younger son that the old man achieved this. Song Yongxiang rejoices that Senior Shu has broken through to the saint rank. Though aware the effect is temporary, it should suffice to neutralize the enemy. Smiling gently, he envisions a future where the disparities between cultivators and mortals on the battlefield are eradicated through his efforts. Considering that a single pill likely won't permanently elevate him to saint rank, the young man plans to speak with the old man and share some techniques. Master Shu savors the coursing energy within him, a sensation he had long dreamed of experiencing. He now understands Huang's perspective that others seem insignificant like ants. Reaching to his side, he grasps a talisman radiating with aura, lying on the ground under the influence of his saintly energy. Master Shu's fingers tense, crackling with spiritual energy as if already holding something. The talisman lifts from the ground, glinting with small bolts of lightning as it flies towards its master. Grasping the talisman, the stern old man's visage is intimidating, anger evident, with traces of blood under his lip. Master Shu gazes sadly at the worn talisman, reflecting on the trials his old friend has endured with him. The opponent, once formidable, now trembles visibly. The witch can only stand motionless in the face of Master Shu's overwhelming aura. She attempts to move but finds herself paralyzed by the Master's potent aura, awaiting in dread to see what will unfold. Master Shu stands amidst a bright blaze, as if engulfed by tongues of flame. He prepares to summon his Star Soul General. Absorbed in sunlight, every cell of his body seems to merge, filling the space with armor-like radiance. In blazing splendor, Master Shu appears before all in his transformed armor, exuding a majestic presence. Feeling the gaze of the solar warrior upon her, Manluo wishes she could disappear to escape the humiliation of facing a defeated foe. Master Shu revels in the moment, inspecting his arms and armor through which power flows, the might of a saint indeed impressive. Thoughts of Antoine come to mind again, now understanding why she stood above the rest. Manluo, horrified by the saint's majestic appearance, pleads for him to stay back, overwhelmed by his presence. The master regards her sternly, devoid of compassion, signaling an imminent attack as he places his hand over his chest. In his lifetime, Master Shu had witnessed only one other saint's battlefield conduct, the moment Aunt Huang shattered his dreams with a wave of her hand. He strikes, and the enemy trembles in terror, shock waves emanating from each of the general's movements. Manlo freezes, her breathing stilled in anticipation, fearful of turning away from Master Shu. The indignation and humiliation inflicted by Aunt Huang's actions still burn within him, the wounds feeling as fresh as if they occurred recently. The old man swiftly brings his hands together, unleashing a directed sound wave that propels Manluo forcefully off her feet, hurtling through the city. She travels a significant distance, her impact shattering the asphalt and leaving a smoke trail in her wake as she crashes to the ground. Trembling uncontrollably, Manluo faces an opponent who has decisively defeated her like none before in her long life. Struggling to stand, she places her sword in front of her, using it as support, still feeling the effects of the powerful aura. Glancing back to where she came from, Manluo freezes again, realizing Master Shu has closed the distance between them, hovering in the air with hands folded behind his back. Master Shu sees this battle as an experiment, testing the superiority of his saint rank without needing to draw his sword. Song Yunxiang realizes Master Shu, carried away by his power, intends to kill the martial expert. He shouts urgently for him to spare her life. Ignoring the plea, Master Shu raises his hand, his aura radiating satisfaction and calmness, preparing to act. With a slight wave of his hand, he releases a wave of energy that surges down the street, dwarfing the nearby buildings in size. Illuminated by this energy, the silhouette of demonic armor becomes visible, its hand reaching towards the sky, bathed in a torrent of sunlight. The light seems to dissolve the enemy's armor, disintegrating it into particles that swirl in an energetic vortex. This process continues until the armor completely breaks apart, its remnants dissipating into the flowing energy. As the turmoil settles, Manluo's body floats in mid-air, enveloped by a sphere of sunlight. Master Shu extends his hand, controlling the sphere as he gently guides the unconscious captive within the energy field. Master Shu reaches out and gently manipulates the sphere containing the unconscious prisoner. Suddenly, the warrior bends over, making strange noises, feeling he has reached his limit. The armor bursts like a balloon, and the old man finds himself airborne not far above the ground, sunlight from the tablet scattering around him. Master Shu lands and attempts to speak, his voice filled with excitement. Thanks to Song Yunqiang, he feels he has achieved what he had been striving for. Behind him, Manluo gently falls a few meters away, still enveloped in a faint glow from the energy ball. The enemy commander, who had been observing from the rubble of a building, curses his opponents. With the Marine's trump card gone, the commander orders a retreat, instructing his forces to hide and await further commands. He moves cautiously through the buildings, no longer exuding the confidence and intimidation he once did. On the other side, royal guards are ready and waiting, prepared to apprehend the villain who attempted to assassinate the prince. Meanwhile, remaining enemy titans surrender, raising their hands in surrender to preserve their lives. Nearby, captured enemy infantry kneel with blades at their necks, their fate uncertain. The surrounding buildings continue to collapse, the area shrouded in dust and sparks from the recent battle. Military academy forces arrive to secure and control the area. Song Yunxiang, disguised as Liu Bu, surveys the scene from a rooftop, observing Director Ji Yu in his purple armor. Impressed by the woman's strategic timing, he grins with satisfaction as he watches the director's actions. Although the area lies mostly in ruins, it will eventually be rebuilt, welcoming back peaceful inhabitants whose lives will resume amidst the scars of conflict. A camp is established on the battlefield, where efforts focus on caring for the wounded, gathering evidence, and conducting interrogations. Amidst the devastation, Ji Yujing greets the second prince, concealing her deep concern for his safety. The director and secretary bow to the prince, who asks them to rise and extends his hand to the director. Gu Jing remains on one knee, bowing her head as she apologizes for not arriving in time to assist. The prince smiles warmly, his hair gently moving in the breeze, reassuring Gi Yujing that the mission was successful, making any accusations unnecessary. Gu Jing stands up and makes an interesting observation despite not being physically present, highlighting Song Yunxiang's role. They both look towards the young man standing nearby. With an earnest expression, Ji Yujing begins to speak about the skilled and strong young man, but is interrupted before finishing her sentence. The prince interrupts with a serious expression, implying there's more to Song Yunxiang than meets the eye, leaving it a mystery for now. Gu Jing narrows her eyes, carefully studying the prince, contemplating whether her theories about the ancient civilization align with Song Yunxiang's reasoning. The prince shares his suspicion about the younger son's formidable mentors, disappointing Gu Jing visibly. While everyone is occupied, Song Yunxiang discovers a cracked ruby card that belonged to Manhwa, discreetly tucking it into his inner pocket unnoticed. He approaches Master Shu and clasps his hand, inquiring about his well-being. Master Shu waves his hand, indicating he is fine, though he trembles slightly. Song Yunxiang explains it's a side effect of the pill, assuring Master Shu he will feel better in an hour while still holding his hand. Master Shu bows his head, regretting the pill's wastage, realizing if he had taken it earlier in the battle when he was stronger, he could have overcome more obstacles. The crafty young man whispers in the old man's ear, offering him another pill to help him finish what he started. The old man's eyes widen in surprise, and he almost shouts aloud in response. Realizing his outburst, he anxiously looks around to see if anyone heard them. Leaning closer, the master asks quietly to confirm if he heard correctly about another unique drug. The young man evasively replies, averting his gaze, admitting there is no pill, but he has considerable experience. Song Yunxiang can create the pill himself. The old man calms down and asks how he can repay the young man, recognizing the value of such tablets. Song Yunxiang notices several military personnel observing them, possibly drawn by the old man's exclamation. He signals to the soldiers, instructing them to take Manhwa, who lies unconscious nearby, to Director Gu. The soldiers immediately comply, confirming they will carry out the order without hesitation. Song Yunxiang's confidence makes them pause momentarily, realizing an academy student is giving them orders. The second soldier, looking puzzled, states that assisting the director is what matters, regardless of who issued the command. A novel thought for soldiers. Approaching, they find a woman in a striking red dress lying unconscious, her cloak spread around her, breathing raggedly. Song Yunxiang watches as the soldiers lift and carry the woman toward the tents, curious about the information she might provide. His thoughts are interrupted by a nudge from Old Man Shu, who elbows him in the stomach and smiles knowingly, having long understood the young man's true identity. The young man moves away from the old man and rubs his sore spot, smiling as he pretends not to understand what the old man is implying. Master Zhou clears his throat and adopts a serious tone, mentioning his encounters with secret civilizations during his travels around the world. Moving closer again, the old man smiles cunningly, narrowing his eyes. He subtly asks if keeping the young man's secret and assisting him could count as settling half of his debt. The student turns away, scratching his head with a smile. He realizes the old man is more shrewd than he initially thought. Master Shu continues with a gentle expression, sensing that the young man possesses something from the secret kingdom. The young man's nonchalant attitude about such matters reassures him. They notice someone approaching, signaling that their conversation will have to continue later. The director's secretary approaches them slowly, bowing her head in greeting. Both the master and the student scrutinize her carefully. Concerned, the old man inquires about Gu Jing's whereabouts. The secretary sidesteps the question and gets to the point. They now have the device he discovered. The young man listens intently, now understanding how the merry nights cause disruptions in the sky with a special machine. The secretary adds that the second prince and the director have gone to inspect the device, inviting the men to join them. She mentions the roads are badly damaged, but an airship can be called. Master Shu, inspired by their earlier discussion, declines, stating he's tired and prefers to return to the academy. Song Yunxiang follows the old man's lead, stretching his shoulders and complaining about the errands he's been running. The secretary smiles and proceeds to call an airship to transport both of them back to the academy. She emphasizes that Song Yunxiang cannot leave the academy, as the director is organizing a celebration where he will announce Song Yunxiang as the bearer of Josie. Master Shu nods in approval and smiles, acknowledging that a celebration is exactly what weary individuals need to lift their spirits. A ship appears in the sky, casting a bright light over everyone present. Song Yunxiang informs Master Shu that he will await the celebration. The ship arrives swiftly, landing slowly and kicking up dust along the street. The ship's heavy hatch opens, signaling it's time for the men to board. As he follows the man, Song Yunxiang suddenly looks back with a somber expression, gazing into the distance. The man looks at him with concern and asks what's wrong, wondering if Song Yunxiang forgot something. Walking slowly across the gangway, Song Yunxiang glances around and scratches the back of his head, reluctant to answer. Feeling awkward, he pretends he was lost in thought and dismisses it as unimportant, looking away. The engines start, and the ship ascends into the sky. The secretary waves after them, appearing small from such a height. As the ship gains altitude, it accelerates and disappears into the clouds. Senior Shangguan rushes to the departure site, holding a sealed white box. She anxiously searches for Song Yunxiang. Her exclamations stir activity in the tents, with people preparing bandages and offering assistance. Remembering her duties, Senior Shangguan hurries towards the tents, determined to help with the ongoing restoration efforts. The restoration of the academy is in full swing, with students in armor carrying building materials. The students are now wearing special technical armor for construction and agriculture instead of military gear. They are actively transporting materials and repairing damaged walls. Some of the Titans are working on restoring the statue, which is now covered in reinforcement patches and soil. The residential buildings of the academy remained unscathed by the attack. System alerts can be heard from Song Yunxiang's room in the men's dormitory. In a lotus position, Song Yunxiang hovers above his bed, enveloped in a flame of energy, with talismans flying around him and system messages ringing. He is deeply focused, his entire body tense, with beads of sweat rolling down his face. He clenches his hands impatiently, occasionally peeking with one eye to check how much more time he needs. The veins on his face tremble with tension, indicating that there is only a little left. On the floor, in front of the bed, lies a pile of empty jars and bottles with various labels and descriptions. He had to consume all of this to reach his goal. Finally, he completes the grueling task, and his feet touch the floor for the first time all day. Song Yunxiang is exhausted but very satisfied with the result. In 3 days, he has advanced to the initial stage of the Earth rank. However, the price for this progress was the constant replenishment of soul energy, depleting all his reserves. He realizes he will need to order more supplies. He takes the system watch from the table and quickly straps it onto his left wrist. After 3 days without using technology, he feels awkward and unfamiliar with it. He turns on the screen and checks his incoming messages and missed calls. During his training, he had turned off all his devices to avoid distractions. There are ESID calls and unread messages, indicating that someone was very concerned about Song Yunxiang's absence. The young man looks at the numbers in surprise and examines the list of messages in detail. Almost all of them are from Shangguan, creating a tense moment. Unsatisfied with this level of communication, he clicks on the girl's photo and goes into the settings. In the settings, he selects the blocking option. A girl in love can be overly dreamy, but her persistence is unwelcome right now. He sighs with relief when the system confirms that the girl has been blacklisted. Her name disappears from the screen. Now it's Director Gu's turn. He wonders what the head of the academy wanted from him. He clicks on the woman's photo. Without hesitation, Song Yunxiang dials the director via video link. The connection is in progress. Giyu Jing appears on the monitor looking dissatisfied and stern. The young man tries to find out what happened. The woman starts yelling so loudly that it seems like she might crawl out of the monitor and slap the student. She complains about being unable to reach him. Song Yunxiang looks distant and offended, picking his nose and glances sideways at the woman. He had so much trouble because of her. Song Yunxiang remembers the ceremony where, in a huge hall filled with students and teachers, the principal awarded the participants in the battle. Not only did she force him to attend, but she also announced to everyone that he was the bearer of the Star Soul General, Zuo Zi. Song Yunxiang angrily tells the director that due to his newfound fame, he was constantly harassed and had to lock himself in the dormitory to escape. The woman tries to calm the tense situation. She explains that the Star Office added the young man to the list, and that the official announcement was for his own good. Song Yunxiang looks at her with disbelief, raising an eyebrow. He suggests that she had her own motives, but understands that there might be some truth in the idea that publicity is beneficial. Giyu Jing, indignant at first, changes the subject. She now looks calm and tells him to come pick up his armor. The young man's eyes widen. He didn't expect that the armor he had recently provided the blueprints for would be ready so soon. An armor factory was destroyed during the attack, so the academy temporarily sheltered its workers. Thanks to these workers, Song Yunxiang's armor was prepared so quickly. All he needed to do was evaluate the work. The student is happy about this news. He'll head there soon. He turns off the ringer and minimizes the monitor back to the system clock. The director is a smart woman, so it's difficult to unravel her moves. The young man with a stern face ponders this. It's time to move out. He plans to reach the rank of saint within a year, so there is no point in worrying about someone else's plans. The young man leaves his room. He walks through the dorm, observing the view in the distance. The city is destroyed, but the inhabitants are alive. The Marines' plan was thwarted, and Song Yunxiang's fate has changed course. He is completely immersed in thoughts and memories of recent days. He feels relieved that Tian Jihye is safe. The items he collected from her pursuers are now with the prince. Tian Jihye came to him at night to say goodbye, which woke him up. The days were hard, and there were bags under his eyes from lack of sleep. Trying to say goodbye quickly, Song Yunxiang gave Tian Jihye a whole bag of marine storage cards. The prince will find a use for them. He remembers that Master Shu also woke him up, requesting help in exchange for cleaning up his tracks. The student gave him a bottle of long-awaited pills. Shangguan Yin Qian was the last one to wake him up that night. She came to say goodbye, but the young man only threw her an array with a rupture crystal and announced the price tag. He slowly walks along the central road of the academy. His gaze falls on the two titans who are erecting the monument. The young man stops and watches as the warriors try to place the stone exactly right, which is entirely covered with inscriptions. There is no free space from top to bottom. With a saddened look, he comes closer. Against the backdrop of the monument, he seems so tiny. This is a monument to the dead. Song Yunxiang looks at the names with sadness. He thought there would be fewer casualties. His face shows the burden of the losses he has experienced. He has seen many deaths, but it is impossible to get used to this. He was so immersed in his thoughts that he didn't notice someone approaching from behind and placing a hand on his shoulder. Teacher Chung saved him from his difficult thoughts. The man throws his arm over his neck in a friendly manner, waves and smiles. He also looks at the monument, understanding why the student is so sad. He encourages the young man, saying that no matter how strong he is, he couldn't save everyone. After the teacher talks about the student's yellow rank, they fall into an awkward silence. Song Yunxiang glances sideways at the man. Sensing something was wrong, Teacher Chung, with a dissatisfied face, turns his head to the student and looks at him carefully. Realizing what was going on, the man jumps back and is indignant. Song Yunxiang is already at the middle stage of the black rank. It turns out that he has even overtaken the teacher. Teacher Chung, at the initial stage of black rank, seemed to have been shot in the heart. One can understand him. He trained for years, and the student bypassed him in a few days. He begins to loudly express his indignation and scream, trying to find out the secret of such growth. The young man doesn't want to waste time on this and is about to leave. Trying to calm himself, the teacher shouts after the student that what they said about him was true, that he was hiding his real level. The guy just sighs, moving further away. He doesn't want to convince anyone. Turning around, he invites Teacher Cheng to go with him to the workshop and hints that the director's secretary, whom Cheng likes, might be there. The teacher is outraged by such insolence. He sharply responds to the student that he does not like the secretary, and besides, he doesn't have time for this. Song Yunxiang heads to the backyard of the academy. There is a workshop occupying several warehouses, more like airplane hangars. Behind the hangars is a training area. Huge targets were built to imitate monsters. It is on this site that the young man meets the director. As he thought, the secretary was with her, and one of the masters had decided to watch the test. Gu Jing hands the prototype to the student. She places 3 cards, classic green with gold edges, into Song Yunxiang's hand. The young man is surprised. He expected to receive 5 models of talismans, so he is confused. The director, closing her eyes, explains that the last 2 copies had technical problems. To change the subject, the director decides to introduce the plant's chief engineer. The man's name is Nanga Dong Fong. He appears to be about years old, almost bald, small, and with a thick mustache. The director points to Song Yunxiang, telling the engineer that it was this young man who saved the city during the battle and provided interesting drawings. The student bows, expressing respect. He is glad to meet an experienced master of his craft. The man gets goosebumps. Dong Fong personally introduces himself and bows. He stumbles with excitement and sweat starts pouring down his face. Unexpectedly for everyone, the man falls to his knees in front of the student and shouts about how glad he is to meet him. Song Yunxiang feels awkward. He smiles and tries to get him to his feet, asking what happened. The old man does not want to get up from his knees, but only bows lower, expressing respect. He thanks the student for saving the engineers who were working at the plant that day. Song Yunxiang cleared a lot of territory that day. It's possible that some of the monsters he killed had attacked the military technology plant. Nanga remembers that on that day, he was on the verge of death. But the monsters were distracted by Liu Bu. The plant was destroyed, but the engineers managed to escape. Still on his knees, head bowed, he continues to thank the young man for miraculously saving their lives. He falls with his hands and head to the ground, thanking Song Yunxiang not only for himself, but also for all those who survived. Now the student understands what the matter is, but he was only doing his duty. He feels awkward accepting such gratitude, so he asks the man to stand up. There is an awkward pause in the air. The man is kneeling and looking at the ground. He hesitantly turns to Mr. Song, barely raising his head to see the young man. Nanga announces that he has an immodest request. The young man furrows his eyebrows, not understanding what this man might want from him. After all, they are complete strangers to each other. Nanga looks first at the student, then at the cards in his hand. He is curious to know if Junior Song really made the drawings. The student still does not understand what the engineer is leading to, but confirms that the drawings are his. He wanted to improve the way the model car functioned. The engineer's gaze fills with determination. He asks Mr. Song to take him as his disciple, an unexpected request. At the same time, Nanga bows his head so hard to the ground that he hits his forehead. Gu Jing and her secretary stand as if struck by lightning. No one could expect this from the chief engineer. The director approaches the man and tries to calm him down. Even engineering teachers cannot compare with a fourth-rank engineer, and Song Yunxiang is just a student. Nanga calmly raises his hand, stopping the woman. The drawings provided by the student qualify as sixth-rank engineering work. The man raises his head and confidently addresses Mr. Song. He proposes that the young man attend an engineering conference in 3 months. Song Yunxiang thinks about it, knowing the alternative history. He remembers that the developments from this conference never made it to the war. The young man does not know how to respond to such a proposal. He asks the man to stand up and promises to return to this conversation later. But Nanga does not calm down. He asks to be taken as a student and looks at the young man with hope in his eyes. Yunxiang scratches the back of his head, thinking. At his age, the old man should have been of higher rank. He refuses to take on an apprentice but promises to share ideas and communicate frequently. The director takes the young man's side and again asks the engineer to rise to distract him. She suggests testing the prototypes. The man understands that he was refused, but Mr. Song is kind and does not want to offend him. There is an awkward pause in the air. Nanga allows the director to help him up from his knees. It is clear that he still plans to introduce himself as Song Yunxiang's disciple, since he learned a lot from his drawings. The young man does not know what else to say to reason with the old man. He can't wait to start testing to finish this dialogue. Song Yunxiang goes to the center of the training ground to quickly begin the tests. He takes out the first talisman, brings it to his face, and begins activation. From the card stretches a thin haze of solar energy that covers the young man's body. The student rises into the air, and student armor appears around him. He shines with sparks of energy. An improved model of student armor appears in the center of the training ground, with several cannons on the back and on the shoulder. The young man was waiting for this moment. His eyes are burning with excitement. Everything is holding up well, but he needs to check the weapon in battle. The cannon on the right shoulder is charging. A powerful salvo is being prepared against dummies of enemies. From the outside, it looks impressive. A salvo is heard. A powerful beam is sent in an arc to the center of the fake enemy army. There is an explosion that destroys at least 10 enemy figures, the debris of which scatters around. Smoke is coming from the explosion site. The director and secretary look at the demonstration in surprise. The power of the gun is comparable to the artillery weapons of warships. Song Yunxiang was taken aback by the power. It exceeded his expectations. Both the handling and strength were exceptional. He turned the gun from his left shoulder where the rocket launcher was loaded. The young man activated it. The unit rose, the latch opened, and the signal light turned on. Targeting commenced. The salvo signal blared. 6 rockets shot forward, leaving a trail of solar energy behind. They all hit the target simultaneously, causing the surrounding area to tremble. Director Gu was amazed because the rockets didn't explode on impact. This indicated they functioned like grenades. Song Yunxiang waited patiently and then enthusiastically snapped his fingers to detonate the remote charges. Explosions erupted. The impact of each shell was so intense that nothing but fire and smoke was visible. Gusher Jing was stunned by what he witnessed. These weapons could easily destroy monsters and pose a significant threat to enemy armored vehicles. Examining the targets, Song Yunyong concluded that the machine consumed a lot of soul energy and was only suitable for those who could quickly recover energy. With a satisfied expression, he pulled out a second card. It was his turn to try the next machine, so he dispelled the first one, which was still floating in the air with sparks of energy. The young man summoned the second set of student armor, which had 4 blades on each hand. These blades were meant to be flying swords, but Song Yunxiang was disappointed there were only 8. The student decided to test them out. The swords detached from his hands, controlled by the blue light of soul energy. As soon as the warrior identified his targets, the swords sped away from him at high speed. Gusher Jing's eyes widened, his mouth agape in surprise. Attached to the student's armor was a sensor weapon controlled by the power of the soul in the air. The student remained completely focused, head down. He gestured with his blazing hands as if conducting with a baton. The blades obeyed his will, swirling around the targets, tracing beautiful yet deadly patterns in the air. The speed of the swords whipped up wind throughout the area. The director shielded himself and spoke loudly, envisioning how such a weapon wielded by an elite fighter could easily cut down opponents of comparable caliber. The targets were utterly shattered. No remnants remained of the once monstrous forms. Now they were just broken pieces of wood. Song Yunxiang also realized that while flawless in the hands of elites, the weapon was too much for students to handle. Lessons needed to be learned from this example. He switched his armor again, summoning a warrior adorned with a shield cannon before the onlookers. It looked imposing and robust. The director didn't grasp what was novel about it. To everyone, it seemed like a classic fusion of shield and weapon into one formidable tool. The engineer, fixated on the warrior, clarified that this model wasn't based on new technologies, but offered more tactical versatility for the user. Song Yunxiang turned to the observers, addressing the director with a request. He proposed using an array to create moving targets. The woman tilted her head slightly in surprise at the request, not immediately grasping its specifics. The young man elaborated, specifying the need for small, agile monsters similar to what they'd faced. It was essential for demonstration purposes. Gusher Jing now understood the request. Bringing up a panel, she confirmed if 3 Ho Wu would suffice. The warrior had assumed a stance, weapon ready. He insisted on at least 10 opponents to showcase the capabilities of his equipment. The director cautioned the student before summoning the monsters, despite them being only residual energy. Carelessness was not an option. Smoke billowed up from the battlefield, reaching towards the sky. Monsters materialized above the warrior, enveloped in a green aura. Landing on the platform, skeletal mad dogs shimmered and dashed toward the student. Song Yunxiang gripped the lever at the base of his shield and switched to buckshot mode. Simultaneously, he activated an energy shield that expanded in a wide circle, completely enveloping him. Switching to melee shooting mode, the young man unleashed gunfire at the enemies like a machine gun, flames spewing from the shield's center. One by one, he obliterated the Ho-Wu, their ethereal bodies breaking apart, bones scattering across the area.
Yet, the dogs pressed against the shield, jaws gaping wide, attempting to breach it.
Redirecting his fire along the shield's edges, the student blasted enemies away to a safe distance where he could easily finish them off. A single inferno consumed all the approaching Ho-Wu. Gusher Jing trembled with excitement. She envisioned its battlefield application, ideal for replacing traditional frontline defenders with such models. Song Yunxiang pondered. The current apprentice armor lacked mobility, focusing more on attack and defense. One machine wasn't sufficient. His thoughts were interrupted by an urgent call. Mr. Hong, the pharmacist-turned-valuable acquaintance, was on the line. The cheerful face of the old man appeared on the monitor. He announced that the tracks had been restored and the tickets Song Yunxiang requested were ready. He could depart today. Song Yunxiang thanked Mr. Hong warmly. He also made another request, this time for more elixirs worth Ilian, which he had purchased previously. The old man was taken aback. The market prices had surged because Mr. Song had been purchasing medicinal herbs and elixirs almost daily. Understanding the urgency of time, the young man offered an additional Ilian to expedite his order. Mr. Hong, accustomed to Song's generous payments, assured him he would handle everything with utmost care. They bid farewell. Observers marveled at what they had witnessed. Song Yunxiang turned to Gusher Jing, implying she now understood why he sought to be his disciple. Lost in thought, Gusher Jing pondered how these machines could revolutionize military tactics and sway the course of battles. While others debated the practical applications of the prototypes, Song Yunxiang dismissed his armor and approached them. He returned the cards to the engineer with gratitude, emphasizing the need to mass-produce such machines now. As Nangong discreetly pocketed the talismans, the student approached the director, urging her to identify suitable users for the new armor soon. Perplexed, the woman frowned, questioning the rush in production and selection of military personnel. With a pleading gesture, Song Yunxiang sought to leverage the director's favor. He anticipated the imminent need to reinforce the wasteland's defensive line, where her assistance would be crucial. Gusher Jing shot him a stern look. Not everyone was privy to the existence of such a defensive line, let alone an impending attack. Song Yunxiang chose not to delve into details. With the academy undergoing reconstruction for 2 months, he expressed his desire to return home. He bid farewell and departed with a wave of his hand. The women remained silent as the young man walked away, continuing to wave goodbye. The director pouted cutely and furrowed her brows in frustration. His intentions remained unclear, and it irked her. The secretary, having observed quietly throughout, remained unsure of what to say or do in response to the unfolding events. Song Yunxiang arrived at the airport. A massive aircraft hovered above the terminal, undergoing loading with bustling noise and commotion all around, life in full swing. Finally, out of his student uniform, he wore a white short-sleeved suit with a dark jacket peeking through. Walking through the bustling lobby, he observed the chaos below, flights being rescheduled, luggage lost. His attention was captured by a girl in a red dress with red hair tied in ponytails, clutching her mother's hand. The girl spun around, allowing him to catch a glimpse of her face with tender, deep emerald eyes. He couldn't believe his eyes. She seemed familiar from events in his alternate past life. Song Yunxiang stood frozen in place, remembering with anguish how he had once held the last remnants of her fragile form. The world was ablaze then, monsters everywhere, everything destroyed. She had been a beacon of kindness. Fleeing from the ravaged landscape amidst countless casualties, people lost everything. Exhausted, wounded, sick. There was no choice. They journeyed long, dodging periodic monster attacks, traversing deserts in hopes of evading deadly assaults. Eventually, they discovered a resting place with clean water and sparse shade, where people could relax and quench their thirst. Song Yunxiang distanced himself, sitting down to rest. The unforgiving sun beat down, draining his will to continue. He still puzzled over why he clung to his talisman to summon armor, always keeping it close. The little girl had discovered it herself, delighted to find a star soul master amidst the crowd. With agile leaps, she approached him. Her energy and brightness contrasted starkly with the sorrowful events Song Yunxiang had grown accustomed to avoiding. The girl flashed a sweet smile as she handed him a bag of steamed buns, her lips as parched as the others, yet still radiant. Her eyes gleamed with joy, convinced that once he ate, he would summon the Star Soul General and protect all the refugees. Junior Song appeared famished and frail. The sight of the bun made his mouth water. She looked so endearing. It had been a long time since the young man had eaten anything. With effort, he turned away, attempting to decline the tempting offer. He couldn't fathom deserving such kindness. Bowing his head, he assured the girl he wasn't hungry. His stomach rumbled loudly, whether from prolonged hunger or sensing food approaching. In response to his rumbling stomach, the girl's stomach echoed quietly. She was hungry too. Awkward laughter ensued at this shared predicament, momentarily dispelling the gloom surrounding the young man. Nonetheless, the girl insisted on sharing. Opening the package, she broke the bun into 2 pieces, offering him one. Sitting beside him, she began to eat. Song Yunxiang awkwardly stared at his portion while nibbling on it. As they ate, the girl struck up a conversation. She wondered if he truly hailed from the Academy of Military Technology, recognizing his uniform. The young man hid his face in shame, remaining silent but taking a bite of the bun. It had been too long since he had tasted anything edible. Meanwhile, the girl had already devoured her share and was wiping away the crumbs, sharing stories about her sister, who also studied at the academy. Sadness crept into her eyes as she mentioned her sister left behind to defend against monsters with the city guard. She worried for her. Tears welled in the little girl's eyes. Song Yunxiang noticed her distress but was uncertain how to comfort a child. He had never been in such a position before. The girl wiped her tears with her sleeve, displaying a maturity beyond her years. She knew that strength, not tears, solved problems. Pulling herself together, she stood up and declared her determination to create Star Soul generals like her father in the future. Excitement and the small amount of food made her stomach growl again, interrupting her emotional speech. A silence settled between them. The boy and the girl locked eyes, the girl blushing from embarrassment. Song Yunxiang looked away, scratching his nose, an awkward habit when he lied. He feigned dislike for radish buns, hoping she would help him finish it. Unaware of his intention, the girl placed her hands on her hips and scolded him playfully to eat. Firmly, she declared she wouldn't leave until he finished everything. He had no retort to her determination. Defiantly, he stuffed the entire remaining bun into his mouth, cheeks bulging with crumbs. A smile brightened the girl's face. She wasn't going to argue anymore, but she had something to say. Playfully, she slapped him on the back, pleased her plan had succeeded. From now on, she'd call him brother and expect his protection. Song Yunxiang smiled genuinely. Though weary, he seemed to find a reason to carry on for a few more days. The girl shared her ambitious plans for her life and for him, inviting him to become a tester for her inventions when she grew up. The student glanced away again, scratching the back of his head. He couldn't refuse this pure, innocent creature. Happily, the little girl extended the little finger of her left hand, sealing their agreement. Half of the bun served as payment for future services. Suddenly she paused, trying to recall the word that best fit their agreement. After considering several options, she couldn't recall the word, so she simply extended her hand with her little finger outstretched to seal their promise. Song Yunxiang extended his hand, which seemed massive against the backdrop of the girl's tiny hand. They interlocked their little fingers and sealed the promise with their thumbs. The pact was made. As their hands remained clasped, the girl introduced herself. This cheerful and vibrant little girl was named Tang Xiaoyan. The young man's weary face softened into a smile in response. For the first time in many days, he reintroduced himself. He allowed himself to smile. They spent time together on a sandy ledge away from prying eyes until the girl's mother began calling for her, her voice echoing across the desert. A beautiful woman with long hair searched frantically for her little daughter, eventually stumbling in her pursuit. The girl rushed back to her mother. Turning around, she waved goodbye to her new brother, promising they would meet again soon. It turned out the sand concealed many dangers. A gigantic centipede surfaced and attacked, sending everyone into panic. Song Yunxiang summoned his armor and rushed to protect them. Despite his damaged soul veins, it was a grueling battle. He managed to trigger a powerful explosion that swept through the area, engulfing it in smoke. Though he emerged victorious, his arm was injured, blood flowing freely. He couldn't save everyone. Exhausted, he staggered, leaving a trail of blood in the sand. His movement halted when he spotted two severed hands in the sand. They belonged to the mother and daughter who had stayed together until the end. Song Yunxiang recoiled in horror, recognizing the sleeve. It was a devastating realization. Tang Xiaoyan was dead. Overwhelmed with grief, the young man dropped to his knees and screamed in anguish. Life was cruel. He couldn't fulfill his promise. Activity buzzes both inside and outside the airport building, with numerous flights departing and arriving under clear skies, ensuring smooth travel to desired destinations. At the terminal, the Tang family encounters a disagreement with the checkpoint staff. Despite having tickets booked, they are unexpectedly barred from boarding due to purchasing them a week before their dismissal, which rendered the tickets invalid. The father, aiming to save money, bought the tickets before his dismissal, leading to confusion and their current predicament. His wife, a young and gentle woman, tries to soothe him by suggesting they might need to postpone their flight. A 19-year-old girl, a star soul master from the Military Technology Academy, intervenes, questioning her eligibility to board. The workers smile and allow her passage to the boarding area. The father hastily grabs their suitcases, preparing to follow his daughter, but military regulations prevent him from joining her. An awkward silence ensues. While the girl can fly, the rest of the family will have to wait for the next flight in a week. Their silence is broken by Song Yun Chiang passing through baggage check, inquiring if he can accompany the family. The girls are surprised by his appearance and address him with familiarity due to his youthful looks. Song Yun Chiang retrieves his ship ticket, a gold card with 4 nines, emitting a reflective glint under the lamplight, his expression stern. The staff nervously assist him, pointing kindly towards the boarding gate where Mr. Hong awaits. Song Yun Chiang walks confidently through the terminals, disregarding others. The girls bow respectfully and wish him a pleasant flight, while the Tang family remains quiet. The parents are astonished. The wife pulls her husband back, eager to understand how he has such influential connections. Senior Tang nervously adjusts his glasses, convinced he doesn't know the person holding the honorary member card of the Hong Trade Union. The girl turns away, telling her aunt and uncle that she knows the young man, her face turning red in embarrassment. Tang Yuan, the aunt, perks up. She looks at her younger sister with joyful eyes, wondering how she knows the young man. The girl blushes intensely, embarrassed by admitting she knows the young man, while younger Tang asks awkward questions. She watches Song Yun Young leave, mentioning how he helped her a lot. She almost reveals how he saved her during an attack on the academy, if not for the commotion and armor. Senior Tang looks bewildered at his niece, while his wife covers her mouth, unable to conceal the romantic feelings evident in the student. Little Hexiao is silent, observing the adult's strange reaction with confusion. An employee, at Song's request, escorts the family to the VIP aisle. They rush down the elegant ramp towards the aisle, anxious not to be late. Despite their father's earlier mistake, luck seems to be on their side with this fortunate ticket. The ship resembles more of an emperor's palace from above, adorned with luxurious buildings, classic roofs, and a central garden. Song Yun Young's cabin is on the top level. A spacious and comfortable elevator swiftly takes guests to their desired floor on the upper level. They are greeted by a charming employee in a red dress. Song Yun Young follows her, while the Tang family tries to keep pace. The employee opens one of the doors and bows, signaling the end of her task. Manager Hong awaits Song Yun Young inside. Song Jr. and the Tang family enter the room. Crystal chandeliers illuminate the luxuriously furnished space with a beautiful glow, delighting everyone except the young man. He wasn't here to admire the local room decorations. Hong Fan awaited the young man at a table. Mr. Hong rises and respectfully greets one of his best customers, his words implying a reunion after years apart. Song Yunxiang reciprocates the greeting with a smile, thanking him for the excellent cabin. The Tang family, except the youngest, follows suit with bows. The man is surprised that the young man considers the ship's best cabin merely good, but he tries not to show it, which doesn't go over well. The young man glances back and introduces his companions to Mr. Hong, who greets them with confusion. Hong Fan chuckles, attributing his promotion to general manager to successful dealings with Mr. Song. Senior Tang gasps in surprise, realizing the chief manager holds as much power as a mayor. Mr. Hong and Junior Song exchange pleasantries before the manager invites them to a private business discussion. Sung Yongxiang informs his companions he will be leaving for a while and encourages them to settle in. The head of the family, his wife, and niece Bo feel uncomfortable in such luxurious surroundings among important people. The girl blushes again, impressed by how capable the young man is and how effortlessly he converses with a VIP. Hong Fan opens a door devoid of decoration but exuding an impressive, sturdy presence. The young man waits inside. As they disappear behind the door, little Tang peeks out from behind her mother, surprised that she can't hear the men talking. The room they enter is shielded by a magical field, less ornate than others on the floor but ideal for conducting business. The young man praises the manager. This is exactly what he needed in this room where he can work on his pill-making without disturbing others. Hong Fan also hands the young man a storage card containing the elixir Song Yun Young urgently needed. He opens the card's properties, verifies the contents, and expresses gratitude to the manager, promising payment later. With their trusted trading relationship established, Mr. Hong departs without concern for immediate payment, smiling as he leaves. He bids farewell to the young man's companions, promising to visit them during the flight. The Tang family is once again bewildered by the attention of such an important person. They bow, bid farewell, and return through the elevator doors closing behind them. Hong Fan informs them that service personnel will soon attend to brighten their journey. Tang Xiao waves his small hand at the curious boy peeking out from behind his mother. Soon the elevator ascends to their floor. A charming maid dressed with cute peach-colored wolf ears arrives. Song Yun Young eyes the maid intently as she approaches from the elevator. She appears like a werewolf, surprising the guests. The maid kneels and introduces herself as Xiao Meng, offering her services until the end of the flight. The young man focuses his spiritual energy to scrutinize the maid. It's been over years since he last encountered a werewolf. He recalls his defeat in the secret realm at the Emperor's tomb, being drawn into a spatial rift and ending up in the southern continent. In a forest's heart, he was discovered unconscious by several beautifully dressed ladies. Occasionally opening his eyes, he noticed a girl with cute bunny ears and beautiful silver hair, and another with wheat-colored bob hair and classic ears. The southern continent was a harmonious place where werewolves and celestials coexisted, a rare meeting ground for people. The streets and squares bustled with diverse inhabitants, lizards, half-bulls, and beastmen, all peacefully coexisting within one state. This world was so serene that not even monsters ventured here. Song Yunxiang was guided to the main palace gate. Inside, a girl awaited to escort him to the clan dungeon's ancestor. She anticipated the arrival of this intriguing guest. On the southern continent, the young man acquired extensive knowledge and newfound strength. Eventually, he earned a place in the inner circle of the dungeons, becoming the fifth disciple of his family. His soul general, sealed by the five-element array, could only be taught by him. No one could release him from the seal. The progenitor's dungeon hovered above the throne, alongside his armor. At that time, Song Yunxiang lacked the knowledge of copying generals, thus unable to replicate the progenitor general. During a casual day, he enjoyed drinks with fellow students at a tavern, where he heard a legend of a reincarnated man destined to save the worlds. Despite his intoxicated conversation partner, he couldn't glean much information. The last thing he heard was about an immortal commander returning with the stars to protect the home. The maid observed the young man with concern, sensing his deep immersion in memories, which momentarily startled her with his detachment. Rubbing his eyes, the young man apologized, reminded by the girl of a wonderful time in his life. Whether he would ever revisit the southern continent remained uncertain. Xiao Meng tilted her head in confusion, her ears twitching slightly. She appeared genuinely adorable. Trying not to attract attention, Song Yun Young requested a menu to order discreetly. The Tang family sat separately, unaware of the young man's peculiar behavior. The maid presented a beautiful, thick book to Mr. Sun, adorned with gilding and hand-painted details, exuding an aura of luxury. Flipping through the menu, the young man also considered ordering for the Tang family if they were hungry and unnoticed by them. Tang Xiao was the first to respond to the suggestion. The little girl rolled over on the sofa to face the boy and eagerly requested steamed buns. Her mother turned and covered the girl's mouth, apologizing for her daughter's outburst, feeling embarrassed. Leaning in, she whispered to the girl that ordinary buns weren't eaten in such places, and reassured her that there was a special one just for her in her bag. The little girl pouted, feeling that one bun wasn't enough. Song Yungxiang tuned out the family squabble and turned to the maid, ordering 5 servings of steamed buns. Xiao Meng, looking perplexed with ears drooping, awkwardly explained to the master that there were no buns available. Disregarding her, the young master handed the girl a money talisman, insisting they make the buns even if not on the menu. The girl looked surprised at the talismans now hers. The young man specified 2 servings with radish, offering to buy some if it wasn't on the ship. Xiao Meng gratefully accepted the talisman, pressing it to her chest and promising to handle everything perfectly. The young man smiled and allowed her to go. The maid hurried off to the kitchen, clutching the money, determined to please her gracious master. Feeling a chance to relax, the young man leaned back on the sofa, casually resting his hands behind his head. Tangshan sat beside him and tugged at his clothes, trying to get his attention. The girl wanted to know if her brother liked radish buns. Song Yongxiang had never particularly liked their taste, but the memories associated with them warmed his heart, causing him to turn slightly towards her and give a positive answer. Chuckling, he admitted that he used to dislike them, but now found they weren't so bad after all. The girl eagerly searched through her cute duck-shaped purse, repeating how nutritious and healthy radishes were, just like she had in the past. Her family disagreed with such enthusiasm, loudly asserting that she was the only one who liked such a dish. Having found her treasure, the young girl settled more comfortably on the sofa. She looked sincerely at the young man and held out a bun, offering to share it with him as a gesture of gratitude. Song Yungxiang took the soft bun in his hand, feeling warmth fill his heart. Once upon a time, it was this girl and this bun that had saved him from the abyss of loneliness, despair, and the will to live. Smiling, he unwrapped the bun and leaned towards Zhao Wei, suggesting they split it in half amicably.
The girl happily accepted the offer, smiling back with her eyes closed. The long journey had left her hungry.
Using a thread of spiritual energy, the young man skillfully divided the soft dough. He handed half to the young girl and kept the other half for himself. Once, he couldn't have imagined sitting next to her again, sharing a steamed bun with radish. The family's mother looked at the young man with wide eyes, impressed by his precise manipulation of spiritual energy. Even masters of earthly ranks couldn't achieve such finesse. Watching her daughter share a meal with the young man, the woman recalled hearing about young Master Song from the Huanhu Palace. She nudged her husband and shared her observation, suggesting they thank the young man for everything he had done. Chief Tang adjusted his glasses, feeling awkward. He never quite knew how to interact with people, especially young nobles. Gathering his courage, he prepared to speak, but by then the bun had been finished. The young man watched as the little girl licked her fingers with pleasure. Turning to her brothers, Yao announced with her sincere, innocent expression that the young man was now her friend, officially stating his name. Song Yungxiang beamed with happiness and introduced himself as well. Once, he had deeply offended this little girl, but now he had the strength to protect her. Chief Tang awkwardly approached the table with his wife, scratching his head as he attempted to introduce himself. His wife nudged him in the back, apologizing for her husband's lack of conversational skills after so many years. The woman elegantly bowed and thanked Mr. Sun for helping them board and providing comfortable accommodations and a cabin. Song Yungxiang insisted they not stand on ceremony while the adults conversed. The little girl noticed the beautiful sunset and hurried to the window. Standing by the glass with wide eyes, She marveled at the beauty she hadn't seen in a long time, where clouds brushed against trees in the ship's garden. Excitedly, she turned to the others and exclaimed about the incomparable beauty of the garden visible through the window, with majestic trees and miniature gazebos. Rising from the sofa, the young man walked towards the window and invited Xiao to join him for a stroll in the garden, to which her parents seemed agreeable. The girl clapped her hands with enthusiasm and invited her younger sister Jo to join them for a walk in the garden. Spanning a quarter of the ship, a beautiful oasis awaited its guests. The girl felt awkward, but had always insisted her sister accompany her when with the young man. In another part of the airship, a different traveler admired the garden. A girl with short hair and silver hair and eyes gazed at the stunning landscape. Her silver hair and eyes gleamed as she turned to the man behind her, asking him to stroll through the garden with her. Meanwhile, a young man with the same silver hair sat in a chair, twirling a summoning talisman intricately patterned. He seemed uninterested in joining the walk. Several hours passed, and the airship completed its landing. Detaching from the airport, its engines roared noisily. Life bustled in the beautiful garden high above the cities. This inviting place beckoned visitors, especially at sunset. Near a huge tree in one of the clearings, a maid expressed gratitude to a beautiful woman in a long dress. Xiao Meng held a bunch of freshly dug radishes in her hands, sourced from the central garden as advised by the kitchen's owner. A charming and knowledgeable figure aboard the ship, she was dressed in delicate light attire and held a fan in her hands. Gazing at the sky with her beautiful lilac eyes, she pondered how someone who could afford comfort would be inspired by simple radish buns. Xiao Meng hurried back to the kitchen with a radish in hand, the sunlight filtering through the trees, casting her in the guise of a beautiful forest nymph. In moments, she vanished from sight, leaving Lynching alone in the shade of a tree with yellowing leaves falling around. Two individuals with silver hair ventured into the garden. Despite challenges, the girl had convinced her companion to stroll amidst the trees. They were halted by a ship employee until the vessel reached optimal speed. For safety, all passengers were required to remain in their cabins, and access to the garden was closed. Nyla, visibly displeased, made a frustrated expression. She had persuaded her companion to visit the garden with great effort, only to face disappointment. Frustrated, she began screaming and waving her arms like a child having a tantrum. Her companion and the ship employee looked on stoically. The young man approached her, gently placing his hand on her head and reassuring her that they would visit the garden later without fail. Despite his efforts, Nyla continued to scream and gesture wildly, now directing her frustration towards the young man. He had to hold his hand to his forehead to keep her at bay. Meanwhile, Xiao Meng approached the garden doors, mentally reviewing the ingredients list for the steamed buns provided by the local chef. The combination seemed unusual to her, something that wouldn't have been attempted back in her homeland. She was just a couple of steps away from the door. As the doors opened automatically before her, Xiao Meng was surprised to witness the peculiar scene unfolding involving Nyla and her companion, Fatty. The others turned their heads in surprise at the unexpected guest. Xiao Meng appeared confused, and the young man shouted for everyone to be careful. Unprepared to encounter anyone, Xiao Meng ran as fast as she could and collided head-on with the girls as the doors swung open. Radishes scattered in all directions. The maid lay motionless on the floor, lamenting the spilled radishes. Fruits lay scattered in the corridor, some bursting from the impact. Another young lady sat on the floor, holding her head in her hands with tears in her eyes. The collision had hit them hard. Fatty lifted her up as if she were a child, looking into her tear-streaked face. Nyla screamed in pain, both from the physical impact and the mess on her clothes. Her once pristine dress now dirty and stained, she looked nothing like a lady. Xiao Meng knelt in front of the young lady, repeatedly asking for forgiveness. She had been in such a rush that she hadn't paid attention to where she was running. It wasn't clear what caused the collision, whether it was the girl's lack of attention or her now torn clothes, but fate had dealt a harsh blow. The impact struck the girl near her sternum, dangerously close to her collarbones. A slight difference in angle could have been fatal. The maid had no time to react before she was propelled backward, crashing through the doors and back into the garden. She lay still on the stone path, face down, illuminated by the setting sun. Her dress was stained, dust swirling around her. As her scarf fell off, it revealed a metal collar, indicating she was in bondage. The employee eyed the chaotic scene cautiously, hand on his baton. The young man looked furious, still holding Nyla firmly. His yellow eyes filled with hatred and disgust. He wanted nothing more than for the girl, whom he considered a burdensome slave, to leave. The young man believed she was unworthy to touch a noble lady from the same family. The girl in his grasp began to resist and curse, hoping to avoid him having to compensate for the slave's death. In anger, the young man intentionally crushed a radish lying near his feet, causing it to break into several pieces. Xiaomeng lifted her head and weakly pleaded in a pitiful voice. She asked him not to trample the food intended for the young master. Fatty stormed out through the doorway where the door had been moments before, heading towards the maid. He cursed and degraded the werewolf race. On his way, he encountered another radish, which he also crushed underfoot. He didn't care who the slave had been carrying the food to. Turning onto her stomach, Xiaomeng crawled towards the young man, trying to apologize and salvage at least part of the food. She grabbed the angry man's pant leg with her hand, tearfully begging for forgiveness. Blood was visible at the corner of her mouth. Fatty's face contorted with veins bulging. He was disgusted that a werewolf dared to grab him in his clothes. Without hesitation, he struck the girl again with the same leg she had been holding on to, causing splashes of blood to fly upward like a fountain. The young man seemed to be losing control. He kicked the girl in the ribs and head. The servant and his companion stood aside, not attempting to stop the madman. The servant couldn't bear to watch the beating. He wanted to intervene, but Nyla stopped him by grabbing his shoulder. She smiled warmly at the servant, displaying a card with a substantial amount of money. From her explanation, it was clear that the young man's family had been killed by werewolf slaves, driving him mad at their sight. Apparently, previous encounters with werewolves had ended fatally for them. Since the girl didn't mind the maid potentially meeting the same fate, they were willing to compensate the owner for any losses incurred. The young man swung again, screaming. Now he was determined to strike her, despite initially hesitating to dirty his hands with her. He failed to notice someone approaching from behind. Song Yunxiang couldn't ignore what was happening and now finds himself holding the motionless boy's hand. Initially startled by a sudden arm grab, distractions during such beatings were rare. He shoots an angry glance at the young man. It became evident that Song Yun-young's grip was formidable, capable of restraining even a skilled black-ranked expert. Despite this, he maintains his hold on the girl's dress. Determined, Song Yun-young's gaze is stern and unwavering as he seeks the identity of the person who dared to attack his personal maid. They remain in that position for a while. Gradually, weariness sets in, and he starts to resent Song Yun-young's familiarity. The silver-haired youth issues threats, confident in his social standing and superior strength. Fate fears no one, but this time he picked the wrong adversary. Song Yun-young is prepared to accept the challenge and see what this young man is capable of. Known for his recklessness, Fate is ready to unleash his power. Right here in Seoul General, he retrieves the activation talisman, aware of the potential destruction it could unleash. Nyla approaches the men and demands an explanation. She hands over a vault filled with money to Song Yun-young, containing 50 Hiyu coins. The young man eyes the money suspiciously. He takes the card and inspects it, then glances at the odd couple. He remains silent, no longer touching the arrogant one. Tae simply waits for them to depart. Frustrated, Fate clenches his numb hand and curses at the girl. He won't let her disrespect him without consequence. Nyla bows to him, interrupting his outburst. She then delivers a punch to the young man's head. Her intuition tells her he's outmatched here, facing an expert of earthly rank. His eyes widen in surprise. He refrains from examining the aura, as the uninvited guest doesn't look older than. The angry girl places her hands on her hips and demands that the bewildered Tae apologize to the elder. Fatty is displeased with the request. Distrust and indignation show on his face. He's not accustomed to apologizing. He crosses his arms over his chest and bows his head as a gesture of respect. Apologetic words are uttered. Song Yunxiang doesn't even spare a glance at the boy. The young master approaches the maid, who remains curled up on the sidewalk. She shields her head, hearing the gentle voice. Xiaomeng relaxes slightly but still cannot rise from the beatings she endured, despite deceiving Song Yunxiang into believing she's okay. He scrutinizes her sternly. The odd couple bows behind the young man's back. Nyla requests permission to depart, if he doesn't need to tend to the maid right away. He would hardly let them leave so easily, but currently he has no time for that. He dismisses them with a somber look. Nyla and Fatty hastily exit the garden and dash across the hall to their cabins. The Tang family, mother and daughter, observe. Song Yunxiang watches their departure with a contemplative expression. They resemble inhabitants of the Shiyu Kingdom, situated in the southwest. The Shiyu Kingdom had varying relations with Tian at different times and often clashed with neighboring regions. Once, under the influence of Mirin, a kingdom attacked, and their best warriors rallied at the borders alongside Tai. Tianyu, uniting with Longhai, home of monsters. Their conflicts frequently involved the Shiyu clan. Their sole generals were starkly different, like fire and water. They loathed and battled each other with every fiber of their being. The Chaoyi kingdom wasn't shy about enslaving captives. Oftentimes these included wolfmen and women auctioned off like livestock. This is precisely why the people of Xiaoyan view wolfmen only as commodities. It's why poor Xiaomeng now lies beaten on the ground. Her presence triggers memories of his past life, and the girl who once was willing to sacrifice herself for him, despite being a werewolf. They had a strong bond. Song Yunxiang leans over the maid, assessing the extent of her injuries. He reaches into the inner pocket of his jacket. The young man retrieves a jar containing recovery pills, 1/3 full. Without hesitation, he administers the medicine to the girl. Xiaomeng begins to brush off the kindness. She's unused to such treatment from people, especially considering such a pill could buy several werewolves due to their low value. Pretending everything is fine, she scratches the back of her head and teasingly sticks out her tongue at the young man. She's accustomed to enduring beatings and exaggerating injuries to ward off tormentors. Unconvinced by her act, the young master grips her jaw to open her mouth. Xiaomeng looks at him fearfully. Song Yunxiang forcefully places the recovery pill in the maid's mouth. Clearly displeased, she purses her lips. The young man regards the girl sternly. Despite most werewolves lacking a sole general, they are a resilient and powerful race. He wipes drool from her mouth, causing her cheeks to blush with embarrassment as he gazes at her. Xiaomeng begins to protest, waving her hands. She can't fathom why he'd use such valuable medicine on her. While she sits on the garden path in discomfort, Song Yunxiang rises and departs, reassuring her not to worry about such matters. Pills are not a concern for him. Moving away from the girl, he inspects the bottle of medicine. There aren't many pills left. He'll need to return to his cabin to procure more. He approaches the Tang family. The young girl points at the servant and complains she can't enter the garden due to the commotion. Song Yunxiang pats the girl's head and promises they'll return for a stroll in the garden. Tang Xiao remains visibly displeased, turning away from the young man and puffing out her cheeks while crossing her arms in dissatisfaction. Suddenly, the girl's attention is drawn elsewhere, her expression becoming puzzled and serious as she looks in a certain direction. Her gaze lands on Xiaomeng, who is on her knees, gathering the scattered radish remains from the floor. Tang Xiao had promised they would serve steamed buns. Tang Xiao rushes over to the maid, eager to help collect everything from the floor. By the time she reaches her, Xiaomeng has already gathered several pieces. Melodic singing drifts from the garden, flowing through the half-open doors and inviting a stroll amidst the trees. Song Yunxiang hears the enchanting song and turns towards the windows, curious about who remains in the garden and whose captivating voice fills the air. The song emanates from the central gazebo, weaving into the surrounding atmosphere, becoming a part of it. Lin Chenghua sits on a ledge in the gazebo, playing an ancient musical instrument, the pipa. The girl accompanying him sings along to the melodies from the strings. Song Yunxiang recognizes the voice immediately. He had heard it long ago, appreciated by thousands in Chandu. The young man closes his eyes. savoring the beautiful voice of a future prima donna. How often would such an opportunity arise again? Memories flood back from the years he spent in the Black Shell Defense. As an adult, he attended many of her concerts. Perhaps now was the time to secure an autograph while he could. A few minutes later, the ship commander's loud voice echoes across the ship. The vessel is preparing to depart. Below the announcement, crew members wave their wands, signaling a couple of minutes until takeoff. Passengers are advised to fasten their seatbelts. The ship disconnects from power, and massive cables retract towards the base. The energy is sufficient for a complete journey around the system. Pre-flight checks commence. The main and auxiliary engines roar to life, their readiness confirmed. The aircraft ascends steadily. The commander requests clearance to depart from the port. In the control room above the towering structure, after all checks are completed, the ship is granted permission to take off. The controller wishes them a pleasant flight. Engines roar to life at full throttle. The ship's captain advises passengers that there may be some turbulence during takeoff to prevent panic. The Tang family waits anxiously. Everyone is securely fastened in their seats, visibly nervous about flying. In the third cabin, adorned with luxurious red chairs, Neela and Fatih sit. The girl laughs as the boy trembles nervously. Song Yunxiang is in a specialized room, crafting pills using a large alchemical sphere. It glows like a miniature sun in his hands, with several jars of different types already on the table. He only registers the sound of the engines, having reinforced the room with a magical field in advance to ensure turbulence does not disrupt his work. The table fills with more and more pills. He prepares these medicines not only for himself, but also as gifts for family members. 4 new shiny pink tablets materialize in his open hand, surrounded by magical light. The young man directs the tablets into their respective jars using the alchemical sphere. His current skill level limits him to creating only a few 8-star potions, explaining their scarcity. The engines continue at full power as the ship departs from the airport with a powerful roar. Moving away from the buildings, the commander accelerates. The ship speeds ahead, creating an air cushion at the bow to minimize contact with air vortices. Tang Xiao sits alone on a separate sofa. Despite wearing a seatbelt, she shakes from turbulence, clearly unsettled. The child remains separated from her family. Her family occupies another table. Her mother calls her over, hoping to comfort her and alleviate her fear of flying alone. Despite feeling unwell, Xiao refuses to join her family. Instead, she waits for her brother and insists on sitting with him at the same table. After some time, the younger son decides to take a break and leaves his specialized room for the common area. The younger girl instantly forgets her discomfort. She pats the sofa beside her and calls her brother over, her face brightening into a wide smile. Song Yunxiang notices his sister and returns the smile. He's glad they waited for him and heads over to join them at the table. Mother Tang looks at her son in surprise. He calmly navigates the ship as if unaffected by the turbulence around him. Their niece, a student at the academy, also observes Song Yunxiang in surprise. She understands that he has adapted his body to the ship's movements, a skill born from extensive self-control. Elder Tang remains oblivious to his surroundings, his condition so poor he can barely keep his head up. He seems to be in a semi-conscious state. Meanwhile, Song Yunxiang settles onto the sofa next to his sister and opens his communicator to send a message. The young girl worries about her brother, pointing to his seatbelt and urging him to buckle up for safety. Curious, she asks what he's doing. With a calm smile, Song Yunxiang explains that he's sending a message to their family to let them know he's returning home. The ship is now far from the city, soaring above calm waters, cutting through clouds, and heading towards the setting sun. Back in Yunxiang City at the Song Estate, a large sensor embedded in the main building captures all incoming messages. Chief Manager Da Mu, a middle-aged man in a gray suit, informs the family head that the airship carrying his grandson has departed and will arrive tomorrow at noon. Song Jingzhong, the elderly head of the family in gray robes, orders his sons and grandsons to gather at the estate for a family reunion. The old man reads the message from his younger son on the monitor and directs military vessels to escort the ship carrying his grandson. The manager looks up at the family head, cautiously asking if warships can be used for personal matters. The old man rebukes his subordinate angrily, insisting that protecting his grandson is no trivial affair and should not be questioned. The manager bows guiltily and requests permission to leave, citing an urgent assignment. Senior Song remains alone in his spacious office, gazing at his grandson's photo displayed on the screen. Amidst the opulent items on his desk lies an old black-and-white photograph. It captures a man and a woman tenderly holding a baby. The old man picks up the photo frame, studying it closely. It's hard to imagine the child in the picture would grow to heal his own veins and wield such formidable strength. A gilded jar emits a gentle smoke, filling the air with the fragrance of incense as the man reflects on the photo. Meanwhile, the airship carrying Junior Song stabilizes and flies calmly through the sky. The ship's captain announces freedom of movement for the passengers. Xiao Meng finally reaches the first cabin with her order. She pushes a cart carrying 2 trays and places one in front of Song Yunxiang and Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan eagerly grabs a steamed bun and bites into it with gusto, already speaking with her mouth full as she asks the maid how she's feeling. With fists raised triumphantly, the girl joyfully thanks Song Yunxiang for the pill, feeling better than ever. Niece Tang holds her bun modestly, her cheeks blushing. She wonders if he gave her the same pill as he did when he saved her from the monsters. Little Xiao Wan chews thoughtfully, her expression serious as she remarks that if she were in her brother's place, she would definitely confront the person who harmed Xiao Meng. She stops abruptly, eyeing the bun's filling suspiciously, her sentence left unfinished. The young man notices the girl suddenly going quiet and anxiously asks if she choked. Instead, Xiao Wan beams with happiness. The bun is so delicious that she can barely contain her delight. Yunxiang hasn't tasted the bun yet. He picks one up skeptically and takes a bite, asking if the girl is exaggerating. Carefully chewing, he examines the bun's filling. He detects hints of soy sauce and honey, a familiar taste to him. The maid is genuinely pleased that the guests enjoy the buns. She explains they're made from a special recipe by Lady Jinghua. Suddenly, the maid pauses, recalling she forgot to tell the guests about Lady Jinghua. Xiao Meng prepares to wheel the cart away, but mentions there will soon be a song and dance performance in the central garden. She offers to escort the guests there. On the lawn in front of the gazebo, 2 armored warriors hold special projectors, creating a huge stage for the dancers. Further ahead is a special viewing area with rows of chairs on a wooden platform. From afar, a beautiful voice carries through the air, audible even outside the ship, filling the entire area. Searchlights shine in the night sky, merging to twinkle like small stars, illuminating the garden with blue light. On stage, girls dance to the rhythm of a song recounting the tale of a beautiful woman adorned in exquisite attire. The dancers wear oriental garments with light skirts adorned with golden rings and delicate silk scarves flowing from their arms. Lady Jingwei sits in the gazebo playing the piano, her eyes closed, fully immersed in performing a tender song celebrating the love of a beautiful woman. The viewing platform is already half filled with people attentively listening to the performance, comfortably seated in their chairs. Xiao Meng leads Song Yunxiang and the Tong family across the bridge to the podium. The passengers from the first cabin are given prime seats in the middle of the front row. Nearby, a plump young man notices them. He glances over at the first cabin passengers. This is young Master Khan, from a wealthy family. An evil grin spreads across his face as he sizes up the passengers. He judges people based on their appearance and finds it suspicious that simply dressed individuals occupy the first cabin. Nyla also notices the arriving guests. When Xiao Wan attempts to climb onto her chair, she recognizes the young man. The girl tugs at Fatty's sleeve. Lost in admiration like a love-struck tomcat, he watches the dancers and listens to the beautiful song. Though he doesn't hear what she says, her tugging distracts him, and he glares angrily in her direction. Nai Lao deduces that there are important guests from the Hong Union sitting in the Diamond Zone. The young man must be more significant than he appears, prompting the Somalian family to befriend him. Her companion is puzzled by the conversation, his stern gaze fixed elsewhere. Xiao Meng feels a gaze upon her and turns towards Fate. She looks at the man in surprise for a moment. Her hair stands on end like a cat's as she senses something amiss. Song Yunxiang notices the suspicious couple with front row seats. They don't seem like ordinary citizens of the Shiyu kingdom. He turns to the maid and gestures for her to sit in the next chair to the left. Gratefully, she accepts his offer. At that moment, the dance performance on stage concludes. The presenter steps forward and announces the beginning of a performance based on a true story. The play, The Battle of Yuan City, unfolds before the audience. The curtain rises, revealing a scene of burning buildings. Song Yongxiang slumps in his chair, perplexed. He feels a sense of embarrassment creeping over him. Suddenly, an actor in simple peasant attire rushes onto the stage, calling desperately for help. He shouts at the top of his lungs that monsters have attacked the city, pleading for assistance and urging everyone to flee. 3 more actors in monster costumes appear, resembling gluttonous creatures intent on devouring as many people as possible. Xiao watches the unfolding drama with wide-eyed surprise, exclaiming how frightening the monsters appear. On the opposite side of the stage, 3 actors clad in makeshift armor of student defenders brandish their swords against the monsters. A fierce battle ensues, chaotic and intense, amidst the backdrop of screams echoing through the air. The monsters overwhelm the defenders from the academy with powerful strikes, knocking them down and disarming them. Grinning monstrously, the enemies stand over the fallen defenders, their massive claws slashing through the air. Xiao screams in fear, covering her eyes with her hands. She has never witnessed such a dramatic performance before. A uniquely dressed man steps onto the stage. His gray armor distinguishes him from the student defenders, appearing larger and more imposing. He strikes a heroic pose. This is Star Soul General Zai, shouting commands loud enough for the monsters to hear. In the audience hall, guests begin murmuring and discussing the appearance of this new hero on stage. The main actor assumes a summoning stance for the Star Soul General, announcing a transformation. A curtain descends over him, enveloping him completely as he begins to spin within it. Guests in the audience are captivated as the main actor undergoes a transformation on stage, eliciting surprise and anticipation from the crowd. Some guests are visibly thrilled, their cheeks blushing in excitement. The actor reappears as Liu Bu, now adorned in striking red and emerald armor with a long red cloak, presenting himself as a heroic figure to the audience. A young man in the back rows recognizes Liu Bu, having seen the real general in action during a previous city visit, and shouts in recognition. Extras on stage assist Liu Bu by bringing him a halberd, enhancing the authenticity of his character. Liu Bu summons a horse, with additional extras assisting by attaching a fake horse to his lower torso, enhancing the illusion of movement and action on stage. In his formidable guise, Liu Bu chases down the monsters on stage, instilling fear and awe among the audience as they witness the heroic display. Kan, a spectator, applauds enthusiastically, seeing Liu Bu as an exemplary figure for aspiring Star Soul masters. Tang Xiao's eyes also sparkle with admiration as she roots for the majestic hero. Meanwhile, Song Yunxiang feels somewhat out of place and tries to distract himself with a cup of hot tea, feeling a bit awkward amidst the excitement. A beautiful maiden, portrayed on stage among cardboard buildings, interacts with Liu Bu, reassuring her safety as he promises to protect her. The unexpected twist in the play causes Song Yunxiang to choke on his tea, imagining the potential consequences if real royalty were to witness this performance. Chung Ki, another character, enters the stage surrounded by hounds, adding to the spectacle of the unfolding drama. Special effects such as steam simulate a battle scene, heightening the drama and urgency of the narrative. Ken Doogie continues to applaud with delight, seeing Liu Bu as a true role model and hero. After vanquishing the monsters, the princess in the play proposes marriage to Liu Bu, but he nobly declines, citing his duty to protect the country. Niece Tang tears up as what she witnessed on stage mirrors her memories of her rescue. The general bids farewell to the beautiful girl. She collapses on stage in tears, pleading with the hero not to leave. Song Yunxiang is unsure of where to turn. He huddles in his chair, attempting to blend into the background, ashamed of an idea that isn't true at all. Ken Diggy forcefully slams his palm on the table beside his seat. Turning to the young man, he rises with a displeased expression, clenching his fists. He wasn't pleased with something. Throughout the performance, he made critical comments about the play. He bristles with anger, demanding an apology from the hero. Sung Yunxiang looks at him incredulously. Two burly guards stand before John Doggy, one young, the other older with a mustache and beard. They glare at Mr. Yunxiang, insisting on an apology. The young man decides not to escalate things aboard the Allied ship, so he begrudgingly offers an apology. Nyla turns to her companion with a mischievous grin. This could be their opportunity to befriend the first-class passenger. Fate gazes at her friend with disapproval, wondering if she's really gearing up for a confrontation. The girl sticks her tongue out at him, confident that there won't be a fight because she can rely on the guy from first class. Ken Dougie remains indignant. He feels the apology sounded insincere and insists on hearing genuine remorse. Little Shy Away stands by Yunxiang's side. She dislikes seeing someone pick on her brother. She points at the stout man and shouts indignantly that they've already apologized to him. Ken Diggy is deeply offended. He dislikes being called fat by the girl and responds by yelling and hurling insults back, to dismantle when they connected. A silver-haired couple, Nyla, sticks out her tongue and teasingly tells the wealthy man they're not offended by the truth. Candy clenches his fists with a serious expression. If the troublemakers want a fight, they'll get one. Fatty is displeased, blaming the stout man for disrupting their viewing of the performance. He's ready to confront him, pulling out a beautiful summoning talisman from his clothes. One of the older guards, wearing an angry expression, warns the brutes from the Shiyu kingdom not to act so arrogantly. Fatty displays his disdain for arrogant men in every way. He's confident he can defeat both guards in moments. The senior guard draws his summoning card, sure he can discipline the impudent boy. Kenji tries to calm the situation. The presenter's voice is heard over the scenes. He asks the guests to give the floor to the beautiful lady standing beside him. All eyes turn towards the stage. Most freeze in surprise upon recognizing Lady Jinghua herself. The girl stands beside the presenter, dressed in her typical delicate peach-colored attire. Her white hair is tied back with a red elastic band, falling over her left shoulder. Ken Diggy bows shyly, embarrassed that the playwright herself had to come on stage. Fatty is thrilled to see the girl up close. His cheeks flush pink and his eyes reveal admiration. Song Yunxiang gazes at the beautiful lady with a nostalgic smile and tenderness. Only he knows that in 3 years she will become famous throughout the kingdom. Lady Jinghua begins her address. She overheard an argument from her gazebo and came out to mediate among the guests. Ken Diggy awkwardly scratches the back of his head in confusion, closing his eyes and asks the lady to continue her speech. First, the girl expresses gratitude for the love shown towards her work, but clarifies that her story, based on legend, is a literary creation and not an accurate reflection of reality. Turning to Yunxiang, she acknowledges that perhaps the young man participated in a real battle depicted on stage. She humbly accepts any corrections he might have. Furthermore, she acknowledges making some changes for commercial reasons, for which she apologizes and humbly bows from the stage. Her face blushes with embarrassment. The young man feels somewhat awkward. He scratches the back of his head, trying to ease the tension. He mentions that the play wasn't that bad. Lady Jinghua smiles in response. She invites the audience to stay and enjoy the play until they can enjoy her singing. Ken Daggy smiles sheepishly, apologizing to the lady and everyone present. He realizes he got carried away. Song Yunxiang tries to calm Xiao down as she continues teasing the stout man and sticking her tongue out at him. Nyla returns to her seat. Fate finally warns the guard by drawing her finger across her throat, a gesture indicating potential danger for him next time. The elderly man departs with the other guards, shooting an angry glance at the impudent young man. With a smile, the presenter announces that the audience will now be treated to a magnificent performance by Lady Jinghua. The statue of General Star Soul stands on the stage. The girl sits before the audience on a small chair, holding a classic lute in her hands. Her fingers begin to slide gently over the strings, filling the air with beautiful music. Her eyes closed, the girl starts singing. The atmosphere seems to shimmer with floating lights as the wind calms down. The spectators fall silent, captivated by her beautiful voice. Even the natural surroundings seem to still. Only the leaves gently descend to the ground. Song Yunxiang closes his eyes. The world around him seems to fade away. How long has it been since he last heard his beloved prima donna's voice? Nostalgia overwhelms him. Behind Lady Jinghua, a curtain opens. The stage fills with billowing mist, from which emerge beautiful girls in red and green dresses, dancing in perfect harmony. The girl's performance on the lute is breathtaking. The dancers move with stunning grace and precision. After finishing her song, the singer and the dancers bow. The audience is delighted. The guests applaud and request an encore. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed the performance. Lady Jinghua is pleased that everyone enjoyed her performance. She agrees to perform another song but is unsure which one. Ken Diggy enthusiastically shouts from his seat that he heard rumors about the singer working on a new song, Burning Star. He would love to be among the first to hear this piece. The spotlight focuses on the girl from above. She explains that the song isn't ready yet. The audience picks up on the second-class passenger's request and starts chanting the name of the new song. Lady Jinghua agrees to fulfill the audience's request. She's delighted that everyone enjoys her work and hopes the song will be a success even without its final touches. Song Yungxiang gazes at the stage with a contented expression. He recalls how Burning Star brought fame to the diva, though he didn't realize the song was written so long ago. The singer sits down, gently touching the strings with a serene expression. Her beautiful lilac eyes gaze somewhere above the audience as she begins singing to the unknown hero. The young man doesn't notice as he closes his eyes, getting lost in her beautiful voice and starting to sing along. He knows many of the prima donna's songs by heart. This song resonates deeply in the hero's heart, each line correlating with different chapters of his life. He recalls all the battles he's endured. Sometimes he forgets the lyrics due to the passage of time but continues to hum with closed eyes. Having sung the line, "I will be the one who returns," he already feels like his new life has begun, where he can correct all his mistakes. When he opens his eyes to applaud, he realizes there is an eerie silence all around. Even Lady Jinghua is quiet. Song Yungxiang is puzzled by what happened. He was so caught up in the moment that upon opening his eyes, he's taken aback by the unusual silence. He turns his head, searching for an explanation. All eyes in the hall are fixed on him alone. The girls cover their mouths with their fingers. Lady Jinghua stands on stage, head bowed. Even from a distance, you can see her hands holding the instrument trembling. Xiaomeng leans towards the young master and whispers that the singer hasn't finished the song yet, and the last lines are missing. But the young man has taken their place. Song Yungxiang is horrified. Cold sweat starts to trickle down his forehead. He realizes this could potentially impact the singer's career, as this song made her famous. Lady Jinghua lifts her head slightly, showing peace. The words, "I will be the one who returns," resonate with what she feels. She thanks the young man. Mr. Song is at a loss for words. He mumbles something inaudible, opening and raising his hands as if in surrender. He never expected such a turn of events. Bathed in spotlight, a beautiful girl gazes tenderly at the young man and admits her heart skipped a beat when she heard his words. It's as if she's found a kindred spirit. Song Yungxiang feels awkward and looks away, feeling as if he's cheated on an exam. Who knew that his attempt to enjoy the evening could end like this? Large gray clouds begin to gather around the ship. It sails through them as if on waves. Lady Jinghua looks at her hands in surprise. Her body and clothes are enveloped in emerald flames, stretching towards the sky as if evaporating. The girl realizes what's happening. She's breaking through to the next level. Gentle whirlwinds lift her clothes and hair. A blush and gentle smile appear on the singer's face. She's been at the peak of the yellow rank for a long time, but the young man's words have spurred her soul to break through. Suddenly, she lets out a cry as if her body is filled with ecstasy. The emerald flames shimmer along with her body, spreading around her like an aura. The girl finds herself surrounded by shimmering streams reaching upwards. Her gaze is fixed on the sky. The emerald aura shoots upward in a bright column, scattering high above the ship and sprinkling the dark sky with gentle sparks. Kendagi leaps from his chair in disbelief. His favorite singer turns out to be a star soul master and has broken through to the next rank before him. Song Yungxiang watches the events unfold calmly. He knows that by relaxing his mind and finding harmony, people can overcome obstacles, preventing breakthroughs. In the sky, amidst thickening clouds, lilac lightning flashes, harbingers of trouble in this world. The young man cannot ignore this. Sensing an evil aura, he gazes up at the sky, suspecting a disturbance. The clouds multiply, seemingly chasing the ship. Lightning sporadically illuminates the sky. Lady Jinghua, having undergone a rather personal transformation, lies on the stage sweating, in a semi-conscious state. Kenduggy stands up and, respectfully bowing, congratulates the girl on her advancement to the black rank. The audience behind him remains seated, applauding and shouting congratulations to the singer. Still under the spotlight, the girl rises slightly and thanks everyone present, her face adorned with a gentle blush. Gradually regaining her composure, she stands up. She turns to Mr. Song, thanking him for his guidance and requesting to speak with him after the performance. However, the young man has no time for this now. He raises his hand, signaling for silence, listening intently to the commotion around the ship. Lady Jinghua opens her beautiful lilac eyes wide, questioning the young man. The thunderstorm around the ship intensifies. Clouds engulf the vessel, and lightning strikes closer and closer. Meanwhile, panic ensues at headquarters as staff report to the captain that a disturbance has been detected in the airspace. The captain, a stern elderly man in a red uniform, appears visibly angry and orders the ship to prepare for acceleration while activating the protective array. A sky-colored shield materializes around the ship, causing the clouds to recede several meters. Alarms sound everywhere, signaling imminent danger to the passengers. The siren echoes throughout the aircraft. Guests in the garden hear an announcement from the ship's crew that they need to increase speed due to the presence of nearby monsters. Above them, spectators who just enjoyed a marvelous performance witness a massive rift splitting the sky like a crack. Numerous flying monsters known as bifans, appearing only in groups and of considerable rank, emerge from the rift towards the ship. Resembling vultures, they hover in the sky, opening their large beaks to gather energy balls for an attack. Simultaneously, they unleash bright rays towards the ship. A single monster's attack could cause devastating damage and casualties. The lethal rays strike a sophisticated high-level array set up by the ship's crew. Given the number of monsters, the adequacy of the protection remains uncertain. Panic erupts in the garden area. Guests leap from their seats as the entire ship trembles. Amidst the chaos, Song Yunxiang remains composed and steady on his feet. Lady Jinghua struggles to maintain her balance amidst the constant shocks. The ground gives way beneath her, and she finds herself at the edge of the stage. Song Yunxiang notices the singer's peril and rushes towards her. She falls from the stage directly into his arms. He gently places her on the ground, exchanging concerned words. The young man checks if she's all right, and she expresses gratitude for saving her. Song Yunxiang gazes at the protective array with a serious expression, expressing concern about its durability. The girl places her hand on her chest, eyes fixed anxiously on the sky. Meanwhile, at headquarters, an employee reports the dire situation with a look of horror. The ship is completely surrounded by monsters. The captain, angry and uncertain, realizes that with the protection activated, the ship can't reach maximum speed. Sweat trickles down his temple. He has no choice but to issue a distress signal and request support. In the meantime, the crew must prepare to fight. Armored warriors with long-range weapons position themselves around the ship's perimeter, firing at the flying monsters. Numerous trained warriors are stationed throughout the ship. Their main task is to prevent the monsters from breaching the protective array, which is their primary defense. Kenduggy is forcibly carried away by two guards holding his arms and legs, trying to move him to a safe place. He resists, wanting to fight. Ken tries to persuade his uncles that he must join the fight. Any help is crucial now. His face reflects courage and determination. Fate and Nyla crouch behind the chairs. The young man seriously asks his companion if she is considering joining the battle. Nyla, always sensible, looks at him and decides she must fight, but for her own sake, not for others. Song Yunxiang and Lady Jinghua watch the barrier glow under the attacks. The young man pulls out a green summoning talisman adorned with patterns. Shan Ruowei, observing the couple from the side, takes a closer look at the talisman in Yunxiang's hand and is surprised. Her eyes widen. She recognizes it as her talisman, which she thought she lost in battle. Gervais blushes and covers her mouth with her fingers. She finds it endearing that her savior is using her talisman. This discovery excites her. The attacking monsters show no signs of retreat. Vibrations spread through the protective array like ripples on water. In some places, the barrier becomes especially thin. Sensing this, the enemies converge to attack these weak points simultaneously. The command post receives the troubling news. The personnel responsible for maintaining the protective array inform the captain that monsters are attempting to breach a vulnerable spot. The captain reacts with urgency. His face remains stern, but panic is evident in his eyes. He dispatches another squad to reinforce security. The threat to the protective barrier is displayed on screens. An employee reports that no one can leave their assigned posts due to fierce battles erupting everywhere. Realizing the dire situation, the captain breaks into a cold sweat. He knows that now the passengers' assistance is crucial to aid the ship's defenders. Most passengers aboard the flight are ordinary people, barely capable of defending themselves against even the weakest monsters. Spectators hastily evacuate the garden. Lady Jinghua takes charge of the evacuation efforts, organizing people and directing them to safety. Monsters gather in the sky above the garden, preparing to strike simultaneously. Sinister energy gathers once more in their beaks. Coordinating their attack, the enemies unleash rays that merge into a single stream, descending and spreading across the protective barrier. Not all garden occupants manage to escape in time. 3 dancers flee along a path near the western wall, stumbling from the constant tremors. At that moment, the protective dome cracks under the monster's coordinated assault. A beam strikes the western wall, causing part of it to collapse. Debris falls perilously close to the defenseless women. Lady Jinghua witnesses the danger but is powerless to intervene directly. She shouts urgently for the dancers to quickly move out of harm's way. The girls sitting on the path see massive boulders hurtling towards them with no time to escape. Suddenly, a shimmering blue card flashes past Lady Jinghua. It surges with energy towards the vulnerable dancers. Instinctively covering themselves in fear, a transparent dome materializes around them. The falling rubble strikes the energy field but is deflected harmlessly aside. The dancers look up, puzzled, unable to grasp where the protective barrier above them came from. Lady Jinghua turns to see the origin of the unfolding protective array and is surprised to find the first cabin passenger behind it. Few can create such things instantly. He stands there, completing the spell. Song Yunxiang gazes up at the massive rift in the sky. He understands a battle is imminent. The monsters have breached their defenses. The first monster enters the garden area, with others growling angrily, awaiting their turn. John Diggy and his guards turn around at the roar, realizing escape is futile. They must face the danger. Mustachioed Uncle Wu from the guard pushes off the ground, intent on intercepting the approaching enemies to protect the defenseless guests. In a swift motion, he tosses his summoning talisman to Song Yunxiang, urging him to protect himself. They all must prepare to fight. Song catches the talisman with both hands and sincerely asks Uncle Wu to take care of himself. These people have become like family to him. Uncle Wu swiftly activates his talisman, triggering his transformation as he dons his armor and prepares for battle. His armor, simple yet sturdy, gleams with steel. Uncle Wu raises his axe, ready for combat. His classic weapon strikes the monster's tough shell, creating bright sparks akin to steel meeting steel. Adrenaline surges as he swings the axe, aiming to breach the enemy's defenses. Sparks scatter in all directions, leaving bright trails in the air. The monster remains immobile under the assault. Amid the battle, everyone watches as Uncle Wu's fighting prowess unfolds. Song Yunxiang is briefly distracted by a system message and steps aside. He listens intently as the system advises him to leave the area due to heightened danger. The young man considers the monsters attacking the ship may not pose a significant threat, but the system detected an enemy ranked higher than a saint. He turns to look at the Tang family and others. Determined not to abandon them, he knows he can't hide with so many people. Recalling recent battles, he managed to obtain several summoning talismans and replicate Liu Bu's tactics. However, he realizes this might not be enough against a formidable opponent. Resting his chin in thought, he wishes he had generals with long-range, mobile attacks. Despite Uncle Wu's efforts, he fails to breach the monster's shell. The creature retaliates with a hind paw, hurling him aside. He crashes to the ground. The monster immediately aims a beam at Uncle Wu. He disappears in a cloud of energy and dust, causing onlookers to recoil from the blast. Nyla and Fate observe the battle. Nyla assesses the situation, noting the inadequacy of Uncle Wu's tactics. She urges the young man to engage the monster. Determined, Fate takes out a talisman, seeing an opportunity to demonstrate dominance. He summons armor distinct from Tiandu's machines, its angular shape resembling a cyborg more than traditional warrior armor. Despite his injuries, Uncle Wu remains alive, cursing as he struggles to rise. The monster hovers over him in preparation to strike again. Intent on finishing him off, the monster readies another energy beam in its gaping beak. A sudden yellow energy beam intercepts the monster, hitting its head and preventing the attack on Uncle Wu. Startled, Uncle Wu looks towards the source of the intervention. He sees Fate standing there, her hand extended with brilliant yellow energy emanating from it, evidence of her recent shot. Exhausted, Uncle Wu gazes sternly at his savior. He recognizes the talisman and realizes Fate is from Xiao. He stands up, hiding any signs of weakness. Uncle Wu is eager to continue the fight, hoping they can defeat their enemy together. Fate shoots once more at the monster, beams of energy erupting from his hand. Uncle Wu, preferring close combat, leaps forward, wielding his axe as he closes the distance. Xiao Meng instructs the Tang family and Mr. Song to move to the lower deck. Senior Tang agrees, preferring to stay out of sight in the garden. Xiao rushes to her brother. The young man takes the girl by the hand and turns to Xiao Meng with a grave expression. He asks a maid to look after their friends and inquires about the availability of lifeboats on the ship. The girl takes Xiao from Mr. Song and confirms that there are lifeboats for the crew. She reassures her brother and reaches out to comfort him. To calm the baby, Xiao Meng hands her to her mother. They must leave while they can still move freely in the garden. The family departs, leaving Xiao upset, but comforted by her brother's presence. Mama Tang calls out to Rui, who glances back at Mr. Song. The girl, without looking at her family, asks her aunt to hide on the lower deck with her. She is determined to fight alongside Mr. Song, smiling confidently. Clutching her newly crafted talisman to her chest, she closes her eyes, preparing herself not to be a burden this time, but to protect both herself and the passengers. Meanwhile, Fate and Uncle Wu have forced the monster out of the garden and continue to attack from different angles. Despite their previous conflicts, Uncle Wu and Fate fight together as one. The young man volunteers to distract the enemy while the older man seeks an opportunity to strike. They attack the enemy from all sides, their teamwork improving with each encounter. They complement each other's strengths, power, and speed. The monster falls for their tactics, fixated on Fate and ignoring the second assailant. In his pursuit of the nimble fighter, he exposes himself to danger. The young man observes the enemy's momentary lapse in vigilance and signals to Uncle Wu. They might have a chance to launch a successful attack. Sneaking up behind the distracted monster, the man leaps, ready to strike its head with a shout and a swing of his axe. Startled by his uncle's loud exclamation, the monster swiftly counters, delivering a powerful blow to the man's abdomen that sends the axe flying from his grasp. Uncle Wu staggers, losing balance from the pain. It crashes heavily into the garden, smashing through the eastern wall and scattering trees, raising a dense cloud of dust. Kenji, alarmed, points to a fissure in the massive structure. The warriors struggle to contain one enemy, while several more monsters begin to emerge from the crack. Vultures circle above the garden, screeching loudly in search of prey. Fatty darts among them, attempting to regroup with the others. The young man considers slipping through unnoticed. One of the monsters charges energy in its beak, preparing to unleash an attack not only on Uncle Wu, but also on everyone below. Shinra Wei and Lady Jing are the first to notice the enemy's intentions, but they are powerless to intervene, only able to shout and panic. Responding to their cries, the second guard, Konduga, rushes to shield everyone from the monster's powerful attack, intercepting its beam with his soul talisman. The beam obliterates everything beneath the monster, engulfing the area in flames and smoke as it continues to discharge. Clad in traditional armor, the guard shields the master and himself, then turns to check if everyone is unharmed. The young man sits on the grass, his voice trembling as he reassures that everything is all right. His gaze, filled with astonishment, remains fixed on the guard. General Wei shields herself and her students with her shield, while Lady Jinghua, positioned slightly farther away, covers herself with her hands. The protective dome shimmers at her feet. Surveying her surroundings, Lady Jinghua scans anxiously to ensure everyone's safety, her attention focused on the shimmering dome beneath her feet. As the dust settles, she discovers her family safe within the dome. Someone had erected a protective barrier to shield them. She is astonished and realizes it must have been Junior Song. Looking around, the girl finds the boy absent from where he had just been standing. Energy flows still ripple in various directions. It turns out the young man had saved another life. Standing apart from the others, he had conjured a protective shield above himself, holding Niklaus tightly in his right hand. Seeing how tenderly he holds Niklaus, the girl feels embarrassed and blushes. She thanks him for the rescue but is shocked that someone could block the monster's attack with bare hands. Song Yunxiang silently unclenches his hand, releasing Niklaus. He may not treat them kindly, but he won't let anyone die. Before the girl can even touch the ground, the young man vanishes. The protective shield dissipates, leaving behind faint traces and swirling dust. The young man remains seated on the ground, staring at his golden summoning talisman. He tries to gather courage, his body drenched in cold sweat. Fear is palpable on his face as he brings the talisman closer, summoning armor without even standing up. The guard turns to see the transformation, classic steel armor encasing the young man. Even in his armor, it's evident the young man trembles with fear. He reassures Brother Nu that he's okay, urging himself to overcome fear and prepare for battle. Several monsters fly toward them with menacing cries, extending their claws in various directions to snatch victims. Guard Nu watches the approaching enemies, unwavering as he prepares to intercept them, shielding himself. Ken Digi, in a panic, tries to navigate the system, tapping different icons in an attempt to summon weapons. As he struggles to figure it out, the warrior before him takes the hit. The monster crashes into his shield and grabs it with its claws. With both hands occupied, the guard has no defense against the sharp beak. John Daggy snaps to attention and rushes to the rescue, leaping up from behind. He strikes the monster forcefully over the head with a reinforced hammer, putting all his strength behind the blow. The vulture staggers to the ground. Meanwhile, Song Yunxiang appears and hurries towards the Tang family. Landing beside the protective array, he is met with surprised looks from the family. With a serious expression, he informs them that it's unlikely safe to reach the lower deck now. It would be safer for them to stay with him since they are unable to fight. Left with no other options, the family reluctantly submits to the determined young master, expressing gratitude for his concern. Song Yunqiang reassures them that it will be safer with him nearby. If stronger monsters appear, he can more easily protect them if they stay close. The family members react differently. Elder Tang agrees that the thought of stronger monsters on the ship is frightening indeed. Drawing closer to the young man, his expression suddenly stern, Senior Tang voices concern about what other passengers will do if they have a chance to escape. He suggests consulting with the ship's captain. Senior Tang is cut off mid-sentence by a blow from his wife. His glasses fly off, leaving a sizable lump on the back of his head. Meanwhile, Shan, Roe, and Jing Wei engage one of the monsters. The creature shoots beams at the ground, but the agile student dodges and fires back. Jing Wei attacks from another angle. Unable to catch the nimble opponent, the monster redirects its attention to Lady Jinghua. Shan, unsure if Jinghua can outrun the monster, panics and tries to warn her of the danger. The death ray strikes where Lady Jinghua was just a moment ago, her red and yellow armor marking the spot. She executes a quick somersault to evade the attack. Taking a defensive stance with two drawn swords, she crouches low. Without the warning, she might not have dodged in time. The girls launch another offensive. Shen Rai attacks from a distance with a student's crossbow, while Lady Jing searches for vulnerabilities for a close-range attack. Having reassured her husband, Mrs. Tang and her daughter awkwardly apologize for not being able to assist, but express readiness to help with anything within their capabilities. Song Yunxiang tries to reassure them with a serious expression, emphasizing that their safety is his foremost concern since he brought them into danger. The garden fills with more and more monsters. Screams and explosions echo amidst the trees as battles rage on the ground. One enemy pins Uncle Wu to the ground. He struggles to fend it off with his axe, pushing away its claws and beak. The battle quickly wears him down. Lacking the strength to repel the monster's attacks, he finds himself unable to escape on his own. Fate comes to his aid. Like a ghost, the young man appears above the enemy's back, blades poised to strike. He plans to leap onto the flying monster's back, preventing it from using its claws or tail against him. Plunging his left dagger into the enemy's spine, he finds a weak spot in its armor, easily breaking through to flesh. Finally managing to wound the monster, splashes of pink corrosive blood spray onto Uncle Wu's armor, eliciting a grunt of pain. The enemy, forgetting its prey, thrashes wildly in different directions, turning towards Fate with a piercing cry. Positioned just half a meter from the screaming maw, the young man raises his blade once more and severs the monster's head. The vulture's eyes dim as blood flows from its shattered skull, the blade gleaming between its eyes.
Fate withdraws his weapon from the monster's head. The vulture collapses in a splatter of blood to the ground. Uncle Wu is momentarily safe.
Caustic blood streaks down his armor as he catches his breath and thanks his savior. The next creature approaches swiftly. There's no time to rest. The young man faces the threat head-on, ready to continue the fight. Uncle Wu finds himself in debt now. He stands up and grabs his axe. The men stand back to back, preparing for a challenging battle. Meanwhile, Diggy and the second guard confront another monster. One defends while the other must attack. The monster slams against the sturdy shield once more, this time with increased anger and force, testing the guard's ability to withstand such an assault. Diggy rushes to check on the battlefield status, unaware as the monster lunges after him, its massive claws reaching for his back. Grabbing the young man by his back and helmet, the monster knocks him down and pins him to the ground. On another front, Lady Jinghua finds herself in trouble as the monster seizes her shoulders, lifting her into the air with no means of escape. Watching from under their protective barrier, the dancers gasp and worry for the warrior. The monster hurls the warrior, Lady Jinghua, who hurtles uncontrollably toward Shen. With no time to evade, Joy braces for impact. Lady Jinghua collides with her ally, knocking her down and pinning her under the weight of her armor. Another clash ensues, filling the garden with a cloud of smoke and diminishing visibility due to frequent explosions. Having pushed its adversaries aside, the monster prepares to unleash another energy beam attack. The girls lying on the ground look towards the enemy, realizing the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a steel-handed figure rushes to aid the lady, seizing the monster by its tail. Red Emerald Liu Bu grabs the monster's tail and hurls it over, slamming its muzzle into the ground. Everyone nearby is astonished. Zhao Wen's eyes gleam brightly. Lady Jinghua is taken aback. The Tang elders are speechless. The dancers also stare wide-eyed. The warrior dispatches the creature with a halberd, thrusting the blade straight into its neck, causing the ground to be splattered with pungent pink blood. Liu Bu retrieves a weapon from the fallen foe. Now the focus shifts to rescuing the others. His eyes blaze with blue fire, brimming with spiritual energy and anger due to the interrupted flight. Dealing with an increasing number of monsters in the garden minute by minute poses a daunting challenge for him. Candy lies on the ground, shielding his head with his hands. His hammer lies half a meter away. A vulture with a sharp beak attempts to breach the young man's defenses. With little battle experience, he can only lie there, protecting himself with his hands and calling for help. Song Yunxiang notices the vulnerable young man, turns towards his cries, and locks eyes with the approaching monster. The monster momentarily shifts its focus from its prey to the general, opening its beak as well. A piercing scream emanates from its wide-open mouth, its eyes blazing with fire. Liu Bu swings and hurls the halberd towards the enemy. The weapon hurtles towards the monster with tremendous force and speed. It strikes with such strength and velocity that it pins the enemy against the wall. The young man rubs his eyes in disbelief. He can't fathom that the hero from the recent performance stands before him. Meanwhile, Song Yunxiang counts the enemies who have breached the barrier's gap. Already 7 monsters roam the garden. He surveys the airspace and deliberates on their next move, planning to reserve forces for the hidden threat. However, it seems he must now adopt a somber, serious demeanor. He requests the system to unlock Lu Bubo. The monitor displays a loading screen. Currently, only the horse and halberd are unlocked, while 3 other weapons remain locked. The system confirms the unlocking is complete. A bow icon appears on the monitor, with a previously locked symbol now disappeared. The young man reviews the system's status indicators. A bow is a powerful weapon, albeit quite expensive. Shen and Lady Jinghua each confront separate monsters, their strength dwindling. Fatty and Uncle fare no better, exhausted as more monsters continue to arrive. Suddenly, golden rings materialize in the sky, streaking red trails as they fly towards their adversaries. The rings engage the foes challenging Jove and Jinghua, pushing them back momentarily. Fate gazes in surprise, explaining that these are prototype flying discs still in testing. Upon the owner's command, the discs trace circles in the air before returning. Lady Nyla, clad in armor, assumes a specialized stance enabling her to throw and retrieve the rings. With her head slightly lowered and arms crossed, 3 flaming rings hover and spin around her. She appears satisfied with herself, focused on protecting people in the ship, demonstrating the discs for medium and long-range attacks. The monsters, driven away from their allies, regroup and emit threatening screams. Acknowledging her assistance, Fat and Uncle align with Nyla on the defensive front, preparing to engage in combat. The young man raises his bladed hands and consults his companion on their next move. In an A3 battle, they stand little chance of winning. The monsters are holding off for now, but Uncle Wu suggests they initiate an attack themselves. With more monsters appearing, survival becomes increasingly unlikely. Nyla wears a serious expression as she prepares to engage 2 monsters with her discs. Meanwhile, the young man and Uncle will handle the remaining 3rd monster. Fatty agrees with the plan, turning to his uncle. He notes that the monster on the lower right appears weaker and suggests starting there. Assessing the target, the man concurs and plans to draw the monster's attention while the young men attack from behind. Nyla attempts to explain a rattle-tail formation, unfamiliar to Uncle Yu due to their different backgrounds. They must rely on intuition to proceed. There seems to be a missing text here. As they count down to the impending attack, a beam of energy suddenly flashes before them, engulfing their enemies. The beam's intensity carries it beyond the protective barrier around the ship. Amidst the red spiritual energy, the monsters disintegrate almost instantly. The monsters are completely obliterated, their remnants falling to the ground in pieces. The immense power of the attack even damages part of the eastern wall, leaving a gaping hole. This devastating shot originates from Lu Bu's red emerald, wielding a colossal bow radiating with energy. The trio is bewildered, exchanging questioning looks at the unfamiliar figure. Uncle asks about the formation they had intended to execute. The warriors, now safe but astonished, struggle to comprehend what they've witnessed, their minds filled with more questions than answers. Uncle Yu rubs his eyes in disbelief. It's hard for him to accept that there's someone so powerful aboard the ship who can wipe out 3 adversaries with a single strike. Fatty nervously asks Miss Nyla if what they saw is true. They all witnessed the same extraordinary feat, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. With a look of wonder on her face, their companion confirms that she witnessed incredible power and is in awe of the lightning-fast attack. Meanwhile, Sun Yunxiang readies another charge, drawing back the bowstring. Energy particles gather from the air, shaping into an arrow. Ken Dougie is stunned to see an unexpected participant in the battle in Yuanding City before him. His face reflects a mix of surprise, panic, and admiration. At Ken's exclamation, the other fighters turn their heads toward Sun Yunxiang with surprise, repeating what they've heard. Sun Yunxiang stands poised with his bow, unsure how to respond, so he remains silent. He feels uneasy and awkward from the reactions of those around him, realizing he may have overdone it. The young man gazes at the broken wall emitting smoke, where apartments once stood. He hopes no one was present during the attack. Lost in thought, Lady Jinghua's shout snaps him back to reality, cautioning him to be careful and pointing in a direction. Sun Yunxiang reacts swiftly, turning his head towards where the singer indicated. 3 adversaries approach, their beaks open in a menacing scream. Realizing he could devastate everything with his bow, Sun Yunxiang requests the system to unlock another weapon, the sky-rending claws. The system begins the process, displaying an image of a peculiar weapon resembling a hand with 3 elongated fingers on the monitor. Once the system completes the unlocking, Sun Yunxiang switches weapons. A strange device resembling a spider appears in the air, ready for use. The gray section of the device adheres to his hand, while the red and emerald-colored half extends from it. Lu Bu adopts a stance, anchoring the claws into the ground to charge the weapon with soul energy. With a sweeping motion, the warrior cuts the approaching monster in half, leaving an arc of energy and the enemy's blood in the air. Witnessing its companion's demise, the next monster hesitates, hovering in the air as Sun Yunxiang turns his gaze towards it. Positioned within striking range, the young man drives the sky-rending claws into the monster, tearing open its abdomen and spilling blood. The third monster attempts to flee, screaming, weaving through the air to escape Lu Bu, who holds the corpse of its fallen comrade. Closing in swiftly, the warrior leaps onto the monster's back, seizing it with his claws. Intent on bringing down the enemy, he jumps off, dragging the monster down with him, claws gripping its body and neck while releasing soul lightning strikes. Lady Jinghua stands flushed, her eyes wide with surprise, impressed by Sun Yunxiang's strength and hopeful for his assistance. Shan Rui gazes at the hero with awe and trepidation, covering her mouth in disbelief. Sun Yunxiang appears even more formidable than before. Ken Dougie watches with delight, his eyes lighting up as he witnesses the hero who has become an inspiration to him. Lu Bu stands silently at the edge of the garden wall, holding in his right-clawed hand the charred corpse of a smoking monster. He discards the lifeless body, which crashes to the ground with a resounding thud, raising a cloud of dust as Lu Bu ascends above the garden. Sun Yunxiang surveys his surroundings with a serious expression, aware that the main threat foreseen by the system has yet to reveal itself. Meanwhile, Lady Jinghua and Fatty observe Nyla approaching, surrounded by her rings. The young man seeks confirmation whether she is indeed a passenger from the first cabin. The girl bows her head and awkwardly smiles, confirming their assumption as she has no other choice. Fativ gazes at the warrior with horror, relieved that he didn't provoke more trouble, and withdrew. Neela smiles sarcastically and remarks to her companion that if their skirmish had continued, Fativ would have met his end in a coffin. Uncle Yu, puzzled by Nyla's taunting, explains to the young man with a serious expression that she means Fativ would have perished in a battle with Sun Yunxiang. Fativ, unwilling to dwell on the conversation, joins the others in focusing on the breach in the barrier. Enemies continue to pour through, leaving no room for distractions. Dozens of monsters hover over the garden, intent on attacking the passengers. The group prepares for their imminent assault. Simultaneously, dozens more monsters surround the command center where the crew manages the ship and the barrier. Panic spreads among the crew inside. An employee informs the captain that the barrier is unstable and will soon fail. With limited options, the captain orders distress signals to be sent continuously, frustrated by the lack of support. A monster peers into the headquarters through a window, terrifying the nearest employee who raises their hands in fear. The monster begins to peck at the window like a bird trying to extract grubs from a tree. Though reinforced, the window starts to crack under the assault. The captain leads the panicked employees away from the bridge. A scream echoes from the window. The captain turns to see the monster giving up its attempt to break in. Lu Bu seizes the monster by the neck and impales it with his halberd. Blood sprays from the enemy's back, delivering a fatal blow. The warrior, determined to eliminate the monster definitively, tears its body into 2 parts. One portion falls away, while he retains the other in his grasp. Opening his hand, he discards the remnants of the monster. Lu Bu surveys the garden, pondering his next move. Through a cracked window, the captain and crew observe the fighter. His back turned to them, his helmet and back are visible. The old man is shocked. Pointing a finger at the window, the employee stammers as he recognizes the Red General. In the ship's garden, guarding passengers and crew, stands a Red General wielding a halberd. The captain recognizes the figure. He shouts with pride and excitement. Yuan Ding's hero is aboard his ship. His daughters are now fans of the warrior. Turning to the employee beside him, he eagerly instructs that they fetch 2 autographs from the hero when things quiet down. He considers that 2 won't suffice and starts counting on his fingers how many he needs for his daughters and wives. The employee silently observes the amusing situation. Eventually, the employee bursts out emotionally, yelling at the captain. He demands more autographs and even suggests getting a photo for himself. Suddenly overcome with envy and resentment, he storms off, muttering that when he gets promoted, he'll have 8 wives of his own. Meanwhile, the ship's guards are utterly spent. The warrior and the guard commander discuss the overwhelming number of monsters and the injuries hindering their comrades' ability to fight. The guard commander insists they cannot retreat. He stands shoulder to shoulder with the warrior, bearing the weight of the passengers' lives. The warrior continues firing, but doubt creeps onto his face. He stammers, revealing he has an 80-year-old mother waiting for him. Another warrior interjects sternly, reminding everyone here has families who will be cared for after their deaths. The first warrior swallows nervously, sweat streaming down his face, eyes wide with fear. The ship's defenders persist in battling the monsters, shooting crossbows at the creatures swarming above them. Despite their shots, the enemies continue to advance. One of the vultures dives straight toward the captain and the first fighter. The captain shoves the fighter aside to shield him from the incoming monster, leaving himself vulnerable in the process. The creature collides with him, hurling him off the wall. The captain is sent flying, weapon lost, crashing back first onto the roof. The young fighter, saved by the captain's sacrifice, watches with deep concern. They find themselves on opposite sides of the roof, surrounded by dozens of circling monsters screeching overhead. Several monsters close in, pecking at the warrior's armor, striking their chests and attempting to breach their helmets. The armor begins to crack, pieces scattering in all directions. Small sparks flicker between the damaged parts. It's the beginning of the end. A warrior, resigned to his fate with a faint smile, reflects that his family will receive benefits after his death, finally alleviating their debts. The sound of a spear slicing through the air echoes as it targets the diving vulture. The spear impales the vulture's head, narrowly missing the despairing warrior. The badly battered warrior can barely comprehend what just transpired before his eyes. Sun Yunxiang manages to dispatch the monster before it can harm its intended victim. The battle's protagonist cannot afford to be distracted by aiding allies and instead focuses his gaze upward. The hero considers his best course of action given the dire circumstances he faces. The soldiers kneel in gratitude to Sun Yunxiang for saving them, but he insists they refrain from interfering. Surveying his surroundings, Sun Yunxiang counts the number of monsters surrounding him. Drawing his spear back, Sun Yunxiang prepares to thrust at the airborne monsters. The formidable whirlwind conjured behind his spear gathers strength, aimed directly at the mass of vultures hovering menacingly. The wounded soldiers on the roof watch with disappointment as the attack misses its mark, failing to strike a single monster. Undeterred, Sun Yunxiang summons his dragon-tongue bow after the unsuccessful strike, preparing for a new powerful attack. Taking aim at the sky, Sun Yunxiang completes his preparations to unleash an assault on the vultures. Releasing the bowstring, a mighty roar accompanies an energy arrow soaring straight towards the monsters. The arrow cuts through the air swiftly, catching the monsters off guard with its rapid velocity. In quick succession, monsters begin to explode, some unable to comprehend what has transpired. The sky erupts with dozens of explosions, briefly illuminating the area as bright as day. Nearby warriors, witnessing the hero's destructive prowess alongside Sun Yunxiang, are stunned. Soon after the attack, the remains of the slain monsters begin to rain down from the sky. The surviving vultures cry out, signaling for reinforcements across the area. Soldiers, understanding the vultures' strategy, anxiously await the outcome of their actions. A swarm of enraged monsters once again amassed above the battlefield, shrieking at the top of their lungs. Observing the unfolding events, Sun Yunxiang begins to ponder the information relayed to him by the system earlier. Suddenly, all the vultures begin to ready an attack aimed directly at the hero. The remaining conscious soldiers anxiously implore Sun Yunxiang to launch another attack on the vultures, similar to his previous strike. Contemplating the situation, the hero realizes his inability to defend the ship, even if he can redirect the beam. With their preparations complete, the monsters are poised to unleash an assault that the hero would likely be unable to fend off. The sound of cannon shots reverberates from the ship that had appeared on the horizon mere seconds ago. Projectiles, swift as lightning, hurtle toward the horde of monsters. Some of the attacking beasts are instantly obliterated, thwarting their imminent strike against Sun Jiangxiang. Confused, the monsters redirect their attention toward the ship, launching an assault. The ships engaging the vultures are the reinforcements eagerly anticipated by the soldiers. Racing toward the reinforcements, the vultures are poised to shred anything in their path. In that pivotal moment, as the monsters bear down on the incoming reinforcements, more cannon shots ring out. Nearly all of the attacking monsters are annihilated in a single volley from the cannons. The second ship that arrives initiates communication with the Hun family's vessel. From the captain's quarters aboard the Hun family's ship, a cheer erupts as word spreads that the awaited reinforcements have arrived. The main screen in the captain's cabin lights up, drawing everyone's attention to it. 2 representatives of the Red Phoenix Army appear on the screen, offering to facilitate evacuation under their protection. In the sky, only small remnants of monsters remain along with 3 ships, one of which is heavily damaged. With tears of relief, the assistant commander exclaims joyously that help has finally arrived. The skeptical commander wonders why the Red Phoenix Army's ships have come to their aid from such a distance. The excited assistant insists they were passing by and decided to assist. Without hesitation, the commander orders all energy to be directed into the propulsion furnace to join forces with the Red Phoenix troops. During the energy transfer, the ship's protective array dissipates, creating a visually stunning effect. Confused soldiers aboard the ship grab onto whatever they can, bracing themselves for the sudden acceleration. Sun Yunxiang gazes in surprise at the approaching ships before him. The hero recognizes them as ships of the Red Phoenix Army, specifically the Sun Yunjin Women's Army, amidst the remnants of the vulture horde on their ship. Something significant is unfolding. The reinforcements' representatives stand, studying a map of the battlefield. A woman beside the map displays restrained excitement. Previously known as the former head of Huan City, she politely requests not to be addressed by her former title, now identifying herself as the overseer of Sun Mansion's grounds. Apologizing for any confusion caused, she swiftly changes the topic of discussion. They zoom in on the map, spotting Sun Yunxiang in armor standing on the roof. The girl marvels with surprise, wondering if this is the hero who saved everyone in the city of Yuanding. The ship's commander feels a twinge of annoyance, believing the marquise of the Hun family is always fortunate, despite being rather unpleasant. The girl is certain that without Sun Yunxiang's help, the Hun family's ship would not have survived long enough for reinforcements to arrive. The overseer of the Sun Mansion's grounds ponders to herself how shocked the commander will be when he learns that the hero who saved the city and the marquis is Sun Yunxiang himself. Accompanied by the warships of the Red Phoenix Army, the Sun family's vessel reaches the defensive perimeter. At that moment, the vultures begin to prepare for a new attack on the ships. The commander swiftly orders both sides of the ship to ready their cannons for battle. Cannon shots echo as they target the swiftly approaching monsters. The sky is illuminated by bursts of bright yellow from the explosions of numerous vultures. Relieved that the Marquis and his ship are safe, the protagonist begins preparing to depart, surrounded by grateful soldiers. Suddenly, the system alerts the protagonist about structural cracks and urges immediate evacuation within 5 seconds. Sun Yunxiang is taken aback, struggling to believe the system's message. Inside the ship, amidst the debris and swirling dust, figures gather closely together. As the dust settles, they can finally see each other clearly and assess the situation. Jan Jaggi rises, sweat-drenched and struggling to catch his breath, while Lu Bu teases him good-naturedly. Jan Jaggi proudly declares that everyone in his region is as brave as he is. Mrs. Nicholas's eyes sparkle with happiness as she calculates how much insurance will cover for the ship's damages. Miss Jinghua, grateful for her assistance in battle, brings tea to Miss Shen. Miss Shen 17th is surprised to learn that Miss Jinghua is not only talented in music, but also in warfare. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief, feeling secure like a thunderstorm in broad daylight. Yun Xiang lands among them in armor, his excited voice shaking the ground as he quickly addresses the group. He urges them to jump onto his arm to escape from the ship. The bewildered young man requests an explanation of the situation outside. As the vultures hover in the air, their loud screams suggest something alarming is happening. The anxious protagonist looks on in shock, hoping there is still time. Without warning, the ship begins to tear apart like paper, revealing a crack amidst the vulture-filled sky. From this growing chasm, eyes stare out, a gaze that chills to the bone. As the crack widens, the horrifying head of a colossal monster becomes visible. Its immense size and danger become apparent as it emerges fully into view. The young man's fear is palpable as he grapples with the appearance of the monster and its sudden arrival. A whale-like creature emerges from the crack, filling the sky with its ominous presence. Emitting blood-red energy, the monster makes it clear it is no benign entity. The eyes of the people in the captain's room of the Hun family ship widened so much they almost popped out of their sockets. The captain is at a loss for words when his assistant asks him about the nature of this monstrous creature. The commander of the Red Phoenix Army, equally bewildered, struggles to comprehend the enormity of the giant emerging from the crack, unsure if it's what the third madam had warned about. The monstrous Kun nearly blocks out everything above the ships as it emerges almost fully from the crack. The sounds from the system echo as the main character freezes at the sight of the monster looming above. Clearly, he was not prepared for this unexpected turn of events. Sun Yongxiang notices the peculiar appearance of Kun and detects a massive fluctuation in soul power within the creature. Opening its mouth wide, the monster begins to inhale vast amounts of air, as if preparing to unleash a deafening scream. The moment the hero realizes what the monster intends, he urgently radios for everyone to cover their ears, though not everyone can hear his warning. A piercing scream erupts from the monster's gaping maw. The sound is so intense that blood vessels burst, and blood streams from people's ears and eyes. Even armored soldiers are unable to withstand the devastating sonic assault from the monster. Within moments, people aboard the ship are bleeding from their eyes, ears, and mouths. The monster's scream is so powerful that weaker barriers burst like balloons. Thanks to Yunxiang erecting a protective barrier, those near him remain safe, although the noise remains almost unbearable. Despite the barrier's protection, the sheer force of the noise is difficult to endure for those nearby. Struggling to maintain his footing, the hero contemplates the sheer power of a roar from a divine-class monster. Yunxiang shouts urgently, insisting that this must end soon without weakening the barrier. The ship's captain kneels, bleeding and desperately covering his ears. The captain's assistant also struggles to cover his ears, fearing the dire consequences. The warrior whom Yunxiang saved tries to rise amidst bleeding ears and eyes. The army commander, protected by a heavenly rank barrier erected by the manager, remains unscathed. As the monster's roar subsides, the army commander expresses surprise that such devastation came from a simple roar. Emotions of indignation and fear are evident on the girl's face as sweat beads on her brow from exertion. The yard manager realizes that if the creature roars again, they will face severe challenges, contemplating preparations if another roar begins. Gathering her resolve, the commander orders the guns to be readied for battle. The ships maneuver in the air, altering formation, with only the Hun family's ship holding its position. Cannons on the ship are poised to strike should the monster prepare an attack. Soldiers stand prepared for the order to open fire, yet the monster remains motionless since its appearance. Sun Yongxiang appears on a warship screen, urging them not to attack the monster. The unexpected plea shocks both the army commander and Mr. Namu, prompting them to turn to the screen instantly. Sun Yongxiang speaks urgently, his voice filled with excitement, while Damo responds quickly to the young commander. The girl on the left, taken aback by what she hears, is visibly stunned to encounter Sun Yongxiang in such a place. The protagonist was surprised to find Mr. Damo aboard the ship. The manager of the Sun family's shipyard had come on the warship under orders to escort his master back home. Initially puzzled, the girl began to have more questions for Yunxiang and Mr. Damo. The hero sighed, realizing it had been a long time since he had been home and he missed it. Expressing gratitude for the Red Phoenix Army's assistance, Yunxiang turned the conversation to the topic of the monster. The protagonist believed that by not provoking the monster, they could go unnoticed and escape unharmed. Yunxiang proposed shutting down power and discharging the ship's cannons, descending safely to the ground. The young lady didn't grasp Yunxiang's plan and was about to ask for clarification when he interrupted her. The hero suggested a challenging adventure, acknowledging they had no other options for survival. With skin as pale as death, the captain of the Hun family's ship cried out, fearing the consequences of any mistake. Yun quickly assured the captain that their course of action was their only chance to survive. The captain of the Marquis aboard his ship was clearly taken aback by Yun Xiang's earlier statement. On the warship, Mr. Damo ordered everyone to follow Yun Xiang's instructions. The protagonist began a countdown until the engines were shut down and the ships began to descend. Within seconds, all the ships were plummeting freely from an altitude of 3 ET. Descending rapidly, they were propelled downward by the force of gravity. With each passing second, the speed of their descent increased, intensifying the tension of the situation. Almost everyone aboard the ship screamed, believing their end was near. Many were bewildered by the sudden turn of events, as there had been no warning. The captain of the Marquis ship and his assistant, floating in mid-air, joined the chorus of screams echoing through the ship. They shielded themselves with a group of armored individuals. Yun Xiang secured himself to the ship's surface. During the free fall, Yun Xiang kept track of the time left until they would hit the ground. They descended rapidly, aiming to distance themselves from the monster as quickly as possible. Hundreds of vultures swooped towards the falling ships, diverting attention away from the monster. People panicked upon realizing the imminent threat, unsure of how to respond. A horde of monsters closed in on the swiftly descending ships, intensifying the already tense situation. Yun Xiang counted down the remaining feet to impact as tension peaked. Moments later, he commanded the engines to be activated at full power. Everyone on board immediately complied, channeling energy into the ship's engines. At that instant, the vultures closed in, attempting to reach the ships. All three vessels veered sharply towards the horizon. The three blue ships accelerated rapidly away from the vultures and the battle. On the Huan family's ship, energy depletion caused their speed to drop rapidly. They lacked the energy needed to maintain the protective barrier and escape the battlefield. Gradually, the passenger ship fell behind the warships of the Red Phoenix Army. The soldier who relayed this news to the captain shocked her. She hadn't expected such information at that moment. Mr. Dama understood the reason for their slowing speed and grew concerned for the young master. The warship's captain commanded the second ship to secure boarding ropes to the passenger ship. Dozens of hooks were launched from the warship towards the Marquesa's ship. The hooks crashed through the ship's side, firmly anchoring it. In panic and confusion, hundreds of people fled from the side where the hooks had latched on. The captain, bewildered, ordered the guns prepared in case of an enemy threat. One of the captain's assistants noticed their speed increasing and informed him. Both Red Phoenix Army ships secured and towed the passenger ship along with them. A relieved smile crossed the captain's face as he declared they were rescued. A girl near the captain cautioned her that things weren't as positive as they seemed due to all three ships slowing down. The slowdown caused some vultures to close in on them. The map indicated numerous monsters approaching the ships from all directions. The captain, filled with concern, asked about the possibility of providing covering fire for their retreat. The girl at the control panel warned that firing would significantly reduce their speed. The captain ordered combat units to engage with the monsters. Upon the captain's command to advance and attack the enemy immediately, dozens of girls moved forward in formation. They lined up on the platforms, prepared to engage the enemy. The girl soldiers activated the formation of their star souls on the warship's deck. The lifting platforms began to open one by one. Once fully opened, dozens of Star Soul soldiers became visible, and the detachment commander ordered them to form up for defense against the enemy. In unison, all the girl soldiers shouted affirmatively, ready to execute the orders they had received. Taking their positions, the warriors awaited the command to open fire on the approaching monsters. In an instant, the enemy came within range of the soldiers, prompting immediate action. The warriors swiftly opened fire on the vultures, filling the sky with dozens of arrows from both sides of the ships. The barrage of shots intensified, preventing the monsters from advancing closer. With a flurry of attacks, the ships distanced themselves from the monsters trailing behind. The commander strategically positioned soldiers to cover all flanks and minimize the enemy's advantageous firing positions. The monsters attempted to breach the ship's defenses, using each other as shields. A suicide monster disrupted the protective arrays of the second ship, causing operational disruption. Collapsing onto the ship's deck, the monster disrupted the battle formation of the second ship. The captain ordered a focused deployment of forces to support the second ship's defense. On the second ship's deck, a melee ensued as monsters breached their defenses. The detachment commander ordered the ship to be cleared of the monsters and reorganized their defense formation. Warriors swiftly engaged in combat, driven by their determination to destroy any threat in their path. Another group of monsters arrived unexpectedly, catching the warriors off guard. Sensing the precarious situation, the detachment commander ordered preparations for defense. A blue energy beam pierced the sky, neutralizing some of the threats. As the beam faded, the corpses of dozens of monsters fell from the sky. The squad leader, bewildered by the turn of events, wondered who had saved them. Before the squad leader could adjust after the attack, Sun Yongxiang appeared on the ship's roof. The powerful attack had drained a significant amount of energy from Sun Yongxiang, visibly weakening him. After catching his breath, Yunxiang strategized his next move against the ongoing threat. Suddenly, Yunxiang found himself surrounded by monsters intent on attacking him. Without warning, arrows previously fired struck the monsters, thwarting their advance. Explosions illuminated the sky again as monsters fell to the ground, like stones dropped from a great height. The ship's captain and Mr. Dama observed the events unfolding, with a mix of admiration and puzzlement at Yunxiang's formidable combat prowess. In the captain's eyes, there flickered glimpses of awe and curiosity regarding the protagonist's astonishing combat abilities. Amidst the explosions, one of the people saved by Yunxiang passionately advocated for aiding the hero. Previously engaged soldiers decided to form teams and support Yunxiang from different angles. Nyla suggested drawing the vultures closer to attack them with her discs, and her partner agreed to assist. As the vultures approached, Miss Nyla launched her discs at them, emitting a bright yellow light. The discs aggressively targeted the approaching vultures. Suddenly, the monsters ceased their attack and turned their attention towards something beyond the ships. Perplexed by this unexpected behavior, the soldiers wondered why the monsters had stopped attacking. The monsters' actions left the soldiers bewildered, unsure of how to react. Swarms of vultures soared higher into the sky, adding to the confusion. Moments later, Kuno's deafening roar echoed from a distance, though not as loudly as before. The confused soldiers speculated on the significance of the roar and what might follow. The vultures began to retreat, seemingly in response to the roar heard moments earlier. A girl monitoring the situation informed the warship's captain that the monsters were withdrawing. The captain sighed with relief, allowing herself a moment to close her eyes and relax, if only briefly. Watching the vultures retreat, Sun Yunxiang seemed to have anticipated this moment. Finally able to relax, Yunxiang realized they still had a chance to escape from Kuno. Throughout the ship, screams of joy and relief echoed as many couldn't believe they had narrowly escaped certain death. More and more people celebrated victory, raising their hands in joyous triumph. Exhausted but jubilant, people continued to cheer proudly. Standing on the heavily damaged ship roof, the warrior rejoiced in their victory over the monsters. Mr. Dama stood calmly, realizing they owed their lives to Yunxiang. Once calm, the ship's captain pondered how the hero knew the monster's habits. Yunxiang, reluctant to discuss it, brushed off the question, citing fatigue. Before ending the conversation, he suggested they discuss everything after a rest. Weary from the ordeal, Yunxiang went to the deck of his ship, Marquis, where he had protected the people. Exhausted, the hero was escorted to his cabin to rest, accompanied by those on the deck. Amidst Nyla and Leon's excited cheers, the girl carrying Yunxiang looked at them fearfully, signaling them to quiet down. Watching the scene unfold, Miss Shen struggled to suppress a laugh before entering the cabin. Everyone paused and bowed their heads in gratitude to Yunxiang for saving them. A couple of hours later, the ships approached the city with warships towing passenger ships behind them. Awoken by the loudspeaker noise, Yunxiang struggled to open his eyes and sit up. Looking around, he noticed a girl sleeping on the floor, realizing she had been there the whole time. As soon as he glanced at her, she stirred awake, rubbing her eyes. She observed Yunxiang stepping out onto the balcony and scanning the surroundings. He noticed they were already airborne, heading towards the city of Yunnan. From their high vantage point, they could see miniature buildings dotting the city below. Clouds partially obscured the landscape. He stretched and yawned, appreciating what a beautiful day it was. Approaching him, the people began to apologize, referring to him as their leader. However, he insisted they not call him that, as they were not bandits. Looking at Nebo, the man declared that he was destined to become the most powerful soul master. He wondered to himself when the old man named Do would grant him the Star Soul General. The entire city was enclosed by a wall, with internal divisions also walled off. The city marked the border of 3 countries, 2 of which had agreed to a joint border treaty. Upon arrival at the airport, the warships detached from the Hun family ship and flew in their own direction. The jubilant parade dispersed with autographs for his daughters and wives, their eyes sparkling. The hero, parched, couldn't fathom how Maki had acquired so many daughters. Sunmu approached Yunxiang, inquiring about his well-being. The boy's face betrayed some hint of indignation. Upon facing Sunmu, a wide smile instantly lit up Yunxiang's face. The hero hurried to embrace Sunmu, his hug so tight that the man struggled to breathe. Smiling, the manager remarked that it hadn't been long enough for him to be missed so much. However, Yunxiang quickly retorted that it had been long enough for him to become bored. The protagonist began to notice that Uncle Mu was deliberately suppressing his cultivation. The realization that Sun Mu was at the pinnacle of the heavenly rank greatly astonished Yunxiang. The hero felt ashamed that in his previous life, he had never realized how strong the person who had cared for him like a nanny truly was. Suddenly, the hero's thoughts were interrupted by the question of who his companions were. He introduced his friend and her family who were standing nearby. Turning towards his companions, he introduced them to the manager of the eastern courtyard of the Sun family, bowing respectfully before Sun Mu. Shandi introduced herself and her niece Shen, who seemed to shrink back upon seeing Sun Mu, clearly understanding his formidable strength. With just a glance at Sun Mu, Dai could discern how powerful the person in front of her was.
Mr. Lu, following a logical chain of thought, deduced that Shendai's father was the head of the Shenhua family.
Mu's suspicions were confirmed when Mrs. Dai mentioned that indeed her father was the head of the family. The manager kindly offered to provide them with a flying boat to take them home. A woman with a beautiful smile declined, mentioning that their driver was already waiting. Addressing Yunxiang, Mrs. Dai invited him to visit their family whenever possible and thanked him again for saving them. The hero accepted her thanks and also asked Xiao Wan if she had noted down his contact information. Suddenly tapping her bag, she replied with a smile that she had everything written down. In a gentle tone, the hero invited the girl to contact him for dinner. Xiao Wan happily agreed to have dinner with Yunxiang again. Xiao Wan asked if she could bring Jia Wei along, causing the girl to blush in embarrassment. Yunxiang reassured her that she could bring anyone she wanted. Interrupting the dinner discussion, Sun Mu mentioned their flying boat had arrived and it was time to depart. After bidding farewell, they parted ways, heading towards their respective flying boats. Lastly, the protagonist silently waved goodbye to his friends before walking away. Sun Mu directed the hero to the rear exit where Bai was already waiting on the platform. Yunxiang, in high spirits, followed Sun Mu towards the platform. Before he could enter the inner passage, Yunxiang was stopped by Mrs. Jinghua's voice. Jinghua ran towards him with great urgency, as if she wanted him to wait and not enter. Surprised by Jinghua's sudden approach, the hero froze as she approached closer. She placed a piece of paper into his hands, asking to meet him during his stay in the city. Blushing and lowering her head, she expressed her desire to get to know Yunxiang better. Without another word, she hurriedly left, leaving Yunxiang without a chance to respond. Yunxiang, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, interjected to inform Sun Mu about the family head's upcoming banquet, where his fiancée Xin Xin was also invited. Upon learning that his fiancée would be at the banquet, Yunxiang began to contemplate deeply. Recalling his past life as soon as the hero arrived in the city after miraculously surviving the death desert, this girl had approached him, disrupting Sun Mu's thoughts. Sun Mu remarked that they should leave already, a mischievous smile on his face. Yunxiang realized with dismay that his uncles and brothers, who had treated him poorly, would also attend the banquet. They emerged onto the platform where 3 flying boats awaited their passengers. Standing by one of the boats was a white-haired man smoking a pipe, his single eye fixed on the approaching passengers. Raising his gaze, he welcomed the approaching passengers with a smile. Yunxiang greeted the man he hadn't seen in a long time, whom he regarded as a servant. The man named Basya opened the door for Yunxiang and greeted him formally. The hero glanced at the driver, who respectfully lowered his head before him. Gaja asked Yunxiang if everything was to his liking or if he needed any changes. The hero looked at him sternly, clearly dissatisfied with something. Entering the flying boat, he muttered under his breath that nothing was wrong. Seated at the helm, Gaja inquired about the hero's cultivation level and whether it was true he hadn't reached the earthly rank. Yunxiang remained silent as Sunmu intervened, asking Gaja to focus on the road, trying to lighten the mood. Gaja fell silent, turning his attention to the road, clearly feeling ashamed for his questions. Yunxiang immediately sensed that the driver was also at the pinnacle of the heavenly rank, hinted by his casual talk about cultivation ranks. The driver's mention of cultivation ranks hinted that he might be knowledgeable about something. Sunmu promptly silenced him, preventing him from elaborating further, which bolstered Yunxiang's theory.